لحظات البداية عاشت معنا، كنا نحسبها وقت للتسلية بس، نحسبها بس ذكريات.
عبود أعطي أختك اليد يا ولد.
ابتكرنا فيها ابتكارات، وإذا بغينا قلبناها خرافات. كنا نحسبها بس لمة وصحبة وسهرات.
انتبه نوب ترى نوب.
لكن كنا نشوف عالم ما حد يشوفه.
ليت يشغل وقته بشيء يفيده.
الله عليك على اليد سود.
عالم كبر وعاش فينا، عالم الحماس فيه يوصلك كل مرة لحلم أصعب، بس ما يصعب عليك. بارد معك وين ما تروح.
You ever wondered how a Hollywood movie is shot? On a Sony. You review it on a Sony. And how do you make that sound epic? You record it on a Sony. Lunch break on a Sony. So why wouldn't you watch it on a Bravia by Sony?
Have you got what it takes to get to the top? It doesn't matter how high you climb. To reach the top, even the biggest champ needs a break. So you can recharge, dive back in, and dominate. Have a break. Have a Kit Kat.
Thunderbound. Every few seconds, the next basic attack will deal additional true damage based on hybrid defense to the target and surrounding units. Hitting enemy heroes will permanently increase hybrid defense. Skypiercer. Dealing damage to a low HP enemy hero, execute the target immediately, and each kill increases the execution threshold. Winter Crown. It now features adaptive attributes that apply to all heroes, and its active skill grants immunity to all damage and effects for a short duration. Malefic Gun. Increases basic attack range to kite the enemies more easily.
Okay.
souls ripped asunder. Are you so eager to share their fate?
By oath and blade, your reign ends here.
Thunderbound. Every few seconds, the next basic attack will deal additional true damage based on hybrid defense to the target and surrounding units. Hitting enemy heroes will permanently increase hybrid defense. Skypiercer. Dealing damage to a low HP enemy hero, execute the target immediately, and each kill increases the execution threshold. Winter Crown. It now features adaptive attributes that apply to all heroes, and its active skill grants immunity to all damage and effects for a short duration. Malefic Gun. Increases basic attack range to kite the enemies more easily.
Okay.
Just like you and me, finding our destiny. Though they may not see, I'll prove what I can be. Aren't we all the same? We're deep in the game. They say this is lame, but we have our own aim. No fear, prove it. Rise up and don't quit. Chasing the same dream, we all are on the same team. shine, lift up far behind. It's our time to show how far we can go. Though they may not see, we show what we can be. It's on you and for me, just wait and you'll see. It's our time to show the world who we are. It's our time to shine, we are the rising stars. Our time to shine it. Yeah!
Assalamualaikum, Sandstorm.
Walaikum salam, Mara.
I can't believe this is the last day of MSC 2024 and probably the last day we're going to see one of these keys.
I know, right? We finally reached the end of our journey. We finally reached the best of 7 grand finals. Falcons, AP Bren, Selangor Red Giants. But only one team will be able to unlock that trophy.
But you know what I've been meaning to ask you?
Tell me.
If you won $1 million US, what would you do with it?
It's quite a lot of money. You know what? I'm kind of torn, but I would say like I'd still want to go down the logical route, you know, invest, buy a house, and just secure my future, you know? What about you? What would you do?
Well, definitely I'll give half to my parents so they can invest and retire. And for me, I think I'm going to put up a business and make it grow.
I like that. You know, we're very responsible with our choices, but what do you think the players will do with $1 million?
Well, hopefully they'll do something great with it. They can do whatever they want with it, but definitely they deserve it.
They do. It's been a very intense 2 weeks, and I think we should get this started. You know, I can't wait anymore. I want to see it. I want to see what happens.
We should get this started. See you at the Amazon Arena.
Today is the day we've all been waiting for. It's the grand finals of MSC, where we have reached the pinnacle of the journey to see the world, where the stakes are even higher, where both teams have secured 500,000 USD each, but only the champion gets to walk away with the astonishing $1 million US. But it's not all about the money, it's not all about the prize pool, it's about the pride as well as the glory. Can Selangor Red Giants etch their name in the new competitive landscape? Or will Falcons AP Brand finally secure the elusive MSC title? My name is Afel, and welcome to the Mid-Season Cup 2024 here at the Esports World Cup. The moment the world has been waiting for has finally arrived. Welcome to the Grand Finals of the Mid-Season Cup 2024 here at the Esports World Cup. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is our analyst, Wolf, as well as Leo. And looks like I'm a bit outnumbered here. How are you guys feeling for today?
I wouldn't see it as that, Lafel, because we're all friends here. And
of course.
I am as well celebrating Malaysia's birth into the grand finals. And I'm sure it's the same for all the Filipinos watching as well.
More than anything else, I know that this will be a banger of a series. We know for sure that it will be very close. I'm happy that it is Selangor Red Giants that a Philippine team will meet in the grand finals because I'm sure it will be action-packed.
And now we got to look at our grand final casters. Let's look at Mirko as well as Gideon. How are you guys feeling for this grand finals?
As you can tell, based on how we're dressed today, we're excited to see this grand slam from both of these teams, and hopefully they're going to go the full distance here, Mirko.
Any team that wins, I feel like, will already have an amazing story. For Falcons AP Bren, they get the complete trophy set, and for SRG, if they can pull it off, invincible run.
I mean, again, that's amazing because here's the thing. SRG already made history just by entering the grand finals. If they win this one, that's going to be a whole new start for the region.
In the history of MLBB Esports, there's only ever one other time that Malaysia found itself in the grand finals, and that was the SEA Games.
Oh, yeah.
2023 in Cambodia. But that aside, every other mainline international event that we have organized, Malaysia's always just
not close enough.
And when it comes to storylines, both of these teams are in that trust the process kind of a mindset. That's very true for a side of Falcons AP Brand, dating back to what, 2022, the end of 2022, or quarter 4. And then for Selangor Red Giants, they have just been starting their own journey. Coach Arcadia, this is a team that he is built around, it's scouted around, and have developed all throughout the months. And we know for sure that it is going to be a good battle of approaches to coaching as well.
And now we're going to re-witness what happened yesterday when SRG made history. Let's look at yesterday's recap.
That was a beautiful dance indeed. Sakai's now coming in, but no one's able to connect. Vanix finally falls, and that is huge for SRG. Both damage dealers off the map. Unbeaten. They might go for a hit. They just keep going. Hume's gonna get way of the dragon back. Vanix gonna connect, and Vanix finds the kill.
It's going to be history in the making. Watching that gave me goosebumps because, again, it is making history, but also the birth of the Sky Prince Skies. He performed amazing yesterday.
And unfortunately for NIP Flash, they're the team that didn't, perform as advertised. I was sort of, upset that went to 3-0 because I do want to see them battle for 5, but it is what it is. SRG were far more prepared.
All right, you know what? Say what you will about how Singapore performed yesterday, but I think they've already gone further than anyone expected.
That's also true.
Me included, but if you'll recall, I predicted that they would actually go through to the next round from the quarters. And that proves that they are more than just a flash in the nip.
You know what? I love that. Speaking of loving, honestly, I love NIP Flash's performance throughout MSC. And I feel like it's one of those teams that you guys got to be prepared for when we're going to M6. Speaking of which, before we even talk about that, let's actually look at the Pepsi's top reactions. Thank you.
the pen of fate and write their own history.
All smiles and all excitement when we're looking at the camp of SRG. Of course, looking very good. But again, still want to give a big shout out to NIP Flash, specifically Diablo. On the Benedetta, he got a 7-0 run. It's like, that was amazing.
I think he gave his heart out for sure, and I think the entirety of NIP Flash as well did. However, I think it boiled down to really just the draft choices from both teams, and SRG really did prepare for NIP Flash, which means that against Falcons AP Brand, they will surely be prepared.
I got a little bit of insight on that, but for now, we got to check out our Aramco top 5 plays. And while we're looking at the top plays here, I actually got to talk to the coach of NIP Flash, Adamir, and he was like, it was an experience fighting against Coach Arcadia in the draft.
Yeah.
Everything that he planned for did not happen.
Okay.
Like he was expecting A, B, and C to happen, and then Coach Arcadia and Coach Vecchi went X, Y, and Z.
You know what? I think that is perfect. Coming from a BS Information Systems graduate, that is Arcadia, comes from my very alma mater. Yeah, no, legit. He graduated in 2012. Yeah. So right. The programming is in him.
Yeah.
Yeah, but again, looking at the plays here, a lot of flashy plays because we got to talk about how yesterday it was all fights.
Yeah. I think this is the tempo that NIP Flash wanted to fight up around anyways. They really like to brawl. Unfortunately, SRG just had uncomfortable draft. And I think that even in the game where they could have actually won it, they had this interesting draft around the early game.
Yeah.
I know that it will eventually fail. They performed in the early stages, but just one mistake was all it took for SRG to take over.
Which is literally the epitome of the saying, they had us in the first half.
Yeah.
There were 2 of the 3 games, I think, that NIP Flash was winning in the early game really hard. And again, that's the magic of Selangor Giants. They just know how to find that fulcrum, that pivot point, that jiu-jitsu roll into the control point, and then they're suddenly on top.
You want to know what interesting thing that Diablo said?
What'd he say?
It was a shame the Lord wasn't on our side. Because it's like the Lord is
Malaysia.
is for sure Malaysia.
Yeah.
I can't believe he said it to me, you know, like face to face. At least he watched the panel segment, so that's cool.
I love it. I love that.
Yeah.
And most importantly, like Hades, for example, also he talked about the fact that sometimes you just have a bad day, and it was definitely the bad day for NIP Flash. Some teams actually, and even Coach Arcadia himself believes in that kind of approach where there will be sometimes a person or a player will just have a bad day. It just so happened that it was the time that they were getting eliminated. He told me about that when Fnatic Onyx actually lost. It kind of felt like it was just their bad day.
Speaking of Fnatic Onyx, let's check out the full bracket here, and let's talk about the journey both teams had to go through in the bracket.
It's a long journey. Compared to the M Series, not as long, but maybe twice as brutal. Because look, we started with 8 teams, now down to 2. A single slip up, a series lost means you can no longer get to that $1 million.
Exactly. It's like double it or
give it to the next person.
Or nothing.
Literally.
Or nothing. Yeah.
Actually.
I mean, we got to talk about the fact that single eliminations, if this was a double elimination, it could be a much different story. But look at this. Falcons AP Brand defeated See You Soon, defeated Team Liquid Echo, as well as looking at Selangor Red Giants. They beat Fireflugs, they beat NIP Flash, and now they're here. Now, we're at the grand finals.
A dominant run for Falcons AP Brand, almost, actually literally losing only 1 game, right? The entirety of their runs so far.
To Liquid Echo.
To Liquid Echo.
Which was in itself a turnaround.
Yeah, but the thing is, while we're talking about how amazing this grand finals is going to be, we got to talk about how amazing the upcoming tournament M6 is going to be. So we prepared a special M6 video for you guys.
Whoa.
Welcome to M1 World Championship. M2 World Championship.
3 World Champions. Blacklist. M4 World Champions.
And
Series is back in Malaysia, and we are as excited as you are to witness this incredible event. We welcome you. Selamat datang ke
Dude, I'm hyped. It's back in Axiata Arena. It's gonna be the same venue as M1.
Yep.
You've been there, Wolf.
Yep. I was sort of hoping that, me and Gideon might, pop up in some of those clips.
Yeah. But with that being said, something else that we gotta talk about. We gotta talk about MWI. Starting on July 24th is the female pro players' time to shine. Catch the MLBB Women's Invitational 2024, where 12 teams from 11 regions break barriers and redefine esports. Now, I do have to say, I like that during the grand finals, we all look good. And if you want to look good, you need skins. The Soul Vessel Skin Series, Amon Vessel of the Seed, as well as Hanabi Vessel of Rage are now available. You guys have up until the 5th of August to claim these awesome skins. The first draw is 50% off every single day. And the permanent Soul Vessel Series item is guaranteed in the first 10 draws. So make sure you guys join in now. And I gotta say, MSC so far has been amazing, especially because of Win a Crown, fool. The Project Next update is live. Discover the fresh excitement of equipment evolution and enjoy a revitalized, thrilling gameplay. Jump in now for a more dynamic and fun battle experience. Speaking of which, Leo, I asked the guys, but I gotta ask you, do you have a kid?
I have 2 children, Cups and Castle.
Well, you know what? You can bring them over to the Youth Fair because the Youth Fair is here with incredible bonuses and exciting events. Grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like Sylvana's Classroom Charm and its painted skin Classroom Glam. More exciting events will be revealed, so make sure you guys watch out. And now we gotta go back and talk about Selangor Red Giants going up against Falcons AP Brand. This is the final stop to see the world.
Indeed it is.
I'd hate to say
Indeed
that
it is.
no one saw this coming, but I think a good chunk of us, me
saw it
included,
coming. We saw it coming.
Given the fact that the brackets are the way they are,
Yeah.
and it's a single eliminations, this was the only way it could end.
Yeah.
All roads lead to this.
I had a wager with Mirko, and he did not believe me. Now I am a burger meal reacher.
A burger meal reacher. Now,
I wish I was part of that.
Here's the thing. Like, we got to talk about predictions as well. This was like weeks before. You and me, we actually said Selangor Red Giants would eventually be the champions, but going up against Falcon AP Brand with how they've been shown.
I said grand finalist.
I saw the social media post.
I did.
At least.
I actually did.
No. At least we said one of the grand finalists, because most of them, that is not even here.
You're right.
Mirko said homeboys. Thank you, but stop it. Just for Mirko, stop it. We gotta talk about how SRG has remained undefeated for 106, 107 days now.
Yeah.
But if anyone can defeat them, it's probably Falcons AP Brand.
Yeah, or Team Liquidego if they got Yeah. No, I'm just kidding. But I think I like that you pointed it out because SRG as well as Falcon Saber, there's a lot of like rumors, especially because they were kind of screaming against each other. It kind of feels like it's always like just an even day, or sometimes Falcon Saber also not winning against SRG. So this means that they are equally strong. They're equally matched in these grand finals.
But just the same, you could chalk this up to not just their players, but even their coaches. You already mentioned how Coach Arcadia is a big part of their success now because of how he's so well programmed, how he understands the ebbs and flows of this draft is maybe because, and this could be to their advantage, he comes from the same school of thought as Coach Lucky. They both come from the deep organization that is once known as AP Brand. They've been together for years.
Yeah.
There was a time when they were in the same facility.
Right. That's absolutely right.
And with that being said, we got to talk about the history of MSC. So let's check it out. This is from the very first one. IDNS, and then afterwards is Aethermine, Onyx Esports 1 2019, Execration won 2021. RSGPH, I still remember that one. That was in Malaysia. Woo! And the final one was Onyx Esports. So all those names, neither of them are in the grand finals for today.
That's actually right.
Yeah.
But some of the important franchises are, I believe this was the flight of the Falcons over the Cavalry. As we saw, Flap TZ was crazy. And he did not mince his words at all. On cue.
This is how I describe Flap TZ. A lot of people will question whether or not he is the best explainer in the world. I'll say his highs are unmatched.
Yeah.
Whenever Flap TZ is on fire, no one comes close.
By the way, it's confirmed he was saying adobo during that.
Adobo!
Was mouthing adobo.
He misses
adobo.
He misses Filipino food.
Okay, so adobo is a Filipino food.
Yes.
We see Flap, we see Few, and in the corner, it's just Super Marco. Just like,
Yeah.
whatever. Speaking of which, we're also looking at Selangor Red Giants, and they came a long way as well, where I feel like people are saying, you guys are strong, sure, but you're not grand finals strong. Before we saw the bracket, of course. Like, I feel like people thought, okay, you'll let through to the bracket, but you'll probably lose before getting there.
Yeah, I think everybody was on fire. The whole organization of SRG was on fire yesterday. Coaches and analysts, the way that they drafted the players themselves, even when they find themselves in spots where they actually lose in the early game, they will just wait for their time, farm on the proper parts of the map, and then eventually take it back, win the important clashes.
And what I love about this is you're seeing in the highlights, and this is without even watching the whole match, you can see Cram is getting his behind handed to him. Yet the whole team is still winning. That's what I love about SRG. They're all solid role players, and they know the job that they need to do.
Exactly.
And they get it done.
Yep.
Dude, honestly, Cram is solid. He's the creme de la creme.
Creme de la creme.
Creme de la creme.
Hey,
we're sticking with that one, by the way.
His taste in music is also pretty, Tells me to get ready for a big day. He listens to some K-Dot, some Drizzy, 21 Savage, Travis Scott. True story.
And now, looking at this, we have a guest panelist here. It's Ingan, a Filipino talent as well. Okay, I see where the direction is here, guys.
Okay. You know, guys, I feel great. I bought Saudi silver because I know FCAP is going to bring home the gold.
You're
You know what? That's
how you celebrate.
That's good. That's actually good.
I mean, honestly, if you guys want to talk among yourselves, it's fine because I'm the odd one here.
No,
but again,
by the way, you were Lafeltis. You were honorary a Filipino since M2. Don't you remember? Are you revoking that now?
No. It's like the Lafeltis is still there.
Of all the times to revoke it?
Of all the times, this would probably a good time. But speaking of which, how are you feeling for today's match?
I'm really excited. I was hoping, of course, FCAP to win. But I'm giving SRG 3 games because they have 3 Filipinos.
So you do feel like it's going to go all the way?
Yeah, all the way. I want to. I'm team fans for today. I don't care about the prod.
So honestly, you're here just to enjoy yourself watching the show as we see both teams coming in to the Amazon Arena. So let me just ask you this. Are you hyped seeing Kyle TZ showing up those assassins, the Sky Prince showing up those assassins as well? Do you think it's gonna be a brawler kind of match?
Super. I mean, the assassins, the Ling, the Fannies, we've seen it from both Kyle TZ and Sekai's. And this time, I think they're gonna go head to head. We're gonna see an exciting matchup, and I'm hoping for game number 7. But at the same time, I know FCAP's gonna bring home the gold.
Here's the thing, I don't think Sekai's can bring out the Fanny because, I don't know, Fanny against FCAP sounds a bit too ambitious, if I could say.
With that attitude, it is.
All right.
He does have logic on his side. Scientifically speaking, FCAP barely bans the Fanny. If anything, they would even want it to come out the other end for them too. So
that's right. It's a Kyle TZ special. That is what actually put Kyle TZ's name on the map.
Yep, in his early days under teams like Alpha Esports Pro, he's been wreaking havoc on the twin cables.
You know, honestly, we're talking about the junglers here, but Ingan, obviously you're supporting Falcon CP brand. Which player we gotta look out for?
You gotta look out for Super Marco. I mean, I've been working out with Super Marco, Pando, and Ogwen.
Did you say working out?
Yeah, working out. We're lifting iron. Yeah, okay. So those guys are really locked in. They feel more confident compared to MPL Philippines Season 13. And of course, I want to see Super Marco, in his words, durugin si Innocent. Hindi lang sa scrim, kundi sa tournament.
Yeah, sorry, I need a translation. You guys gotta help me out.
Durugin si Innocent in Filipino, in English means crush Innocent, not just in scrims, but also in the tournament.
Oh! So when you guys talk about scrims, it's fine. But when I do, it's a crime.
Yeah.
We're over that. We're done. You're good. You're clear.
Yeah.
Don't worry about
I'm
it.
not done. I'm not done.
Not until they win. No, not until
they win.
Yeah, you know what? Here's the thing. I know this is going to be an odd question. If Selangor Giants wins, how can they win? Like, what do they have to do to actually beat Falcons and Brand?
They really have to shut down Flap TZ. I mean, Flap TZ is really setting the tempo always for FCAP. And if Flap TZ is not in his zone, it can really go SRG's way.
But in experience, man, in history, the only thing that really shuts down Flap TZ is Flap TZ. A few times in the past that he actually dipped out was because of something out of his control.
Yeah, that's I was, when you asked Ingan that question, I was
good
also
answer.
looking for an answer myself. I think it's more just about bringing the best in your place. Like, maybe look at it intrinsically. Maybe shutting down Falcons AP Brand might be an ambitious I don't know.
I mean, if you want to be a champion, you have to be ambitious, right?
That's also
you need the right mindset.
That's also very true.
Shoot for the stars.
Shoot for the stars.
Shoot for the Falcons. But yeah, I think you have to really just look at this intrinsically. Fix your draft. Make sure that you are winning some matchups. If you're not going to be winning all lanes, at least win 2 out of the 3 lanes, and then have a good jungle setup. Allow Sekais to not have the jitters, especially because this is the grand finals. This is his first international tournament.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken. Yeah, so that's
I mean,
also...
technically Snapdragon, but other than that, you know.
Of this caliber, I guess.
Of this caliber, yes.
Yeah. A bit of sage advice. I don't know if this is going to be part of their game plan. It's clear that even the most aggressive team in the world, Liquid Echo, could not do it. Maybe SRG shouldn't as well. Don't out-aggro Falcons AP Bren. But that leaves the question, should you be cheeky about it? Should you try to, should you try to pull a fast one?
Yeah.
Because FCAP also does that. You remember in that same series, few would be pushing down bottom. Like, how is that happening?
No, honestly, that's true. And now, to hype things up even more, before we jump into the finals, let's actually have a little preview of the MSC finals.
Sa susunod na mga kalaban namin sa Grand Finals, alam kong lumalakas tayo, pero dyan lang kayo kasi alam naman ng lahat na Pilipinas pa rin ang pinakamalakas.
Walaupun tim Malaysia baru pertama kali menjejaki Grand Final di International Tournament, tapi kita orang akan pastikan our win streak akan keep going.
Ini masa kami. Di nyo kami matatalo.
Our pride, our passion.
Dudurugin namin kayo.
We are the Kingslayers. We are the final boss. You are next. Madaling 4-0.
Kami masih tak dikalahkan.
Lumuhod kayo sa World Champion.
Ito na ang huling laban.
Perlawanan terakhir.
Kung saan tayo magtatagpo.
Di Grand Final, di mana kita orang akan membawa balik trofi MSC. Heroes will rise.
Goosebumps. Goosebumps. Those one-liners, though. Those one-liners, though. I'm shaking. What about you guys?
You're next.
No, I'm Lapel.
It's very rare that I hear Kyle TZ's... Because again, Kyle TZ, after knowing him for a few years now, he's the kind of player that lets his actions speak louder than his words. But when he said, bow down to the world champions, that's... I want to bow down to the world champions. I mean...
Yes, sir.
Whatever you ask, say yes.
Yes, my lord.
I mean, again, looking at that video, that's quite the preview coming up. Because again, it's gonna be a best of 7 between both teams here. So honestly, Ingan, when we're talking about a best of 7, this is the thing that almost never happens. It only happened during M1.
It happened.
Is there a chance for a reverse sweep?
M5-2.
Oh, M5-2, yeah.
No, it was started about the reverse.
Oh, our full reverse.
Full reverse.
Never happened then, yeah.
Yeah, only M1.
For me, full reverse, only if FCAP's behind. But if SRG's behind,
okay,
there's no way.
Okay.
No way.
Right. Okay, you know what? For you guys at home, who do you guys got for this match? Is it Falcons AP Brand or Selangor Red Giants? Head on over to stcplay.gg right now and lock in your predictions. So, gentlemen, very quickly, we have like, what, 1 minute something before the match starts. Give help towards our viewers. Who's going to win why? Very quickly.
Okay. F cap 4-2, no cap.
4-2, no cap.
F cap 4-1. They might get, one game off, but they'll bounce back just to quickly end the series.
FCAP 4-3. I'm giving 3 to SRG because there are 3 Filipinos.
So, it's my turn now.
Yep.
Guess what? SRG 4-3, baby. I mean, honestly, like, I'm just being humble. I feel like it is going to be a 4-0, but, we got to give a little bit. But no, all jokes aside, I want it to be 4-3. Either, any team wins is going to be amazing because as a Malaysian, I do have to say, just being here is already a dream come true. But with that being said, let's get into our Dr. Sulaiman Al Habib upcoming showdown between Falcons AP Brand and Selangor Red Giants. It's surreal, man. Weeks.
Yep.
From wild card to group stage, knockout stage, and now the grand finals. And honestly, I gotta cut you off there because let's look at the stage. You guys see the countdown timer, and I hope all of you guys at home, in the stage, in the studio, no matter where you are, be prepared because we're gonna start the grand finals of MSC. We're throwing it over to Maracino as well as Dawood Sandstorm.
Right now, I feel really happy and proud with myself and my team since we are achieving this kind of level. So we are really proud. We just need to be focused and be more prepared in our discipline. So, and also our stamina. That's really important for the BO7.
I think we're the ones who's gonna beat them in the grand finals. So they won't be undefeated anymore.
Now another immobile. Lydia onto the backside. Flop teasing with a dive again under the base. What are they gonna do? MP gets knocked up and the prediction right into the quad shadow. What are they made of? Falcons aim.
I think our play style against SRG is that we are better at macro and micro.
To Falcon Brands, I'm really excited to meet you guys. But let's give our best and may the best win.
From shadows they emerge, unknown and unseen, forging their path from where they've been. From weakness to strength, they'll rise anew, transforming their fate, destined to pursue. See the world, their journey unfolds. Through trials and triumphs, their story is told. As the dark night falls, they'll defy. For in the depths of darkness,
After 87 games from 42 matches held in a span of 12 days, we finally reached the culmination of this competition.
From the simple yet brutally legendary wildcard stage to the unfathomable, competitive landscape-shifting tournament events of the group stage and the flurry of do-or-die matches of the knockout stage, we are down to the final 2 teams.
2 teams that still hold the key that symbolize their journey.
2 teams who have finally arrived at their last stop on their journey to see the world.
Ladies and gentlemen,
أيها السيدات والسادة,
welcome to the Amazon Arena. The best of 7 grand final, the final battle of MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup is about to unfold.
And by the end of today, we will celebrate the team that will rightfully hoist the coveted MSC 2024 trophy. So without further ado, let us welcome our grand finalists.
Introducing first, from the blue side, the reigning defending world champions from the Philippines, Falcons AP Brand. The Bees have never been this close to claiming the only title that has eluded them for years. After exacting revenge against their Filipino rivals, they're finally 4 victories away from making history as one of the winningest teams in MLBB history. Introducing first, the M5 Finals MVP, their explainer, Flap TZ. Filling the jungle, the golden boy, Kyle TZ. Playing mid is the timeless idol, Few. Manning the roam position is the master, Ogwin. And finally, the bulletproof gold laner himself, Super Marco. Falcons AP Brand are looking to bring home Philippines' 4th MSC trophy.
And their opponents on the red side, hailing all the way from Malaysia, the unscathed, the undefeated Selangor Red Giants! These giants, gracing us with their presence on the Amazon Arena, are continuing their undefeated journey, going on 106 days. And now, they are 1 best of 7 away. They are 1 match away from continuing this streak. And by the end of the day, if they manage to tower over their opponents, they will hoist the trophy, going on 107 days of undefeated glory. And now, we introduce our players. First of all, their XP laner, the handyman, Cram! In the jungle, the Sky Prince, Sakai's. Manning the mid is the Mage Prodigy, Stormy! And filling the roam position, the highlight maker, Yooms! And finally, the beast in the gold lane, Innocent! They have made history by giving Malaysia their first ever grand final appearance. And now they are looking to top it all off with a grand final championship title.
This is gonna be one epic battle because only one team will get to keep their key to unlock the MSC trophy.
That's right. Falcons, AP Bren, Selangor Red Giants. It is time to take your seats, for the battle is about to begin on the land of dawn, and the fates of your keys will be decided by the end of today.
And now the players are about to do their ping test with the best gaming phone in the world, fit for champions. That's Asus ROG, powered by Snapdragon 8 Gen 3 mobile platform.
That's right. Asus ROG is the official gaming phone of MSC 2024. And my God, what a journey this has been. But it is not the end of our journey with all the MLBB action, is it?
Absolutely. We're all in for a treat because right after MSC 2024, we have 12 teams from 11 regions gracing the stage to shine for MWI 2024.
That's right. It is a celebration featuring female pro players, breaking barriers and redefining esports, and that will take place starting July 24th here in the Amazon Arena in Riyadh at the Esports World Cup.
Now, this is history in the making. We have the Giants from Malaysia, first time in the grand finals of the international tournament, bringing pride and joy to Malaysia. But they're gonna have a tough match because they're gonna go up against a team, Falcons AP Bren, with this roster, never losing an international grand finals.
And they are now one step away from writing their names in the history books. The Amazon Arena is set, the players are ready, and I think it's time to get the show on the road and to get this best of 7 started, because I can't wait anymore. I need to know who will be crowned the champion of MSC 2024.
Let's get this on, panel. Time to shine.
Let me just say, am I allowed to feel nervous at this point? Because, I don't know, I got mixed feelings here. It's like happiness, excitement, nervous,
anxiety,
scared. It's all
confusion.
Confusion, thank you very much.
Light.
The what?
The light.
Ennui.
The light, the dark, all of it.
Malaise.
Malaise?
Yeah, it's the general, my mom taught me this term, it's a general feeling of uncomfortability.
Oh.
I just have malaise.
Oh, really?
I don't know how to feel about that.
I hate perfect timing for this joke.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Look it up.
Look it up, it's a real word.
It is a real word. It's me, I'm a Malay.
But you're just Malay, no, you're not Malays.
With that being said, drafting. We gotta talk about the similarities first, right?
Okay.
Because let's talk about the coaches.
Okay.
You guys have talked about how both of them used to be in the same team. They know each other well. They should know each other well in this draft.
You know how else this dichotomy between SRG and FCAP go?
Sure.
They also both have 2 tacticians that were former roamers for their teams that both respectfully played for MPLs.
Yep.
Ozorovecki for Geek Fam and
right.
Coach Treb for then BSB.
That's right. Coach Treb, he was on as Trevor. I think he retired playing as a roamer, but when he played in the MPL, it was actually a side laner slash roamer where they kind of swap. Because back then in season, 5?
This was before Project Next.
This was before Project Next when
roles were a little more fluid.
Yeah, everybody was very fluid. You have to be flexible for you to get into MPL, you know?
Yeah, which brings up a conversation I had with Coach Vecchi about 2 or 3 days ago. I had breakfast with him, and he said that the reason why Filipino teams are so successful is because we focus so much on macro. Filipino teams are so good at macro that even if a lot of conditions change, they're so consistent that they get so much success, regardless of where you drop them.
With that being said, we got to talk about the drafts here. Falcon AP Brand is going to be on blue side. Selangor Red Giants on the red. Valentina band up as well as Chip. So Ingan, looking at the draft here, what do you think is going to be the first priority for Falcons AP Brand?
Falcons AP Brand, if of course the Luyi is open, no chance that Few is not going to pick that up. And apart from that, of course, the Roger of Super Marco is a good prio pick. And apart from that, of course, the Ling of Kyle TZ.
We got to look at the Angela as well. If the Angela is up, both teams can definitely utilize that hero very well.
a lot of good vehicles for the Angela, as I would call it. There goes the Ling, for example. Nolan is an assassin that can actually receive the Angela, but it's not
It's not the
suggested.
best. Not the best.
Not the best because you go in and out. You
Yeah.
want to stay in that area. For example, go for the Baksha. You have Roger.
Yep.
It's actually a great vehicle.
Which is still up, by the way.
Yep.
So now you're looking for the trade. There's so many hot commodities still left on the draft. This is, I feel like I'm uncomfortable being given this option right now.
Harif being banned up. Inga, do you think this is a good idea coming in from Selangor Giants to deny Super Marco of the Harif?
I mean, in a way it's good, but at the same time, there's still the Roger, there's still the Moskov that Super Marco is really known for using. So still it's strategic ban, but not the best ban for me.
All right. And now looking at this, looks like both teams are taking their time. So they're using all this time to really figure out the rest of the draft. Falcons AP Brand betting on the Luyi.
Yep. There you go. So you're looking for the trade. You're looking for what's left.
Roger
Blue
Ali.
side has been winning, what, 60% overall from the wild card up until now in general.
All right. Now we got a player quote coming in from Gorgeous. The secondary EXP for Selangor Giants. Others have looked down on us. To be this strong as a Malaysian team and to have other teams look at us as a threat, it feels good.
Yep. I'm sure that they're feeling good. Right now, you have to choose Roger or Ling, or maybe
let them both.
Let them both open. Ban Terizla, actually, instead.
Oh, yeah.
Although they can pick it up, actually, second pick. So.
And that'll put Flap TZ in an odd position. He doesn't have the Trizla, doesn't have the Arlot. And there it is.
Hey, great minds think alike.
Yes, sir.
The Zhong is still open.
Yep.
Just
so
saying.
You pick up the Roger, and now, okay, so that's a priority for FCAP. Now it's Ling
Angela?
Moskov. Ling Angela is great. Yeah.
They left it open.
They left it open. They purposely left it open.
Could this be on purpose?
I think it's on purpose.
100% on purpose.
Yeah, there's no way they didn't catch that.
So I would say Ling Angela is top, and then next best thing is maybe Ling and Moskov.
Because it would be kind of a bad idea to let Roger and Ling be in the same
There you go.
team,
That's
right?
Angeling. It's got to be.
It's got to be
Yep.
Angeling.
What are you feeling after seeing the first 3 picks for both teams?
I mean, Sek is, even without the Angela, is always activated. But with this Angela pick,
It's too good.
too good.
But what I am going to say here is this allows for Falcons AP Brand to lean hard on finding solutions. There could be worse places, right?
Yeah.
There could be worse positions wherein you get the Angeling and then you don't have any room to pick up the answers.
So you pick up what? Farsa Yuzhong here?
I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, good news,
Julian,
good news, bad news. Good news, you got the Angela. Bad news is that Stormy is not on a hero that can usually carry the game by himself.
Barats instead. This is the early curveball. In a way, it's still pretty much open. The big guy passive's not kicked in yet.
Tiny Dino, big problem.
I love it. Big problems in many ways because you can put it in the XP, put it in the jungle. Roger's still open. Julian's also open. This is FCAP, and the F means flexible.
Triple flex in blue.
Actually, it means Falcon. Just
to clarify.
Yeah, it's Falcon.
Triple flex in blue.
So you get Moskov, right? If you are SRG, so that you're safe in many situations.
Both good targets for the Angela.
Got him. All right.
Moskov being picked up here. I'm really thinking that Selangor Giants should have a very aggressive roamer because I feel like the moment they lose the mid lane, Sakai's not going to have a good time. So whatever next pickup is going to be, they got to make sure that the jungle is relatively safe.
Yeah. Whew. It's difficult to be in the spot of SRG because you don't know what to ban at this point because all lanes are kind of open. So you
Julian
just
could
have
be
to.
mid.
But Julian can be played.
Yeah, but meaning to say, like, if you ban the mid lane, then maybe the Julian can go mid, right? If you ban...
All right.
Yeah,
Okay,
that's what I mean, like the
So
triple
you
flex.
force one of the heroes to
Yeah.
be hard locked in one spot. I like how you think, Lafel, and they do by the fair miss for FCAP. There's this argument that you want to ban Lolita against this because SRG plays that so well, but I think Minotaur as well as Tigreal will be as scary because
What about a Grok?
Grok is great. How about the Ruby though?
Oh yeah, Ruby.
Yeah, Yuzhong instead is going to be another vehicle for the Angela.
Yeah,
it's gonna be also very scary. Additionally for SRG, Do they double down on the mid bans?
If they do, what do they ban? Like Aurora? Or
Lilia, maybe.
Lilia, yes. Honestly, Lilia is probably a very good ban here.
Yeah.
Because if the Lilia is there, and then say this Baras goes EXP, and then the EXP is won by the Baras, then it's just like you have many open doors for FCAP,
right.
and it's just not gonna be a fun time for SRG.
Yep. Oh, dang.
Hey, okay.
Interesting.
What about Yums using the Cho? Is this?
Yeah,
is this Choable? I mean, the Barats might be. The Barats might be annoying, but you know, it should be Choable.
Choable, yeah. I think Yums is that kind of player where every game is choable.
You know what? I agree. He's the highlight maker.
Yeah.
So,
Leo, looking at drafts here, what are you feeling like?
The triple flex from FCAP is still leaving them with clear options, right? They can, again, react to what comes out. And SRG here reverts to the Edith. No need to bring out the Ruby. I think the Ruby would suck,
I mean,
honestly.
it's a flex.
It still is a flex, yes.
Rome could go EXP.
Could XP, could be Rome. Where this leaves FCAP is to possibly, even after these 2 picks, leave up 1 flex row still.
Yeah.
Like, you will still not be sure.
Like in the Kaja for FCAP.
They gotta. I was thinking the Kaja would have popped up this early, but given that SRG did not ban it, all the more they have a priority.
Yeah.
Are they overloaded enough on CC that they would even, you know, be okay with like a Minotaur or something?
Yeah.
Right? Like that's
yeah.
That's plenty.
Or even a Matilda to go with the Barretts, right?
To deliver the Barretts.
Yeah, that's right. But there's a world where it's like, yep, there you go.
All right, Minotaur Hayabusa. So this is going to be a Ingan, what do you feel like after seeing the full lineup from Falcons AB brand?
I feel like it's more of a balanced lineup. Again, you have the sustain plus the crowd control. And of course, the flexibility of Kyle TZ to actually dominate with the Hayabusa in the early game. So I'm liking the lineup so far of Falcons AP Brand.
They shut down the flex, right? You all know where they're going, but the whole switcheroo still.
Kind of need a lot of vision here from SRG to... Like, because you have the Angela, right? You have the Edith. I don't know if this Edith is going to the Rome or the XP. Probably better at the XP at this point.
If you're looking for vision, that has to be the XP.
How about a Borg for SRG?
The X.
They're still checking bushes the old-fashioned way, though.
Yeah, that's true. It's the CC.
CC, yeah.
Oh, so greedy SRG.
There's no vision, my dog.
3 farm-dependent cores.
Here's the thing. It's a cram special. With that being said, thank you very much, Ingan, for your services here. Thank you very much to our analysts. And now, I hope our casters, Mirko and get in already because we're throwing over to the first game of the Grand Finals.
Thank you, analysts. Thank you, analysts. This is the moment. This is the time for the Grand Finals. This is going to be a best of 7. Let me remind everybody here, the final bosses, the toughest challenge here in the competitive MLBB space, and it's going to be Falcons AP Brand against Selangor Red Giants.
Both these teams, they've had their journeys through hell and back to reach the Grand Finals. And here it is, a best of 7 to end it once and for all.
I don't know, but it's looking like you're playing against gods, man. When you're thinking of FCAP, you're thinking about soaring high as we jump on into the Land of Dawn to commence game number 1. Oh boy, Falcons AP Brand on the blue side, Selangor Red Giants on the red.
Straight off into the game we go here. For Selangor Red Giants, they've conquered the Sky Kings in the group stages. Now sitting on their throne, they challenge the gods of the game.
And honestly, if they are going to challenge the gods of the game, this is a particularly interesting way of doing so, right? Again, how we're going to expect to see Selangor Red Giants to attack Falcons AP Brand is winning out on these lanes and maybe setting up some dive opportunities. So Falcons AP Brand, they're great at responding.
We were talking about earlier, right, in the drafts, about Selangor Red Giants towards the ending of the drafts. They really didn't have any prio, and that's why I think, even though it's greedy, the CC pick is great, because it does give him the prio in lane up against FlapTZ, and this is something you want to try to utilize. That's the reason Liquid Echo were able to beat them in the Grand Finals, having a winning lane, but Kyle TZ wants to change that, has the Shadow kill, the Purify gets put out there, Cram gonna be solo kill up top, assassinated. Skies looking for a play, time of the Blaze with the Retribution, down he comes down, over to Kyle TZ, goes for the Blaze, but Kyle takes him out with the Shurikens.
It's too fast, too quick. Falcons AP Brett with the help of Ogwen to speed up Calteezy's farm. Hits that level 4 and an awkward timing, and honestly the most critical timing for the EXP laners. With that being said, Flapteezy is going to get a free recall off of this, and Sky slowed down on his farm. Not exactly the most ideal, especially costing 2 kills. That's a lot of goal for Kyle so early on.
Definitely not, man. The fact that Calteezy on a Hayabusa has 2 kills, a level lead already, right before the turtle even spawns. You would expect SRG with the CC in lane to have more prio for the turtle, but now that he's been taken down, now that Few can walk up and pop it in the hash chain and knock him up and even zone him away. The missiles too, Crab brought back, no Purify. And Falcons AP Bren, they'll be happy just with that trade.
This is really good stuff from the side of Falcons AP Bren, right? Stormy is here to kind of help recover Cram's lane, but at the same time, he's leveled down, and Flapteezy as well as Few making sure that he's not going to be able to participate for the upcoming fight, even setting up the proxy.
This is what's great about Falcons AP Bren, right? The fact that even when they have prio, they don't rush into neutral objectives. They still take their time, go for the buffs, get Calteezy in a more comfortable spot. And now they have the level 4 advantage. Sky's going in, not able to get in there in time. Jetson is well good, predicted Sky stunned up, pinned down on the wall for Kyle to take him out. 3-0 start for the Hayabusa.
Great hit with the Daytona's welcome. They didn't give them a single frame so that he could use the Tempest of Blades. Chain CC perfectly. This is why they are the final boss. It feels unfair. They always play pixel perfect.
Feels very unfair, it seems. But, I mean, we saw in an interview what Flapteezy said literally boils down to, I'm better. We're better on the macro, we're better on the micro, is what he said in the interview.
Every single time that we see these teams play, we're just hoping that something is going to change, right? And I think that SRG, now that they've kind of lost tempo and losing out, and the most important thing, which is their lanes, can they bounce back? But first, the game fact.
This is the bulletproof man himself. Super Marco tops MSC 2024 with the lowest average deaths per game at 0.77, then followed by Few.
I think, to be fair, Few got done a little dirty with his stats only because he's put on a Julian of all things. But hey, still, Bulletproof Marco's still living up to his moniker. At this point in time, let's have a look at the items to see who has got what. And it looks like, oh, interesting. Calteezy might be rushing for the Sky Piercer now that he's got quite the substantial lead for himself before finishing off the Hunter Strike.
Taking their time, it seems. I mean, for most of them, especially in the bottom lane, Innocent, he knows that this is not a winning matchup. He wants to just scale up. Doesn't really want to go for a lot of the skirmishes. So he goes for the Warrior Boots here up top. Cram pops in a Purify, has the hard guard to get him now. Sky trying to go for the chase. Calteezy goes to the quad shot on the back line as Few is able to disengage. Flapteezy rotates over, providing cover. Flicker forward by Flap. Really trying to get Skies there to punish him, but now that's a big flicker, big ultimate down. 12 seconds for the next neutral objective.
Still, the hard guard's not going to be back up when this turtle fight does commence, right? And at the end of the day, it still feels like FCAP is trading up. They're still taking away camps from Skies at this point of time. The real question is, when exactly do they actually want to commence a full-blown team fight?
No Detonus welcome. The missiles does connect onto Cram, who's going to be dealing a lot of damage now with the Curtains call onto Falcons AP Bren. 2-level lead on Calteezy. Skies hovering over Cram again, doing some damage. Minus Fury by Ogwen. Knock 2 members off straight into the enhanced sight. Calteezy secures the retribution. Now Kyle just jumps back and forth. 2-0 in kills 2.
This early game is completely disastrous. Falcon to AP Bren, they're going to be able to control this for the next 8 minutes or so. And I think that's Slanger Red Giant. Oh, I mean, they're trying, but at the end of the day, right, they've been slowed down significantly. Look at this.
1v4 in the bottom lane with a hard guard down. Innocent trying to run away, gets chopped down, and he got taken out inside of the belly.
It's too tough. It's too tough. Look at the priority, right? Falcons AP Brent pushing up the tempo, and nobody can really win 1v1 anymore, right? Slanger Red Giants now getting punished for their greedy lineup. This is going to cost them and potentially cost them game number 1. But let's have a look at the hero matchups here, because right now, the actual win rate compared to the theoretical win rate, 100% for Skies.
Retribution earlier, Calteezy was able to steal away, now jumps into the quad shadow, gets pinned down, but is able still to escape. These little mistakes, but the instant recovery from Falcons AP Bren.
I mean, like Leo likes to mention, right? It's a game of inches. And Falcons AP Brent,
millimeters
right now,
at this point.
They're playing with feet, right? They're extending their lead even further. And at this point of time, when we look at the items, I think, you know, at least for Flapteasy, he's playing it safe, right? Go for the Dom Ice. You're already up against the CC. He's not going to greed out and go for the War Axe straight away. But the real concern is that Kyle is already 4-0-1. And not to mention, even few, just poking people out with enhanced size, good enough.
Oh, Shadow Kill, the Sky Piercer execute, takes him out. Even with the Heart Guard, Stormy couldn't save him. And this is what's special, I would say, about Flap. He knows exactly, wait, up top, Bulletproof Marco. Trying to go into 1v1 against the Assassin, and Skies is forced back. Flapteasy! Flickers forward, Nom into the wall, straight onto Super Marco. Ogwin knocks him up. And he takes the kill with the small hammer he has.
Oh man, Falcons AP Brent making this look easy. What a lead that they've generated for themselves. Slango Red Giants, they have to forfeit every single time Falcons AP Brent takes space. You gotta give it away. There's no point fighting this early on, especially when you're 8-0 in total kill score. But not only that, look at that level lead.
That's few. That's the mid lane, who's on an Assassin. He can't even, clear these waves usually. But here in this matchup, he's been able to find so much prio, and that's why you see that damage. Golden Staff, at least for Innocent, we're seeing him get towards the item. Power Spike, Cram, gonna dash away. Yost with the flicker forward, onward, and the Earth Shatter. But Miss Fury catches 4 on the board, knock up 2. Kyle shut down by Cram. Now on the chase, it's Flapteasy running away for his life. But Super Marco on the Lycan form. Yost brought back to the team. Another Earth Shatter to knock them up for Innocent. To continue, the spear hits.
You know, what am I doing here, right? What am I even doing here? A forfeit, give up space. Yeah, I take it all back. Just play pixel perfect. Kill Kyle Teasy while he still has his ult. Don't give him a frame to react.
And they're on the board. The momentum slowly shifting, but if we take a look at the goal lead, Gideon, it's still massively in favor of Falcons AP Brent, still flying across the skies, looking down at the Red Giants.
I think at this point, when we're looking at SRG, their main winning factors is can they drag this out long enough so that people like Innocent, people like Sakai can actually catch up to get that critical mass. But unfortunately, it's going to be a little slow, so we're paying attention to Yums and his battle spells. Whenever he has it up, he is looking for an opportunity to lock down Kaltizi like he did previously.
It's all about Yums still. It almost seems like in games before the grand finals, every time he's on to Eden, every time he has a flicker, he'll use it. Just like that. Now the kite back up against Flapteasy, who decided not to commit the death on his welcome. And we get to take a look at the items here again for the in-game equipment. Flapteasy, like you said, taking the utility route on this game. Dominance Ice straight into the Sky Guardian helmet. He knows exactly what this pick is meant to do. It's meant to frontline for Super Marco, for Kyle. And we're seeing that with the Quad Shadow and the Shadow Kill into the back line right now, doing a lot of damage. Cram needs a photo proc. Kyle's able to escape with a Quad Shadow, dodging away from the Earth Shatter that was well placed by Yums.
This gives a lot of information, right? Kyle TZ, he's already so far ahead. As long as he doesn't die, that's totally okay, right? Yes, he did lose a couple of Sky Piercer stacks, but it doesn't mean that he isn't like level 13, 9 minutes into the game compared to Sky's full 3 levels ahead of the man. It's tough to argue, but at this point in time, we're just hoping and waiting to see whether the Heart Guard is going to get dropped.
Again, these Quad Shadows by Kyle, using it just to poke, slowly but surely. They bit out the curtain call though. Cram, no ultimate. Wait, Kyle TZ
No, they don't spot a few.
Seems like they're trying to just sneak this one in. So long Red Giants still focus on their own purple buff. And even then, it's forced out by Flapteasy. Retribution still there for them. Minus Fury into the Debtors. Welcome, canceling out the Minus Fury there. And it's going to be the knock up to Cake Yums down. Now into the back line. Time to Blaze. Knock a few up straight into Skies' Blaze. Flapteasy going to be taken down. That's a double for Skies. Looking for a triple as he marches forward. Skies continues the onslaught. Kyle forces the Shadow Kill. Super Marco chases Innocent in the back line right now. It's Kyle. It's in a 1v3. No Shadow Kill, but he does have the Quad Shadow. Going back and forth. Super Marco goes in and finds the Lycan Pounce. Skies looking for it. The spear catches him. Skies finds an unofficial Maniac.
Oh my goodness! How did it end up like this? Falcons AP Brent, they lost sight of what exactly they were fighting for. They already had the objective that they wanted to. They wanted to extend their lead. They may have shown a bit of disrespect, but Slango Red Giants made it messy, kind of split them apart. Keep in mind, Falcons AP Red, they don't mind diving, but they still have to maintain that front to back. And if the damage lands on the correct targets, like Innocent, like Cram, who as of right now is catching up real fast with the Brute Force Breastplate. Now, after the early game, he's 1-3-6, but the same goal, if not more, than Flapteasy.
That's some scary stuff right now. The scaling of SRG, the CC the Ling, the Moskov. It's a very greedy lineup for SRG, but if they are able to somehow find those gold resources and place them onto these three members, it'll be very scary in the late game. Even the CC, he'll be able to actually withstand a 1v1 against Kaltizi. I think maybe he might go for the winner Crown Fu. And then later on in the side lanes, maybe Kyle will have to send over another member, maybe with Few together to really deal with him.
I think they got to start changing their habits up here for the side of Falcons AP Brand. It looks like SRG has a bit of a read on them, and at the end of the day, it's all about landing the damage on the correct targets. I think better yet... Oh, hold on. Does he want to go for the info? Yes, he does. He's all 5.
Flask of the Oasis is still there, though, and he'll be able to escape with the Quad Shadow. Skies goes in, the chase in the back line. Tempest of Blaze knocking him up right into the Spear response. Skies finds the assassination in the back base. Few out. Super Marco with a gun down. Finding the shutdown back, and it will be a trade. Both junglers down, but Innocent wants to continue. Pin down Yums. Finds an Earth Shatter. Stormy in the back line going to be taken down by Flap as he stops him on the ground. But take a look at Yums and Innocent, who is still free hitting. Gets caught by the enhanced sight. There's a Flask of the Oasis from Ogwin's motivation roar, but Cram is still able to escape. Few and Ogwin now with Marco on the chase. Flicker forward. The Lycan pounce will not give anything for Cram to deal with him. Innocent in a 1v3, that one with a nature as well. Jumps forward, Super Marco buys it with a nature, scratches him down, and finds the double.
He tries to outplay it. That's going to be a full wipeout here. A double kill for Super Marco. What an interesting approach. Slanger Red Giants make a play of their own to take out Kyle, reset his Sky Piercer stacks, but unfortunately, Few is quite a problem. These extended fights are working out much better for Falcons AP Bread thanks to the Julian. He doesn't have to wait for a long ultimate. He just needs 8 seconds.
And now Minotaur. Ogwin has the winner crown, Gideon. That's the combo we were waiting for with the Minotaur, especially when they're snowballed. Yums, Earth Shatter R2, but the Minion's Fury knocks them up. Cram gets thrown away. The Spirit of Destruction into the back line. Yums try to survive now, even with the Shadow kill. Skies no purple buff, still desperately going for it. Tempest of Blaze now on the Super Marco. Skies finds the shutdown. Now it's a Kyle. It's Skies who continues the fight. And now onto the Lord he goes. Cram in a 1v3, trying to deal some damage. Stormy tries to heal him from across the wall. Skies finds it. Now with the Finch poise over the Few. He continues the damage with the winner crown. Saves him for a bit. Few trying to chase him down. Sky's still surviving. Cram with a cleanup, and Few will be taken down.
Are you not entertained? Game number 1 from an abysmal early game. Somehow SRG are the ones who bounce back. Skies makes a play of a lifetime, and Ling, you can't count him out.
You can never count them out. Sky's in the mid lane now, trying to take the tier 2, and he will be able to do so. He started this game 0-3. He didn't have a purple buff in that team fight.
He didn't, but he does now have 4 items. He's scaled up finally. And honestly, he has more farm than Kyle after having a 4-0 start. And they're cracking open the inhibitors. And I think that SRG, they got to call it quits at some point.
Kyle with the damage, jumps onward forward. Earth Shadow Flicker combos, guys. Trying to capitalize on this. Has the Tempest of Blaze, dodges away from them. His Fury catches Super Marco, but now gets chain CC'd. So able to survive for a bit. Nommed down by Flap TZ. Shut down by Flap. Stormy caught in the immobilization as Kyle finishes him off. And finally, Falcons AP Bren, they find the chance to slow it all down again.
I think it doesn't matter, right? With more people dying at this point in time, we look at the waves and we can understand, unless... No, he wouldn't.
What? Innocent? He tried to Spear Destruction, doesn't get that Few! Deletes him from the Lanadon. Now it's a wipeout for Falcons AP Bren.
Why overheat? Why overheat? They could have just reset off of this. The waves were in a position where they couldn't get punished, and now they're definitely going to be losing something off of this. Sky's coming back up in 1 and Stormy in 1 as well. They could try 1v3 once more.
No purple buff though. Again, same problem for him. Does seem like for Yums, he will be able to just pressure them away from that mid turret, but the base turret will be taken down already. Sky's barely dodging away, doesn't want to commit the Tempest of Blaze just yet, buys the Rose Gold Meteor in time, and Falcons AP Bren will be happy just with the 2 base turret stick.
I'm telling you, Mirko, this game is starting to look like a war of attrition now. It's like I trade 1 inhibitor Falcons AP Brand, we're gonna take 2, which begs the question, what is SRG's response? No purple buff once again from both of these assassins, and Kyle in particular, with that purple buff, is gonna be able to do a lot more in these tight situations. 30 more seconds. As we look at the items, we're seeing that the biggest problem at this point of time is the fact that, hey, if we want to get into these fights, Ogun, you gotta have your flicker back up. And Yums, his is coming up in 16 seconds, but with a Holy Crystal on top of everything else from Few, that really begs the question, can Innocent truly outplay everybody without the help of the Heart Guard?
A game of millimeters, a game of inches. SRG and Falcons AP Bren. So far for both of these teams, they're still able to keep the far lane base turret intact. So they'll still have an advantage to play with, technically. I think Falcons AP Bren with the mid lane constantly pushing in. Now this is a point where Yums onward in the Earth Shatter over to Flapteezy. Just with a little bit of poke from Innocent. No teams wanting to go for it, but my question is, Gideon, is this good for SRG? Do they want the mid lane to actually be pushing towards them so that Innocent, so that Cram, so that even Skies can keep farming up, getting those resources?
I don't know. I think that SRG, they want to fight for this, right? I think they know that once the Lord starts crashing in towards their Crystal, it's going to be really difficult to high ground defense. Keep in mind, Stormy is playing Angela. Now, Angela is not known to have the greatest wave clear.
Oh. First Shadow Flicker combo, ulted onward flop! Finds the backline with the Detonas. Welcome now straight into Kyle Teasy. With a shadow kill, used up in the back line, able to back away. Skies chasing them all with the Finch poise, running him down now with the Temple of Blades as well. Kyle able to dodge away from the knockup, but will not be able to dodge away from the rest of the Blades. Meanwhile, it's a knockup and a 2 straight into Cram, who's going ham with a yo-yos. And Skies somehow finds a way to escape, but the base was wide open.
A clean back door coming in from Falcons AP Brand. SRG, they show that they can go toe-to-toe with some of their best, but when it comes down to the macro, when it comes down to that lead, Falcons AP Brand just show, hey, you got to get on our level. You got to have some polish, kids.
Composure. The calmness to pull that off. In a skirmish that looked like it was pure 50-50, in a skirmish where it looked like SRG were gonna win, they said, nah, I'd segue.
It's tough. I think it's really, really tough considering all the action-packed fights that we're having here. We're so much focus on the micro from the side of SRG. It's really difficult to see the entirety of the map, but I think our analysts can do a better job at breaking down this game. Analysts, please take it away.
Can we just say the first game here already set expectations for this grand finals? Because I don't know about you, gentlemen, but when you're asking me what game number 1 was going to look like, I don't think it would look like that.
Yeah, no, it was high risk, high reward for SRG. And again, if you want to achieve something great, such as defeating the world champions, you gotta think outside the box. You gotta think outside where the box was even made.
Because here's the thing, like, I was almost thinking that Falcons AP Brand might have a flawless game, right? No deaths and everything, but then Slaughter Giants fought back, and at the end of the day, it's not who has the better team fight.
Yep.
Few just ended the game.
And most importantly, you can see SRG with this set play where it is going to be either Cram or this Edith coming out from Yums to start the fights, and then they will force Kaltizi to maybe pop the Quad Shadow, or it kind of feels like there's someone who forces the ultimate coming out from Kyle, and then in comes the Angeling, which, man, it's still pretty strong. I believe that even when Falcons AP Brand won this game, they probably will not let go of both the Angeling.
Let me just say as well, Selangor Giants, as good as they look going up against Falcons AP Brand, what were those mistakes? Especially towards the end of the game when they're pushing. If they were, maybe a little bit relaxed, could have been a little bit better.
I'll tell you, Lafel, you mentioned it already. The beginning and the end are where they made their most mortal sins. Number 1, they drafted very greedy.
Yes.
They have very little wave clear, very little vision that they can actively throw out to protect this very late game-centric lineup. And then second is towards the end. Again, Coach Vecchi knows that PH teams are so good at macro. They got so consumed by the team fight that they forgot. Few tried to do this just a couple of days ago.
Yeah. I mean, the thing is, Stormy did go back, but that's an Angela,
Yeah.
Maybe it was a Lilia or something, maybe.
Exactly. There's clearly the only, if you think about it, the only legitimate wave clear that SRG has is when Edith pops the ultimate.
Oh.
probably will, but obviously that's not gonna happen. CC clears the lane slowly.
Oh yeah.
Moskov takes his time, but again in the late game, maybe if you angle it properly, you're gonna clear it better, you know.
And even with Edith, you're also besides the skills, your basic attacks you still hit one at a time.
Exactly. So, yeah, we did say that there was a glaring problem. Man, imagine if they just had X-Borg.
But here's the thing. It almost worked out. They were already in the base, but they forced it.
Man.
If they didn't force it, could have looked different.
I hate to tell you this, but in the grand finals, almost will never caught it.
Yeah. Now I guess maybe 3 mortal sins, right? Beginning, the end, and that last one, the push, the force push at the bottom.
Yeah. But still, you know, I gotta say, though, that was... When Gideon asked, "Are you not entertained?" Man, I was.
Oh yeah, it was definitely entertaining.
It was definitely entertaining.
It's so entertaining that even we watching, like off camera, like we will tell you guys, we went through our own cycle of emotions.
Yes. There was a video
I don't know how to
footage of
feel.
it.
Yeah.
There was a video footage of it.
It's rolling now.
Yeah, but again, honestly, like I like the risky draft because again, like we had this talk. Leo, if you don't take the risk, how are you going to defeat the world champions? It's just that I kind of feel like when it comes to the gameplay, ending the game, like I feel like 2 or 3 times SRG got wiped out where they really shouldn't have.
And once FCAP got wiped out, which I think was what sunk my stomach. What really, that roller coaster of emotions where they're like, oh no, they can win, they can do this. Yeah. And Wolf and I would have to eat our words because even ending and concluding the draft, I was like, yo, that's super greedy.
Yep.
And maybe through the sheer team fighting skills, they could have gotten away with it, but...
Yeah. Nevertheless, if there was a team that I would allow to be greedy, I think now SRG has proven their worth for that regard. Because I think that they have a clear idea of what they want to start. If you look at the game and just dissect it, you're going to see a pattern coming up from SRG, which kind of tells me this is a set play that they have rehearsed so much and they know from 0 to 100 and they execute it properly, actually.
Honestly, I want to know a little bit more about that. Can you show us with Bob, with the telestrator, what you mean?
Yep. Okay. So thank you for allowing me to do this, actually. Let's just rewind. This is a T-fight that eventually Bren won, but it was a testament to how good the angeling was and the fact that it was SRG. And Bob doesn't want to rewind. Well, now he's rewinding. Okay, so
thanks, Bob.
This is us rewinding this. Okay, so first off, you can see that it is Kyle TZ in this spot. Well, you cannot see him because he is under
he's in Oki Shadow.
So
yeah.
Yep, but that means that he activated his ultimate. So that is a launch pad. The guys identifies, okay, you don't have an ultimate, you did. And there is a lot of stuff that's happening onto the backlines. FCAP actually chose to chase, and they were able to do it. Now, in this time, we don't even need to highlight anything. This is more about like min-maxing from both teams. In fact, all players are God mode in this case. Look at how they go in and out. Innocent was amazing. Few was really, you know, toying with death. Super Marco was going in and out, making sure that he has the Lycan Pounds. Ogwin as well, utilizing his teammates.
Ooh.
And now they will not turret juggle. They will juggle Innocent.
It was a rope-a-dope. It was an alley-oop. And if I'm not mistaken, there was a...
beautiful.
A sliver of a second, a nanosecond, wherein Cram went... I think he wanted to throw some spell vamp out and then maybe survive and then give the kill over to Innocent.
That's right.
But there were, if I'm not mistaken, 3 members of Falcon's AP Bren there, and I think they thought one went back. So again, take risks where you can, because if you want to beat the world champions, that's how you do it.
I gotta say, this kind of games is where Super Marco gets the name Bulletproof. But with that being said, we gotta look at our Sony MVP, and it's gonna be few on this Julian. And I gotta say, he did a lot. Like, damage, escaping death.
Ended the game
setting
single-handedly.
up, ending the game. Dude, he did it all.
Yeah, I believe that Few is so much of an expert in this Julian, in a way that the entire team kind of became very comfortable on how he plays the Julian. And I'm saying that because the chain stuns coming out from Falcon's AP Bren were perfect. They're utilizing either Ogwin first, or it will be Few first, and then they will get the damage output done, and then they go in and out. I believe that Few should not be given the Julian. In fact, I would say Falcon's AP Bren are way too comfortable picking up the Julian because 2 people can pick it up.
Would you say that it's a detriment to allow it to open? Like, it's your loss if you leave it open?
I would say yes.
Ban it out then.
Yeah, I would say yes. And
start.
Same can be said though about the angeling. maybe take out one of the two components.
Just at least one.
Just at least one. I think between Angela and Ling, I think, especially because you're playing up against SRG, just bet the Ling, right?
Yeah, I would agree. Because again, Ingan said it himself, even without the Angela, he's activated, right? So with the Ling, it just makes the problem bigger. But we got to talk about our MVP here, 8 KDA, 751 GPM. And remember, the only guy that has a lower death count than him is just Super Marco.
Isn't that poetic that a hero such as Julian is now one of the specialty heroes of few who is in the early game super strong? He played even before Season 1. Now in the twilight of his... I don't even know, like he might even play for like 5 or 6 more years.
Yeah.
You're a mad burst hero in the Julian, like, and he ends the game himself. Isn't that like...
No, I mean, like, the crowd control itself, I feel like it's one of those things that actually drops guys where the basic attack just pulled them in. It's like, well, I guess my dashes mean nothing here.
That too. See, so at any given point, few matters, both literally and figuratively in the world of MLBB Esports.
That's why he's my GOAT.
Yeah.
I'm not a kid, but he's my idol.
Yeah.
Honestly, he's the idol of everyone. But with that being said, starting on July 24th is the female pro players' time to shine. Catch the MLBB Women's Invitational 2024, where 12 teams from 11 regions break barriers and redefine esports. Now, honestly, like, this game with that kind of showing makes me feel like it shouldn't be a sweep, right?
Absolutely.
That could have been the one. That could have been one for SRG, honestly speaking. I wouldn't have been surprised.
Yeah, definitely not. Unless, of course, we're going to see another Angeli on the other side, But yeah, I don't think it will be a sweep.
With that game, we got to look at Falcons AP Brand's achievements. Let's look at the journey that they had here.
Ever since rebuilding in 2022, they, again, have been a trust the process kind of team.
Yep.
And this is not the output you want. Is this not the best case scenario for output after such a long, drawn-out process?
This is going to be a template for esports in general, particularly mobile esports, right?
Yep.
Because now you're going to look at a team that is not composed of like super... that started out as a super team, or it started out like an all-star team. They made all-stars out of their players. That's amazing for FCAP.
Looking at the stats here, honestly, only average damage per minute and unique heroes is won by SRG. Everything else is by Falcons AP Brand, especially looking at that KDA. It's like, what, double?
Yeah. Then again, can we both agree, can we all agree that this is, that stats probably will never be able to describe the two teams?
Yeah, there's some things you can deduce.
Yeah.
Some things that are results of the way they perform. But in the end, numbers are just numbers.
Yeah.
You tell me that that game was close and you show me the timer, you show me the results post-game, I would not have seen the full picture.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, I don't even use a calculator anymore.
What is a calculator? No,
Actually, you know what?
Is there one in my phone?
I just asked Sanford.
Ah, yeah.
He's a human calculator.
I just asked him for help. Now we got to look at the
There it
crowd
is.
here. Here we go.
We're nailing it right in the head.
Very first ban. SRG is going to be blue side. Falcons AP Brand, red side. Banning out a chip as well.
Yeah.
So how bad is this? Would you say that the Julian is worse than the Luyi? Because what if it comes down to it?
What if it comes down to between like picking up Julian? I would rather pick up the Julian just because it can be flex. At the same time, you're in the grand finals.
Yeah.
You want to play in your comfort hero as a team. I'm not talking about just a comfort hero as players, individuals, but as a team.
So I think that's what's looking like it's going to happen because Hart's still open, Luyi is still open, Ling is still open. There's so many big-ticket heroes.
This is the part where you definitely want to think, if you're SRG, do you really want to give up Ling or the Valentina, in fact? Because if you want to go back to your Angela, you're scared of that Valentina. And do they actually first pick the Valentina in the presence of what? Harith, Ling, Luyi? Probably not, right? So, well, they do went out to Harith this time. They will be opening up the Valentina.
The question is, will the Ling get banned here?
It's not. Oh, okay.
Right.
So, Luyi or Ling?
For SRG.
I'm feeling the Ling.
I think Valentina first pick is the best choice. But if I were to guess, they will pick up Ling. The second choice, definitely the Valentina.
Yeah. So, I don't know. SRG feels like a Ling, because again, it's not like Sakai's did a bad job on the Ling. I mean, maybe he made some bad calls, but it's about maturity, right? Game 1, forget about it. Focus on Game 2.
I wonder.
Yeah, no, Angeling's not making it. Because if you pick the Ling here, does that make FCAP more reactive? Does that mean they're forced to pick up the Angela now, or else pay the consequences?
No, they can pick up Valentina and Moskov.
And then not care.
Or Moskov Terizla, actually.
And still have all the answers.
Huh. Interesting. I think among all of those, I think maybe Valentina plus Terizla, right?
There's the Valentina.
Yeah. But yeah, I think my top one is Valentina Moskov. Because
Honestly,
now...
that makes sense. Yeah. That goes true.
You got it right, but you did something else.
Yeah, I mean, like, that still is... I'm still right, you know.
We still want to see Angela Moskov, because it's not like they had a bad game.
Exactly. No, they played very well. If anything, they just adjust the second half.
Yeah. You know why I wanted
die
I want
early.
them... Yeah, that's also true. Yep. I think, you still pick up Angela, but then why I like the Valentina is because it can copy the Angela. Angela actually hates playing against this Valentina.
They both just hide.
Yeah. Unless you want to go like Angela Ruby if you're SRG. Well, Moskov Ruby.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
They're letting go of the whole Angela situation, which I think is good because Yums is super comfortable on the Ruby. Almost single-handedly changes the tide of battle.
And I feel like Stormy, this is one of those situations where he's looking at everyone's eyes and he's like, let me carry the game. Let me do damage.
So FCAP should pick up their gold laner now. Maybe somewhere along the lines of a Claude, so that they have a way to match up with this Moskov, because I'm sure that there will be a lot of Super Marco bans upcoming with the Moskov being picked up, Harith not being available, as well as Roger. You want to pick up your gold laner now if you're FCAP.
The real question is it really going to be Roger? You know what? At this point, I want the casters to come in. You guys are seeing the first 3 picks for Selangor Giants as well as Falcons AP Brand. How are you guys feeling about this one?
I think Haya.
All right. They're thinking Haya.
They have a brainstorming in their own side.
They're very invested.
Yeah, they're very
I mean, given how dynamic and layered the first game was in draft, despite it being relatively greedy for SRG, I think there was a lot to go in there.
Again, going back to the casters, like, let's start with Falcons AP Brand. What do you guys think of their opener?
Personally, I think their opener is looking really, really good. The Valentina, I mean, Miri and Merkel have been discussing constantly about the back and forth between these two teams, and I think so far, FCAP looking real nice.
Yeah, I think for Falcons AP Brand, picking up the Terizla early was just amazing for them. Now they can nail down on the XPs for Cram, force the Ruby, hopefully, maybe for them, onto Cram. And then for SRG, I feel like they're really just going to try to nail down Calteezy, deny all the Assassin picks, force him on utility.
All right, thank you very much, gentlemen, for your thoughts on Falcons AP Brand's opener. Now, in terms of the ban, what are we looking at like here?
I think I'd like to hold it on choking out Cram.
All right, okay.
Because again, after the aforementioned Ruby switch up is there, and of all the members of SRG, Cram is the one who is okay with living with the bare minimum. He's okay getting beat down. He can start the game at 0-4, and they'd still dig their way out of that. So maybe just protect everyone else and then let him be alongside Stormy, you know, carrying in his own way.
Yeah. All right. Now that means that you ban what? Paquito, I guess. Or Harlot's still Harlot's banned. Yeah, so you ban Paquito. There still is the potential of the Angela, by the way. We are not eliminating that factor, which also will be really good for SRG. That means that if they do want to pick up the Angela once again,
personally, for me, I want to see a damage dealer
for Stormy.
Yeah, personally, like. Given
Farsa?
something like a Farsa, yeah, exactly.
Farsa's great overall. Another option is the Kagura. Oh, the Angel ban from FCAP.
Oh, wait, another one. The Aurora.
Oh, yeah.
The Aurora.
Yep. Also a hero that you don't give a massive ultimate to the Valentina too, right?
Yeah.
It's combo based, so it makes a lot of sense versus the Valentina. I'm curious, right? Nolan is probably among all of the assassins that we know, with Ling being picked up, Fanny ban, Hayabusa ban, you're left with Nolan. But it's not good against the Ling. So actually, my guess here is maybe they'll go for
utility box is still out
there. Or maybe even an Amon if Kyle picks it up. But here's an interesting thought. Maybe what if they go the Echo, the Team Liquid Echo route where they pick up Guinevere, right?
That's a pocket pick. Haven't seen Kyle TZ on one in a while.
Ooh, with the Minotaur, you pick up Aurora here.
Okay, that's a chain stun special from Falcons AP Bren again.
Yeah.
Chain stun, chain knock up.
Yeah, or maybe a Navaria. How about a Navaria for SRG?
I mean, that does solve the vision situation. Doesn't really give much burst, but allows for you to control the flow of combat.
Navaria and Edith looks really good here for SRG. It's a good close-up on their already solid lineup with 2 important cores. You have the Ruby for eventually for Cram, or the Edith, whichever they pick, which are 2 heroes that are unbothered by the Terizla and in a way can actually soak up the damage from the Claude. Now they pick up X-Borg. Like,
now they get the Borg and they get the Vixana. I guess they're just throwing all caution to the wind, saying, you know what, we don't care. Take the Eternal Guard.
Yeah.
And we'll go off of Innocent, we'll go off of Sikais.
Okay. Oh, and the Nolan last pick here.
Yep.
So, thank you again, gentlemen, analysts, for your service towards the draft. Nolan last pick here coming in from Falcons AP Brand. Gideon and Mirko, hope you guys are ready because we're throwing it over to you guys.
Man, that first half of the draft, that was interesting, but at least between you and me, Mirko, we figured it out towards that second half as we start rolling into this game.
Oh, man, you know, it really felt like for SRG, they really wanted to deny those assassins away, but they left the Nolan open, obviously because the Tigreal is a big threat to them as well. But now that Kyle is on an assassin that can match the Ling when it comes to farm, it's scary. They have a Terizla as well. This is a very similar composition that they used to beat Liquid Echo just yesterday, or 2 days ago.
And that's the thing, right? It's just a one-to-one solution. Hopefully the pieces are going to start falling into place. We're going to see whether our Malaysian representatives has what it takes to even take away a singular game in this best of 7 from the final bosses, the gods of the games. Falcons, AP Brent, as we start rolling into the Land of Dawn. It's going to be SRG on blue side up against FCAP on the red.
SRG were definitely able to make Falcons AP Bren bleed in game number 1. It looked dominant for Falcons AP Bren at the start, but then towards the mid-game, SRG with Yums always looking for the fights, they were able to drag them down to the ground to actually make it a head-on battle.
Yeah, I'm surprised that they were even to get the Falcons. They're not clipping their wings just yet, but definitely brought them to eye level, which is surprising. But looking at the emblems so far, seems pretty standard all across the board. However, this starts from the side of Falcons AP Brent. In particular, Kyle TZ, he opted to go for his orange buff first, then make his way down towards his purple, which does give an indicator that maybe they would just want to break the Faraga armor relatively early, just so that Flap TZ has a better time in lane.
Yeah, for sure. I think getting rid of the Faraga armor is going to be top prio for Falcons AP Brent, because we were talking about this X-Borg pick as well, off cam. The X-Borg is really great in lane. In the team fights here, up against a lot of burst heroes, like the Valentina and even the Nolan, he will struggle a bit, but as long as Cram can utilize the lead he gets in the lane, if the rest of the team is able to also just let him do whatever he pleases in the lane, it's going to be A-okay for Cram.
Now we get to the 1 minute 30 seconds and nothing has happened down by the EXP side, which gives Cram indication that, hey, it's probably safe on this side of the map for now. And as we notice, Kyle TZ, he's on the top side, right? He's looking for an opportunity, maybe foreseeing that SRG was going to read into the EXP attack. Because look at them, they're sending 4 members down.
Again, for Falcons AP Brent, it's all about dealing with Cram, the Faraga armor, because he's going to have auto prio. Especially with Stormy coming around. He gets that passive down, and Cram will just burn those minions for the passive to kill everything.
Now, Turtle is up. Purple buff is needed for Sakai to actually stand a chance. But Kyle, he's power farming this entire time. In terms of like the laning phase, honestly, this is a way more manageable game compared to number 1.
Good damage there. Onto Few. Placed down by the Cursed Blast, but take a look at Falcons AP Brent, who are the ones on the Turtle. Holding it down for now. Flap TZ has the penalty zone. Can go for the zone, but Skies is already rotating over. Cal TZ gonna be pulled back by Yomes. Eternal Guard coming down as well, but Ogwen will be able to pop in his Fury straight into the flicker, knocking 2 members up. The SOD connects, but no one's taking it just yet. Ogwen gets blasted down by the last Insanity, and it will just be 1 for 1. Few going back and forth on the Valentina. Just with a Turtle advantage. Falcons AP Brent up top. Super Marco blazing duet. Innocent wants to go for the pin down, finds it. but there will not be a solo kill. Not now.
Man, Innocent refuses to let go of any farm. He's like, I'm gonna pin you to the wall real quick.
No.
Let me quickly get the cannon. All right, we're done with the trade, okay? We're done. No more afterwards. But at the end of the day, Falcons AP Bren, despite trading both supports for each other, they were able to achieve that turtle. So, if we're talking about a matter of inches, it's whether or not this turtle shield is going to make a difference in the upcoming engagement, right? Because right now, it's pretty passive between both top and bottom side, EXP and as well as gold.
I think it's going to be that way for the most part because Falcons AP Bren, they're just so good, even in losing matchups, to make it even in the lane. They know that they are just here to farm. In the bottom lane, the Terizla is a losing matchup. Up top, even the Claude is a losing matchup, but somehow they're farming really, really well. You can even see in the XP, Claude, Marco's ahead.
Yep. They got to take their time with this, right? They're looking for these big opportunities to make big plays. And I think I'm looking towards Few and as well as Stormy in this particular game, right? Because I think that's the big game changers for each team. We're expecting FlapTZ to look for the big engage. We're expecting Cram to peel. That's pretty obvious. Even for Ogwen as well as Yums, the big engages happen off their battle spell timer. So keep in mind, 30 seconds on and 25 seconds on both.
That's a fracture damage. That's the burst damage that we were worried about for Cram on the X-Borg. Say goodbye to the Faraga armor. Sky's now in the bottom lane. Goes for the Fine Blaze just towards the minion waves. KyleTZ together with Flap. The hammer swings a few times. Skies gets zoned away from this turret. Will be able to pick up that last XP cannon minion. But still, a lot of resources down now for Sky's half HP. Yoms, I'm offended, didn't connect Few. Able to use the last Insanity anti-CC to escape.
Yeah, nah. I think at this point, they're just going to have to take their time, right? I definitely think that at this point of time... Wait, hold on. That doesn't look right. Cram's got a little more health with that, but still, good patience coming in from Skies, right? His ult is such a big resource for him that he needs to hold for as long as possible. At the same time, where's the Minoan's Fury?
Again, time not that well. Eternal Guardian's Fury, though, catches them. Skies gets knocked up straight into the penalty zone. And now with the last Insanity, Cram, he's trying to burn them down. Is forced to flicker backwards. Falcons AP Bren. It's Few with the steal on the last Insanity. Ogwen's trying to pin him down under that turret, but Cram knows better than to stay in the bottom lane all alone. Innocent up top now. KyleTZ comes in. Innocent still able to survive for a bit, but not for long. Not against the TZ Air.
Nicely done coming in from Kyle, right? I mean, if you can... Oh, whoa. Calm down. Ooh. They really want to deny Skies any kind of farm.
It's getting tough for Skies. 3 levels down against the Nolan. That was a threat that we were talking about as well in the drafts. The Nolan can match the farm speed of Ling. So with the Terizla, so much prio. Now with Ogwen walking forward against Cram, FlapTZ can swing the hammer down with the cannon minion. The Skies will be forced to just go for that purple buff up top.
Let's look at this replay one more time here, because again, the way, man, the fact that KyleTZ just using the ult as a gap closer rather than I want the burst damage, knowing that Innocent still has his dashes, just goes to show Falcons AP Bren, they got really clean communication. Like Super Marco's informing him about what is available to make these plays effective.
Calculated, always calculated. Maybe that's why he earned the name TZ behind him, right? But again, for SRG, it'll come down to how they're able to slow the game down, but then make those off-angle engages. Yums, again in the mid lane, getting chunked down. You have a game fact.
Yep, Stormy leads MSC 2024 with the highest average assists per game at 10.2. He's not looking for those big plays. Oh, wait, hold on.
Speed of Misery, but it's all to the backline, straight into the blazing duet by Super Marco! What the heck was that? Skies gets the Tempest of Blaze, but Super Marco just guns him down to pick up a Maniac!
What a Maniac coming in for your boy Super Marco at 1 HP. We need a replay of that. We 100%. So we see the initial pushback 3. What? Eternal Guard hits. Where does it happen? Penalty zone hits 3, and Kyle just has so much damage. He has so much. He sets it up perfectly for Super Marco to walk in for free, and despite all of that, it just goes to show the jungle diff at this point of time. The 3-level lead that KyleTZ has really making the difference. And let's look at the gold difference. Yup, he's still 2K ahead.
Super Marco. There's a reason he has Super in front of his name. Time and time again, he decides to flex that Super name. Standing in front, below a Ling. He got knocked up. He's like, nah, Purify. He was getting stabbed. He's like, nah, I got guns.
He's so brave. I don't know. Sometimes it feels like he teases people like, oh, I'm going to take off the bulletproof vest this time. Nah, There's still plating underneath it. Joke's on you. But with this being said, right, Falcons AP Brent, they slipped up in game number 1 when Selangor Red Giants hit a power spike, and they managed to out-micro them in a singular fight to turn things around and find that momentum. I'm expecting that Falcons AP Brent is going to take a much slower approach this time, and yeah, that's what we're seeing, right? They're not sending everybody. They're just, oh, if we hit it, then sure. If we don't hit it, we start backing up and waiting for the refreshes.
It's all about poke, I feel, right, at this point of the game, especially considering for Cram, he wants to stay in these team fights for a long time. So if Falcons AP Bren can just burst that Faraga armor down, nah, you can't really do much anymore. You're going to be forced to wait for the reset, for the regen of the Faraga armor. But yeah, man, Super Marco. He's like Kakashi with his mask, but Super Marco with his vest. Technically, you take it off, there's another vest down there, there's another plate down there. But at least for Skies, he is looking for farm. On the right place, Yums. I thought he was going to be bursted down there, knowing how far ahead Kyle is. But he just walks up and Skies is able to get a trade. Few though.
He can stop us if he wants it all. I don't think he spots it all. He checks it and he cancels it just to slow him down even further. How annoying. Worst yet, I think that Falcons AP Brent are in a great position because honestly, Few, he has his 2 frontliners to create that space for him, and SRG don't have that same capability. Stormy is playing at the very edge of his max range, where Few, he can stay as far away as he wants to. Oh, Flapteasy set it up for me, and Owen follows up. I can go in and out.
Oh, look at the burst damage. On towards him, beating out the Eternal Guard for Peel. Skies is forced back as well. Cram is very low. And they can just stand there. Innocent up top, finding a turret. But look at that view again. Able to find the last Insanity. That's a blazing duet. Skies steals the Lord somehow, some way. Marco gets the unstoppable. And Innocent gets a turret.
That's a tempo breaker. That's the clearest indication. Look, wait. Let's see. Look at the Lord health. We know what's going to happen. Tempest the Blades comes out the penalty zone. Lands first. Man.
2 levels.
A millisecond off. Kyle didn't get his retribution off. He wasn't expecting it. That's really unfortunate. Oh my goodness. And not to mention, right, after everything they got, the Eternal Guard, they also forced Yums to actually flicker out of the way. Technically, that's unacceptable.
Falcons AP Bren set that up perfectly. They had everything in their cards. But then, up top, that's where Innocent got picked off as well, by the way. But for SRG, Miracle Workers, Kyle walking up again, trying to get that passive down, unable to do so. Skies wants the 1v1. Ooh. Jumps back forward, doesn't have the purple buff, needs to respect that the energy can be depleted. Yoms able to escape Eternal Guard, knock Flapteasy out. Penalty zone from Flap. Not connecting there. I remember saying Marco even almost getting bursted down. Forced to blink back with the BMI. But now Skies is looking for him, jumps forward, and will be able to find it straight into the Spear of Destruction. A shutdown as he gets out.
The fadeaway jumps down, autos, doesn't even move. One more auto and walks off. Holy, SRG find a way to crawl back into this game despite everything that's happened. It looks like Falcons AP Red, they're trying to regroup here. I don't want to say that it was an overheat, but there are definitely moments where Falcons AP Brent were poking a little too hard for pretty much no value whatsoever. It could be an testament to SRG anticipating the pushback, or we could say that Falcons AP Brent, they were hoping for a little bit more from SRG.
I don't know what it is, Gideon. Falcons AP Brent had such a big lead. Cram taking a whole lot of damage. Even the execute there on the Sky Piercer towards the Faraga armor. I didn't know you could execute the Faraga armor.
Yeah, I didn't know that either. Doesn't happen very often here, but then again, it's not like we see Xborg every other day.
When was the last time we saw Xborg?
Oh, I think that was in the group stages already, man. Because that was the only time we got to see, like, you know, Terizla through. Once we got into the playoffs, man, the Terizla definitely was one of those things where, like, we gotta push him out of the way. But at this point of time, we look at the damage dealt, no one's still on top, and even the damage taken, right? Yep, there we go. Xborg as well as Terizla, both on top with, you know, Ruby not too far behind. And I think that Yum so far hasn't found a crazy I'm offended yet, right? I think that's the hardest part. Whoever's been throwing the first their abilities first tends to lose that match. But with the Winds of Nature from Slide with Super Marco, maybe he can make the super play.
That's something that we have been seeing a lot from Falcons AP Brand, but just in the few last minutes, it's been SRG finding those miracle plays, finding those super plays with an assassination from Skies. Somehow, it's like a timer for SRG. Every time they reach the mid game, they suddenly get a massive power spike.
Yeah. I'm trying to figure out, why did Yums use the I'm Offended onto Ogun there? What was he trying to bait out? Maybe he was hoping that Falcon Safety Brand is going to overheat. I think for both of these teams, honestly, they're looking a lot more similar as long as this game goes on in this best of 7, right? They're baiting each other to try and overheat, baiting each other to overextend, and Yums know that the I'm Offended comes back up early.
Straight to the Eternal Guard. I mean, this Fury and the Flicker combo. Kyle in the back line trying to find the assassination, but Innocent is able to blink out forward. Now in the back, Skies goes for the chase, the assassination on the Kyle, the Flicker forward from Yums. Skies continues it with a type of blade, breaks it out, and is in the midst of it all. Catches a lot of blades. Innocent with a cleanup, and now it's Super Marco running for the hills. Flapteezy and Ogwen cannot deal with this Lord take from the Red Giants.
Oh, and now with the Lord take, they can almost guarantee at least one of these inhibitors. If they can get at least one, they can set themselves up for a really good Lord take afterwards. But it all comes down to the real question: who's going to overheat first? Because Falcon's AP Brand have not been able to get maximum efficiency off of their abilities just yet, despite everything that has happened, right? It looked like Ogun got a really good engagement, and more importantly, we did see Kyle having an insane angle right straight through the mid lane at the cost of a bunch of flickers from SRG.
This is why the Nolan, it's really good, especially when you're in the lead, right? But when you get to the 50-50s, when the enemy team was able to weather out the early storm, it's very tough for you to enter these team fights. There's a Don't Run Wolf King. There's obviously a Spear of Misery. But let's take a look at the siege now. 3 mini waves crashing down into Falcon's AP Brent's base. Innocent finding the pin down straight into the I'm Offended. Over and over with the Eternal Guard. Catching Flapteezy. Minas Fury used up, but it was cancelled by him taken down. Now Sky jumping to the back using the Sky Piercer. Forcing the Winter Crown out. Flapteezy with a DPC. Locking Yums down, but he has the immortality. He can still survive. Sky is again poking through. Falcon's AP Brent, they live to tell the tale, to see another day. But SRG don't want to stop there. The siege continues. This time to mid lane with Yums over with the conceal already. I'm Offended onto Few, straight into the stab down. Few taken down, traded in. Blue from Marco with a blazing duet. Finding one, going for the trade. The base is open though. Skies assassinates Marco straight into the BMI. Kyle versus the world. Now jumping in with a fracture. Unable to get him. Innocent 1 HP. Skies goes for it. Minion's Fury onto the Cannon Minion. Now Ogwen, the master. 2v1. Tempest of Blaze. Ogwen taken down. Burnt to the ground. By Cram. It's a penalty zone. As Flap goes for it, but Skies buys the immortality. And they drag the Falcons to ground level.
They're looking eye to eye. Even gods have to take one step down to see this new threat. Oh my god, what momentum! How do they swing it? And all of this thanks to a simple mechanic. Curse Blast. Where's your HP now, brother man? Where's your HP? It's all gone. Max health. Oh my goodness, how did it end up like this? Almost a repeat of game number 1, but this time it's in SRG's favor.
They're miracle workers. There's no way to explain it, the way that they were able to find these team fights while being 11-1 down, being 6,000 gold down against Falcon's AP Bren. That's usually a death sentence.
Most of the time it is. It's like they have Sky Piercer most of the time, but today it looks like they don't have enough stacks just yet. It feels like SRG has just been touched by a god this time around, but it doesn't mean that it's over just yet. It's still a best of 7, right? So we expect it to go the distance. Let's throw it over to our analysts to break it down for you.
First of all, we can at least say it's not a sweep, because now it's a 1-1. But we got to talk about the miracle timing coming in from SRG. Somehow, even their first game and the second game, somewhere in mid-game, between 7 to 12 minutes, is where they really start to shine.
It's the same idea from the previous game where somebody has to force the initiations and the spells coming up from a Falcon Saber Brain, and then Sakai cleans up. It's like the Sky Prince is going down and is delegating himself as the cleaner.
I'd hate to say it, but their comeback victory was, in essence, a 2-step process. Number 1, get Sekais into a position wherein he can actually get shutdowns. And then number 2, capitalize on that and out-team fight Falcon's AP Bren. That's exactly what happened ever since that turnaround.
Honestly, Sekais is playing like his idol, man. He's starting to play like Kyrie. Like, this is the kind of highlight plays that we expect from amazing junglers. But speaking of which, in this matchup, both junglers did absolutely amazing. Like, with this being the trend for game number 1 and game number 2, you really can't say any team is going to win or lose based off
of a small lead that they have. I feel like even 2,000 or 3,000 lead isn't that big of a deal when we're talking about both teams.
Yeah, Sakais has cemented himself as absolutely one of the best Ling players that we've seen all throughout the history of Mobile Legends. The way that he played this assassin, like a real true assassin, going in for plays like you're gonna be cleaning up, you allow your team to soak a brunt of the damage and then clean up afterwards. It's as if his strat right now, and this will sound hilarious, but it kind of feels like he's sacrificing his teammates so that the FCAP members are getting a streak, and then he collects the bounty afterwards. All of a sudden, he's hella rich afterwards.
That sounds like a strat I would be into.
I mean, it's working.
Let me die a few times just so that you can get a big goal lead.
Yeah.
That's the two-step process again, right? You die, and then I clean him up. You die, I clean him up. What that puts their opponents in is a state of mind that acts like a sword of Damocles. Like at any time, I could get hit by a rogue Ling. Anytime, Sakais could be just somewhere, and I'm dead.
Are we going to see a Ling in game number 3?
Well, I do hope so.
Okay.
As much as, you know, as fan of Falcon's AP brand, I would want them to ban this SRG Ling, but at the same time, they can use it.
Yeah, exactly. Pick it up, because we now know for sure that SRG respects the Julian. Maybe this time, you do the same. You give the same courtesy.
Yeah.
And the thing is, like, speaking of Julian, I feel like SRG, even though they haven't shown it, they have the same dimensions. It can be put in the mid, it can be put in the jungle role. I really feel like that Julian ban was the one that really solidifies things, because we saw how strong the Valentina is, but it looks like once the Ling gets 3 or 4 items, the Valentina can get deleted anyways.
I think you also have to take note of the last pick Nolan. I think I fairly remember I said that it will not fare well against the Ling. It was actually being countered. I understood when they did execute that it was early game centric, which was true. Nolan is a very early game centric hero, but come the late game, you see how it suffered. After one full combo, you have to get out, because otherwise you'll be taken out afterwards. So that made me think like maybe there are other options there available for counter.
Yeah, the Ling is, the Nolan is too much of a specific tool for a job that he can do very well, but take him outside of that situation, go past the 13, 14-minute mark, be inside your base, and as the Nolan, you're just wondering, like, what do I do with all these rifts?
Yeah.
So, Wolf, help us understand a little bit more. Let's dive right in with the teletrader.
Yeah, this is where all things went in favor of SRG. All right, so you're gonna see this is the second Lord of the game that will eventually be in favor of SRG. And what I want you to take note before I play this clip is that the members of SRG will force the ultimates first from FCAP. FCAP will actually burn out all of the resources, and then they will kite them out of it. And I also want you to look at the circle, the inner circle being FCAP, and the outer circle being SRG this time. So let's play the clip. Now, you are going to notice that it will be the utilization of 2 ultimates, actually, including Fuse Limiter. So there's a 3rd ultimate. And now, when they try to get out, Sakais is now cleaning up house, because he knows that Kyle TZ does not have the ultimate anymore, doesn't have the BMI to go with it as well. So there's a lot of resources. He does have the Purify, but come on, Purify can't help you in there. But you also have to take note about Humes, because the idea here for SRG is after FCAP already spent their ultimates, they will go in. Humes still has the flicker. You can go flicker second skill. That's the beauty of the Ruby, and that's exactly what is going to happen. Cal TZ cannot react to that ever so quickly. Then you still have the ultimate on Sakais. He's just cleaning up house. At this point, there are no ultimates, no resources that FCAP can use, because they have lost both Few as well as Cal TZ in this situation.
It's a masterful refinement of their Game 1 draft.
Yeah.
They ended up with so much more resources, whether it be in ults, in battle spells, or just in sheer use of space. Because the Ruby closes the gap, not just for you, because Ruby is a negative gain, right? She displaces you and pulls you closer to your opponent's box. So it's such a perfect way of reading what happened in Game 1 that it allowed for SRG to play to their comfort. There was literally the early game and part of the mid for FCAP, and then once they got over that hurdle, it was all SRG.
And now we got to look at our Sony MVP, and it's going to be the Sky Prince Skies, where again, we got to talk about this. Like, we've seen Falcon's AP brand being able to deal with the Ling, but again, I'm pretty sure the way that Skies has been playing it, deserves respect back.
Yeah, definitely. And
or pick up, of course.
We can see that for SRG, they're playing the Ling as a team as well. Like I said, they're sacrificing themselves. They're forcing some ultimates first. And I believe that if Sekai's picks up this Ling again, well, you know, Sekai's the limit.
Sekai be violent, man. He's so lethal. So, again, I'm halfway through with your theory of him actually just, all right, you guys do what you gotta do. If you die, okay, I'll just shut down whoever it is.
This was a big shutdown.
That's real.
A 5-kill streak.
That's a lot of gold.
I mean, like...
It happened in game number 1 too, where he actually shut down the Kyle TC supermarket. Then all of a sudden, he's the richest guy in the lobby.
Yeah. His target acquisition is amazing.
His killer instinct
is out of this world. I mean, like, here's the thing. If Coach Arcadia says, okay, someone has to die just so that Sekai's can get a big shutdown later, I'd be like, I volunteer.
Is there something...
Sign me up.
100% KP.
With Terengganu junglers.
Oh, yeah, they're amazing.
He grew up in the same province as Chibi.
Yeah.
Right? So there must be something in that province that makes such high-quality killer junglers.
Something about their Kropotliko, man. But either ways, right now, honestly, we have an amazing series in our hand. It's just the first 2 games. But for now, we're going to throw it over to our reporters. What do you guys have for us?
We are live at the Amazon Arena. I'm joined by Turner and DJY all the way out from Malaysia. DJY, how are you feeling? What emotions are going through your head right now, sitting with the live audience, watching your team in the grand finals?
It's not looking too good right now, man. AB Brand is leading by 1 point, but it might even go to 2 points right now. But it's okay, man. I believe Malaysia can come back from this, because I still believe that it's going to be a 4-2 in favor of Selangor Giants.
Okay, so your expected outcome is a 4-2. Now, is that a non-biased opinion? Do you really think the Selangor Red Giants can come back from this? Because it looks like they are head-to-head with the Titans of MLBB right now.
Yeah, it's kind of hard to say, man, because if I'm being non-biased, right? People say that Malaysia is an easy server, so, you know, maybe AB Brand can actually win this, but, you know, I still have hopes for Malaysia. So, you know, as a Malaysia, we gotta keep supporting Malaysia, man. Selangor Giants.
Now, the audience is going wild right now. What message would you have to give over to SRG to push through this series?
What?
What message would you have to give the SRG to push through this series?
What message do I have? Just play more assassins. Don't play tank and junglers. I think that is the key to victory. That's the secret of victory of Selangor Giants.
All right, thank you so much, DJY. Thank you so much, Weezy, as well, because we're going to send it back to the studio. And of course, good luck to the Selangor Red Giants.
Well, for DJY, clearly he didn't see game 2 coming, because he's like, that's probably 2-0. Well, now it's a 1-1. Now, he said he wants more assassins coming in from SRG. I wonder, though, the Sekais have something else besides the Ling, because, again, is either going to be taken away or going to get banned.
There's half a dozen valid assassins right now. I'm sure he plays half of them, even if the Ling does get stolen.
Ling is probably up top when it comes to like the ceiling, so he probably knows how to play like either Hayabusa, you know,
Nolan,
maybe
Fanny was banned before.
Yeah, Elkert Jungle.
Crazy.
Worst comes to worst. Amon.
Oh, yeah.
Lancelot.
Amon, yeah.
Natalia, you know.
Maybe.
Natalia has a bit of a stretch, though. It's a bit difficult.
Yeah.
I mean, if
that
anyone can do it,
attitude,
it's him. You know? But yeah, we're jumping in the draft here. It's going to be very interesting to see who's going to be on blue side, because I feel like if Falcons Heavy Brand gets the blue side, it's going to be very difficult for Selangor Red Giants, where they have to consider they have to be the ones banning out that Ling. It looks like Falcons Heavy Brand is on blue side, SRG is on red side.
All right, if this continues and the trend is whoever does better in blue means the draft is a huge influence. It really does dictate who comes in with an advantage. Now, wow.
Yeah, they really respect
I can smell it. I can smell the Julian being at least here or the last ban for SRG, and then a Ling steal.
Can we talk about how we thought that Falcons Heavy Brand is like, yeah, take the Fanny, but it looks like they're respecting it enough to ban it.
Yeah. I guess there's just a ton of problems that will arise if the Fanny was big. Like you're forced to pick up a Kufra, or you know, somewhere along those lines. You need a hard lockdown. You need a suppress to go with it.
Maybe the Kaj.
Yeah. And interestingly, after of dominance in the MSC, the wild cards in the group stages, in the early parts of the knockout stages. Luyi was king altogether with Chip. Queen, yeah. At this point, I think that it might be snubbed all throughout the series.
Hold on. Now the Harif has been banned out. Looks like for both teams, they're willing to fight against the Luyi if anyone wants to pick it up anyways. But SRG, it's really on them at this time. Yeah. Either they're going to ban out the Roger, they're going to ban out the Ling, or they're going to have to let both of those go.
Yeah. Okay, so yeah, Moscow perhaps is additional ban here for FCAP. They banned the Roger, so this is definitely a race for the Ling. And SRG might be considering just banning that out because I'm pretty sure the FCAP will prioritize taking that.
If that happens, if this is indeed the Ling ban, does FCAP go Luyi or Julian?
I think they will go Julian. It just makes a lot of sense.
Leave it out. Hey, Valentina's open too.
That's true. And yeah, Valentina is an okay hero when going up against the Julian. So I think SRG might be just very confident about giving that Julian up and maybe just ban the Ling. It's like one of your, sometimes when you're like, okay.
Let both of them open.
Oh,
we'll see. Do you want to take the Ling away?
Pick your poison.
Because again, like you guys said, they pick up the Ling. Maybe SRG picks up the Julian.
And they can't afford to let the Ling and Angela, or can they? They already beat it.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's definitely the Ling for Falcon Saber Brand. You answered this with a Valentina. Oh no, you answered with Angela.
Whoa! It's their turn!
I mean, again, like we just said, you take the Ling, I take the Julian.
This
right?
Could be, yeah.
Stormy. I'm sure you trust your boy.
I trust my boy, man.
Yeah.
The Mage Prodigy, I'm sure, has the Julian in him.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, the last time he used the Julian, that was like, what, season 10, season 9 or something like that. But
years ago, my dog.
But the thing is, when he's using the Julian, everyone else don't have to play.
Yeah.
He'll get all the kills.
That'll be
Valentina Moscow all the way, I believe.
That'll feel great for the guys.
Barretts. How do you feel about this, Wolf?
For you to pick up these heroes in the face of a Julian, which you know to play very well, this must be FCAP knowing the solution.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, for sure. But then that X was CC. I think you pick up the CC now if you're SRG.
Honestly, right now, I want to bring in the casters because for both Gideon and Mirko, I'm pretty sure you guys are watching the pick and bans here. So just want a general idea from you guys. What do you guys feel about the first 3 picks for both teams, FCAP as well as SRG?
We're kind of freaking out here. We were expecting the Ling to get first pick, but then afterwards we were hoping for Yuzong, another vehicle, deny them, and even from SRG's side, like, they can pick their poison whenever they want to.
They can really do that. I think at this point for SRG, going for, I mean, they already have the Julian, they go for the Claude here, and I get it. For both these, it's all about getting the Julian and the Claude into the mid to late game stage and then battle it out up against this composition.
Wait, is this a Yums, Angela? Because if you are saying what we think we're saying, then
there's a
this
chance.
is a mid Julian and
Again, it's like, it's not really Yums' playstyle, but Yums is the kind of guy that he's a soldier. You ask me to play Fanny Rome, I'll do it.
It's actually a switch up in the dynamic. Correct me if I'm wrong, Lafell. Gideon, you're listening too. Because what I heard is Stormy says where to go, Yums drives.
Yeah.
Right? Stormy, so it's now Stormy doing the job and Yums just following up.
I mean, if they do that, it really is like just saying to Falcon AP Brand, what you guys can do, we can do it too. Speaking of which, now we're looking at the bans here. Valentina getting banned out, Yuzong getting banned out. What do you feel about this, Wolf?
Yeah, Valentina, just a valid ban. I thought that should be the third pick of FCAP, but they chose to go for the bats. Understandable because they want to secure that lane. I believe that you also ban what maybe interesting. I want to see ban Kadita because
I mean, we see SRG fought the Julian mid with a Phoveus. Maybe they have some kind of fighter situation in mid that they want to bring up as well.
Yeah, Fue is the first one to actually rock
the mid Phoveus.
The mid Phoveus. So, yep, that's a pretty strong hero to pick up. But I guess the other hero is maybe the Minotaur ban. They banned Tigreal instead. So I think this confirms Julian to be the
mid,
the jungle. I think.
Oh really?
Yeah.
Oh.
Because you don't
makes
wanna,
sense.
Yep. You kind of want to secure that the jungle farming pattern for the Julian.
I was thinking they were gonna double down and invest in another jungler that's physical.
Yeah.
Hence why they banned out the Tigreal.
Yeah. And then SRG goes Ruby this time. I think it doesn't. It just makes a lot of sense picking up the.
What about a CC?
Yeah, I still feel the CC is a great pick.
It's gonna show up.
It's gonna show up for sure. Maybe last pick, or maybe this pick actually. Yeah, no matter what, that's going to be CC. They're just gonna make sure that it's clear. But Ruby is a very safe pick here, the 4th pick, because it's not countered by anything at all. It has great synergy. You can put in the EX lane if you're forced to do it. I see the world where it is actually picked up as the EX lane.
Yeah, I compromised the link too. Like you show it a second of weakness.
Thumbs.
It's not gonna happen.
Okay.
Unlikely unless there's still room. There's still room for a Ruby.
Casters, what do you guys think about this Tamus pick against the lineup that Falcons AB brand have been showing?
I think that, honestly, it's coming to a point where what exactly are they trying to do? And I think it's going to be playing for these early first turtles to try and get to that mid game like Mirko was mentioning just now. And from FCAP's side, I mean, they've got to have some strong answers to this because the Barats already should be able to clear faster than the Thamas.
It's all about capitalizing on the mid game, yeah. It's all about capitalizing on the team fights because what the Thamas allows SRG to do is it allows kind of the whole team to buffer the engage, whereas the Moskov will have to really be careful as to how he actually goes into these team fights, and if he does go in a bit too early, the Vengeance will maul him.
Yeah. There's a Minotaur, very good pick because it counters the Cloud, and there's... it's just about this a big nuke mage like the Lilia, because the Thames was already shown. You know that it kind of, walks, so it has to actually walk and traverse line, so Lilia makes a valid pickup here.
I love the adjustment. FCAP just says, you want to fight slow? Let's fight slow. Let's make the fight last forever.
Yeah.
If there's any player who knows how to make a Tams work, that's Flapteasy. He won a season championship off of that hero, playing very aggressively. So now it looks like they're going to try to tempo out SRG.
Yeah. Grok looks decent for SRG, but I would say maybe an Edith. Maybe they'll just go back to the Edith. Oh, okay, the anti-Ling strat, of course.
He's going to be on Kyle TZ for minute 0.
And this is Angela Hilda.
Okay.
That's scary. That's actually really scary.
It's a good draft, but I would still say it's a bit of a risk. But again, going up against world champions, you got to take risks, man.
I love it.
Mirko, Gideon, I hope you guys are ready because it's your turn.
Holy cow, this draft, quickly threw a curveball here. I thought, hey man, this is gonna be tough because FCAP's comp, they're gonna eventually outscale, but it looks like from the side of SRG, they've decided upon, you know what? They've been winning out on the early game. It's time for us to show them what an early game looks like.
Oh, this is gonna be really interesting to see for SRG because technically, yeah, they have a lot of great early game pressure, but even in the later stage, they have that Claude to carry them.
Hopefully it's gonna be enough. We're coming into the land of dawn, boys and girls. It's game number 3. They've managed to jump as high as the Falcons, eye to eye. But can the Falcons soar even higher here in this match? Welcome to the land of dawn with Falcons. AP Brent on the blue side, SRG on the red.
You can already see as the game gets started, the Hilda make a very aggressive maneuver in towards the enemy purple buff here. As the Angela definitely have to go and deal with the waves. And this is why the Lilia is going to be so good for Falcons AP Brett. They get so much more prio and they can rotate over to Yums. Right now, he's already kind of struggling to actually get in the vicinity of that purple buff. Stormy has cleared it out. Kyle TZ on it. He'll be forced to maybe use the retribution at this point because Yums, he is there trying to screen it out. Kyle TZ bringing it into the bush. Retribution is going to be used. Yes, it does. Yums, successful invade.
Yep, really nicely done, but this means that he might just be going down here to Kyle, right? He is using Warcry.
Okay. Flickers out. Yums now doing some damage back. Now with the help of Few, this should be first blood over to Kyle TZ.
Look at the tempo, though, on the bottom side. After the EXP has been pushed out, they're getting Julian involved to start stealing away 1 or 2 camps here. So at least for Sakai's, despite Kyle TZ getting 1 kill, he is a level ahead.
The gold for XP trade. I don't know how that's going to actually help SRG later on, but seriously, if Skies is able to steal a Lord with 2 levels down. I can only imagine if he's the one ahead that he'll not miss a single retry.
Well, we'll see whether Kyle actually still has his retry, considering how much pressure is being applied to him right now by Yums, right? We're expecting Yums to get even more aggressive after the 2-minute mark, because then he's not going to get punished as heavily once he's invading those jungles. But take a look at this, right? They're setting up a potential counterattack here down on the bottom side, but SRG sense it.
Again, for Kyle, it's really tough for him to actually maneuver around, because if he gets poked down, it's very tough for a Ling up against this kind of composition already. The Julian is actually a great pick against the Ling, so now that if he ever gets chunked before he enters, he's going to be punished even more, and SRG know it. That's why they're not in any rush to go for a neutral objective.
And especially since guys, especially with the chains, right? In combination with Yums trying to disrupt Kyle TZ to maybe get a delayed hold on. He was taking a bit of damage here. He's still got Black Shoes, so he technically should be fine, but now Cram involved.
Again, jumping into the midst of it all, has the hell with hard guard, pops into Vengeance, jumps in the back line again, dealing damage on the Kyle TZ, forcing him back. Cramp standing there menacingly, zoning them away. But Kyle, they're trying to make his way back. That's a flicker forward. Death is welcome for the pin down now into the knockout. Knock up into the Fury as well. What a combo from Falcon's AP Bren. Stormy able to flicker out to safety. Cram will do so as well. What a recovery.
Really nicely done. Very nicely done. The weird part is that we did see Cram spot out the Ling on the mid wall when it all occurred, right? For all intents and purposes, Molten Size, he could definitely throw it at him. Try to push him off that, try and honestly push him off of that wall. Maybe even get Yums to help out with that as well. But instead, they start peeling backwards and they completely forget that Flap has the flicker.
Flap TZ on the Barats. He makes it feel like a Ling. He makes it feel like it's a mechanical hero. Detona's welcome flicker combo connecting every single time, even in game number 1, finding the prio targets. He was able to find the target he needed, and it was Skies. Straight into the pin, and now we get a look at the items. Does look like for at least Innocent, he's actually quite a bit ahead. 300 gold as he goes in for the push. Turn of the night, the waves from Super Marco, immobility. Super Marco able to get out now. Trying to go for the pin down out the Sky. Spear of Destruction as well. Now onto the back, bringing him back over for Kyle TZ to assassinate him. Well played, but the sword gets him out, Skies. Not for long. Stormy caught as well. They find a trade, but it's definitely not worth it. Not just yet. 2 members down. Yums dealing some damage. Not able to go for the full assassination on the few. It's actually him forced to flicker out. Baptiste, the Dino, walking back as well. The knock up, and then everything in the kitchen sink to deal with Yums.
Ooh, okay. I'm surprised. Honestly, I'm surprised the fact that Sakai stayed alive that long to chunk out Super Marco like that. At the end of the day, it's still a very well worth trade for Falcon's AP Bread. Now Super Marco's got 4 assists in the bag. Ogwin, unfortunately, has 2 kills, but hey, you take what you can get at this point of time, right? As long as you're able to accelerate Kyle TZ, he's going to drive the momentum for Falcon's AP Bread. SRG need to have much cleaner fights right now. Let's look at the items one more time, and the lead still in favor of Innocent.
Again, though, in the purple buff, Yums, Power of Wilderness already used up the Retribution. Baited out of the Kyle. But now with the Defiant Blade, he should be able to deal with Yums. He tried to get into that bush, but it will only give Kyle the unstoppable he needs. 5-0. Flask of the Oasis Power Spike for the Minotaur.
Yeah, but despite all that, 5-0-2, a wonderful KDA to have. And yet, guys, despite being 0-2-1, the same level as Kyle TZ, they're doing something right here, right? They are trading gold for a little bit of extra time and EXP. And that is going to keep SRG in the game because, as we mentioned before, it's about that mid-game, right? That big mid-game spike.
Cram poked down a bit. Good position on that choke point. Cram unable to really go in. The missiles not able to connect right now, but Cram will be brought back forward. Pops in the ultimate, has the hard guard to play with. Stormy is hovering over him. Taking a lot of damage though, Kyle now. Able to recover, able to clear some waves, able to clear some of the creeps. 1 level ahead of Skies. He's back again.
And finally, for the very first time, we see SRG say, no, we're not going to contest. We're finally just going to retreat. And Stormy's going to top off his boy Cram here because it could be a setup angle for a dive. And I think that's a very good call considering everything that has happened here. But in the mid lane, at least the guys finding opportunities. Wait, that just is... They're not going to dive that for sure. But let's look at the gold difference, right? Because while everything is happening, it looks like Innocent has been doing a phenomenal job, now extending his 500 gold lead to an 800 gold lead.
He can go band for band. He can go M for M with Super Marco.
I was not going to follow up you on that reference. I knew you were going to pull it out as well. Let's look at the items, because now you can see that the 800 goals make only the slightest difference, right? It's Golden Staff already built on top of that DHS. But let's cut back to the supports, because the Flask of Oasis is going to be a lot better than just Steel Paints.
Gotta be careful though. Look at this. The Dynaman up top. Oh, one with a knock up, getting chunked down. It's a bit of damage. I think it was from the turret, Yums, and then a few basic attacks from Innocent too. Now walking up forward. BMI defensively again. Both teams really just looking for an angle to find an advantage.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Kyle TZ has built. I just saw the GDS actually getting purchased, and I don't know if he's fast-forwarding the GDS instead of getting the Haasclaw, or maybe he already has the Haasclaw in time on top of the Berserker's Fury, right? That's the atypical build that we like to see. Wait, he's not gonna...
Forcing Tempest of Blades, guys, has the enhanced sword, goes for the chase down, has the hard guard to help him too. Kyle TZ gets out. And SRG want to capitalize. Cram straight into the bottom lane. Wants to cut this wave to find that prio.
And it just goes to show that KDA isn't everything to all of our ranked demons out there, man. Like, look at that. He's a full level down, and you compare it 5-0-2 to 0-2-1. In what world does that win?
In this world. 7 minutes in, Game 3 of the Grand Finals of MSC 2024. But Super Marco will be able to utilize that advantage up top, the 3-man advantage, to take a Tier 1. Now straight into the bottom lane, utilizing the movement speed, but SRG are on it. Sky Stormy and Cram. Look at maneuvers coming in from Falcon's AP brand, trying to recover the space. Need to be chunked by Yums. Forced to flick around, actually. Super Marco with the Abyss Walker. Also with the Spirit of Misery. Trying to really go for the poke onto Innocent as Kyle TZ holds on, and no purple buff on him. Flap TZ in the midst of it all, caught in the poke. So much poke placed on him, still able to flicker death to this Welcome, finding Skies again, and this time it's going to be Skies, dealing some damage back again. Ogre with a mock-up, Kyle TZ with a blaze, still able to survive Cram with a vengeance. Yums in the back, it's Skies getting soloed. Ogwin will fall as well to Innocent. A trade for now. The Falcons AP brand, they secure all 3 neutral objectives.
I mean, at this point, I bet even the audience is tired of like, how does only 2 people die? Despite everything that has happened, these battle spells, these flickers especially are proving extremely valuable. I would have imagined at the very minimum that maybe few probably needed to purify or something, but even Flap TZ, wow, that was just, man, how does he get away with this?
I can't believe he's done it. Well, at this point, I don't even know how many times he's done it, but the fact that he keeps getting Skies, and in Game 1 he kept getting Innocent. Barat's the death to his welcome. Usually we see the death to his welcome miss, especially when it's combo with the flicker. This guy still gets it every single time.
Man's got aimbots somehow. It's inbuilt to his fingers somehow. I don't know. There's no explanation for it.
There is an explanation.
Good. What is the explanation?
Tobey Maguire got bit by a spider. Flap TZ got bit by a goat.
This guy is just, he's too good. He's too good. But at the same time, right, SRG continue to try and keep it even with Falcon's AP brand. Yes, it is a 3K differential between the 2 teams, but we've seen time and time again that SRG have made miracles happen, and Falcon's AP brand are now taking a much slower approach to SRG than they have before. They're not just throwing people at the wall and hoping that it sticks.
Here, though, you can see Yums trying to screen out Skies, able to clear out the mini wave in the bottom lane, and again, for Selangor Red Giants, they have a really good way to actually minimize their losses, right? Every single time they're actually behind, when they don't have tempo around the map, they're still able to catch every single wave, while also denying any pickoff from happening, which is very, very impressive up against a team like Falcons AP Bren. Usually a 1,000 gold lead means that it will give them a billion more opportunities to look for pickoffs around the map.
Yeah, but it's starting to look more even. Even we're talking about like priority, right? Like Cram half the time is able to kind of match up unless we do see Flap TZ sacrifice a bit of his wave just to get there on time. That's the cost. That's the big brass tacks that both of these teams are applying onto each other. Every single one of these moves need to have purpose, and it always comes with a cost. That being said, though, this Lord Dance is going to be extremely important for the 2. The worst part about it is that Falcon's AP Brem probably can do it slightly better thanks to the help of Ogwin on this Minotaur.
Slowly but surely, again, for Falcons AP Brem, this is the new version of the Lord Dance. With the changes, it's all about the Lord, do we call it a step? It's a tap dance, kind of back and forth a little bit, you know? It's a tango.
Yeah, it's a tango. It's much more of a tango than it used to be, than just sitting and doing the waltz, right? But at the end of the day, Minotaur is really, really good at...
Almost catching him with the enhanced chain, but Kyle still able to utilize the Finch points. He is low, though. He'll get the motivation roar. He'll get that sustain.
I think this is a pretty good opportunity for SRG to start taking the space back here. However, Few not making it easy, right? Drawing the borders in the river, making sure Gloom is going to set the tone for this upcoming fight.
Oh, what a nature. Perfect timing there for Falcons AP Bren. Now it'll come down to Skies to really deal with Super Marco. Yums in the front, trying to deal some damage on the Flap TZ. Will be able to do so as Cram walks up forward as well. Jumps into the midst of it all, still able to pop the ultimate. Now Innocent deals some damage, jumps in the midst of it all again. Jumping forward, Super Marco with an nature, but Skies goes in for the assassination, still able to find a Spear of Misery. That's his welcome with the pin down. But now the winner Cram from Skies, he tries to stay alive, but Kyle TZ is an absolute monster!
With 5-3 so far, Kyle, he's not going to die here, but look, 12-2, and SRG finally making a big mistake here. As we look at the replay, this looked like a great engage, and I think it was a good idea that even Yum's flickering forward to try and disrupt the backline, especially since Super Marco honestly was in a pretty dangerous position. Now they're in their base. Can they close it?
Stormy trying his best to actually evade from him. The Cannon Minion not in range just yet. Cram, he did what he needed to. He stopped the minion from getting into the range. But still, it's another 2 members down.
At this point, like you mentioned before, Wind of Nature came at a very convenient time for Super Marco. Without that, he probably would have died to Sakai's or wouldn't have enough health to actually survive from him. Luckily, he still played it as best as he could. Oh, God.
Yum's pinned down, flicker forward, and has sword from Sky, Spear of Destruction! Super Marco with a chase forward to find a double!
A statement piece by Falcons AP Bren with a double kill from Super Marco. But they gotta breathe for a moment. These chain deaths from SRG is supercharging Falcons AP Bren as they're pushing the momentum to the crystal.
The base wide open, Super Marco will deal with him, but he'll go for Cram just first. So Marco taking a hold of that with the vengeance, and the turret shot takes him down. Cram against the world, now it's Stormy against the world. He'll still be able to survive. You chasing him down is a mistake. Falcons AP Bren, they still have a Lord to play with.
Innocent and 4, Sakai's already back alive. Falcons AP Bren, did they mistime this, unfortunately?
They did.
They recover. Let's breathe for a moment here because we know that this whopping score might just mean nothing in just a little bit. So far, goal differential, a full 7K ahead. When we look at the items, the Winter Crowns have already been purchased since earlier, but now even more people have it with more invulnerability frames to work with. At this point, the question really is, SRG, how are you going to make this miracle happen again? Can somebody deal with this Daytona's welcome from Flat TZ? And more importantly, Few. Now that he has the Ice Queen's wand, it's very dangerous to walk up.
I think it's all about Skies with the Enhanced Scythe. If he really wants to deal with Death in his welcome, it's all about him evading and then trying to melt Flap TZ down. Look at Yums going in onto Few with the Power Wilderness. Cram as well forcing the Black Shoe. Skies right there, goes in for some damage with Lazy Dude. Few still able to escape, and Yums chases him down. Skies win a crown in the midst of it all. Over gets isolated. Skies will too. Flap TZ, Death in his welcome, now into the mist, pinning him down straight for Super Marco again! The Spear of Destruction, whiffing this time. Stormy able to survive. The same 2 members, Cram and Stormy. Can they do it again? This time, dodging away from the missiles, able to go for the clear onto the waves. No lore to play with. Have they survived again?
I think it's fine for SRG. It's going to be hard to close it out at this point in time with 3 members still alive, right? But they trade 2 for 2, and I think at the end of the day, it should be good enough. Oh, no.
Hard guard and the ultimate now turning things around, forcing to win a crown from Flap TZ. He's going to be melted down, but so is Cram. Super Marco with the help of Kyle TZ picks up a double. The mini wave's still there. They're going to go for it, and they will secure game number 3.
Oh my goodness, this game is coming down to the inches here. The chain deaths coming in from SRG side, supercharging and doubling the momentum generated by Falcons AP Bren. Put them in such a bad spot. Miracles only happen when you work for them and you make some good decisions. That one was not on top of the list.
Well played. Falcons AP Bren, they really adjusted to the mistakes they made in game number 2. They weren't composed enough. They weren't controlled enough. And in game number 3, they decided, It's all the way from the start to the finish.
Consistent step-by-step process. Falcons AP Brand really showing why they're some of the best players and the defending world champions. I think that SRG, unfortunately for them, this is going to put them in their place a little bit more. Falcons still in the air. They're still punching up towards them despite being giants.
All this time, even after the miracle defenses, Falcons AP Brand still fly above the rest.
Well, analysts, it's time for you to break this down. What could both of these teams have done better?
I mean, I feel like we can go very different angles here, but I do have to say, for the 2 games that SRG lost was with that Angela. Even though it did look good, but it looks like it's not good enough to get that W.
I hate to say it, during the draft, we were all saying, hey, maybe it's time to put Stormy on a hero that is actually proactive, that has the mechanics and the damage to output to actually put the team on his back. But no, the glaring thing here for me personally would be the Hilda on Humes. We saw it as a bold choice.
Yeah.
Definitely one way to maybe stop Kyle TC's Ling, but in essence, it's such a reactive hero. I really didn't feel much of Humes.
Gimmicky.
They were a step behind for the most part.
And okay, so my argument with that is it works. This is I would say this is a regular season or a group stage kind of answer to the Ling, right? Because you can see that it can easily like trump the early stages, and if it does become successful, it's gonna be great. Ling is gonna struggle. However, this is the grand finals and they have solutions for that. I'm sure that prior to picking up the Ling, you're also prepared for that. So I think that if you dedicate taking the Angela and taking the Hilda, then just to answer one pick,
exactly,
that's not that economic, if you think about it.
It was a permanent solution to a temporary problem that, you know, maybe even FCAP was ready for. Honestly, not just maybe. They literally were ready for. It's very rare that you don't feel Humes, especially since he started playing for SRG.
Honestly, the one that really seemed to be a problem was Flap as well as Few on this Barats, as well as the Lilia. The Lilia did her job very well, zoning out SRG far away.
Okay, so what you achieve from this pick, right? If you pick up the Lilia, you get late prio, you trump the Angela in a mid versus mid matchup. There's no way the Angela can win that matchup. Then you get out of the lane, you super serve your teammates by applying the damage because you're uncontested in the first 3 minutes or 5 minutes of the game. Come the second turtle, you're actually a force to be reckoned with.
And come big team fights, you almost undo the doorstop that is the Tams, and you even outlast the Hilda because you drop the glooms, you blow them up with the shadow energy, she hides into the bush, and then next thing you know, she comes out. You can do the same thing again. There's very little that it costs Few to push out 2 or 3 members of SRG.
And a little tech there for that it kind of counters the Julian is that the Julian wants to go all in for marksman, your position for, but it's almost like not a choice at all. It's not like going for the Lilia isn't even part of the choices there for Sakai's because it's not worth it.
It's a waste, honestly.
Yeah, again, because of the black shoes as well. Like, if you don't burst in, I mean, like, Few is probably waiting for that to happen just to press the alt.
Not to mention, he also has free ways to check bushes. Right? So, again, already for 2 games now, prior to this one, Sekai has been playing the Ling. He can come in from any angle. He has a free go at the back line. Now he has to go through bushes, which most likely has a shadow energy or gloom in it. And then he also has to be honest about his engages. Even if he does have a Hilda checking forward or an Angel as a backup for his entry. It's SRG across game 1 and 2 were a step behind.
Either way, can we say that this Lilia pick was absolute genius? It really stopped SRG from doing whatever they wanted to do.
It was. It's the anti-assassin build. At the same time, you have the Minotaur to because you pick up the Lilia, which usually, you know, the mid laners are kind of backed up by roamers. Lilia is very independent. In fact, the Minotaur had Ogwyn had a time of his life in a way that he was able to achieve whatever he needed to achieve because he doesn't have to take care of another hero in the mid lane.
What the Lilia Minotaur brings is a mobile box. The Minotaur defines where the box is, and then the Lilia sets where they can push forward, which is why often in this game we see more than I think the regular game between other teams is the flicker forward Minoan Fury, because you know that the Lily can follow up.
Yeah.
You know that it's more than just a singular CC to maybe push forward or to disengage. It's always CC plus extra.
So part of the loss here, is it that SRG really fumbled the draft?
I wouldn't say they fumbled. I think that it was just an over investment onto answering the Ling. At the same time, you go for the Hilda. It looked like it worked. I think that it's not about them countering the Ling at all. It's more like they're putting their important players in a spot where they're not able to play their game. Storm is not playing the best game of his life. Yums, I really like him with setup heroes. With the Hilda, you're very honest. No hiding. You're just literally showing everywhere. There's no surprise factor at all.
What's the highlight for the highlight maker if you're a Hilda?
Exactly. No, I agree. But now we got to look at our Sony MVP. And it's going over to Kyle Teasy. So looks like the name of the grand finals is the Ling.
Yep. It's the Ling.
I'm proud of how Kyle has stepped up to the plate. For the 2 years that they've been a team, for the 2 years that they trusted the process, it's very rare that Kyle Teasy is the one on the pedestal. And here at MSC, here in the grand finals, there's a lot on Kyle Teasy's shoulders, and I'm glad that he's putting the team on his back.
He went the reverse way when it comes to like being the superstar of the team as a jungler, because usually when you're a star jungler, you start as the assassin / damage dealing jungler that you're always about the highlights. He started. He was known because he's assassin plays, but he got famous because of how well he utilized the utility heroes.
That was the meta at the time.
That was the meta. He did his sacrifice. Now it's time to shine.
And honestly, looking at the way Kyle Teasy is playing, it almost like he has multiple ways to carry the game. It doesn't have to be a huge KDA spike, doesn't have to like do any kind of flashy plays, just like you guys said.
Kyle Teasy is playing 4D chess. He has so many moves, so many options, despite there being so many doorstops to his birth into team fights. And that's one of the things that you cannot... Wait, no, what?
18 KDA.
I was going to say, that's one of the things you cannot just find in mechanics. That's beyond mechanics.
Yeah. I got to say, throughout this best of 7 so far, it looks like SRG, they're playing with a handicap, because every single time, the early game, it always goes over to Falcon's AP brand. And with that being said, yes, you know what, someone has said it, I do say that a lot. Anyways, we're going for a quick break. After this, it's going to be Falcon's AP brand against Selangor Red Giants. And welcome back. Just to update the score right now is 2-1. We're 2 going over to Falcons AP brand. SRG only having 1 point. Welcome back. My name is Afel. Alongside with me is Wolf as well as Leo. As you guys can see, based on today's games, I'm a little bit tongue-tied.
Yeah. Why, I wonder?
Well,
who knows, right?
Who knows?
Am I right, guys? Am I right?
You have the right to feel that way because
Thank you.
How stressful, actually. I think that's a perfect word right now. Even
Dude,
for
I might start bleeding again.
I think overall for all the fans, like Filipinos, Malaysians, very stressful. Even in game number 3, you can argue that there were times where you would think like, okay, this is actually winnable for SRG.
Yeah, they had ins.
Yeah.
But the fundamental problem with the draft and what they came in with kind of bit them in the behind. Much like game 1. Is this not the story of game 1? Yeah. Wherein they're like, oh, whoa. It's greedy, but they're making it work. And then, oh, never mind.
Yeah. Well, now we're jumping back into the draft here. SRG, blue side, Falcons AP brand, red side, betting on that Julian. So it has to be a link bank.
It has to be a link bank. I agree.
Take it away.
Take it away. Like, we've seen what happens when Skies doesn't get the link.
Get out of here. He's just too good.
Yeah.
That is the most respectful way I can say it.
Yeah.
He's just too good.
Yeah. Or open up the Angela, tempt SRG to pick up this Angela once again. And you know what else is actually forced out when you pick up the Ling, as well as the Moskov? If you go Ling Moskov, you're already very greedy, right?
Yeah.
That means that Cram will be forced to a hero that
skills as well.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what happened.
Well, game number 1, they tried for the CC, which almost worked, but then it was still very greedy. Cram is a player that wants to have at least some farm in him, right?
Yeah.
So picking up the Thams, for example, might not be the best solution. Now, if you're looking back at F-Cup, it's the complete opposite. Flap TZ doesn't care about farm. He's that hero, is that player that will pick up the Barretts.
He's a Detna's welcome machine, a final slash machine. It just so happened that whenever we see him on the Arlet, he just goes ham. But yeah, he's happy with just that kind of role.
Okay, so what is opened up here? Louis, Moskov,
Valentina. Oh no, it's banned out.
Yeah,
oh no.
It was banned out.
Yeah.
So Angela as well is open.
I don't want the Angela, man.
I reckon
you want to pick up the Moskov. Yeah, the Moskov is just a very good pick overall. But in this scenario, without the Lingus with the Julian, yes. Hayabusa, but then you also pick up Terizla, I believe. So I think Terizla, it will...
Arlet's open for the first time.
Louis as well. Louis Arlet.
That sounds good.
Arlet. Ooh.
Louis Arlet, and then you wait for the swing, and you pick up the Haya.
Knowing F-Cap, though, they might just go for...
The Riz.
The Riz.
Yeah. So you go Louis Riz?
Louis Riz. Arlet, okay. Yeah. Obviously, why would you pass up on a very good combo when Ling is not available?
Is this Flap whispering in Treb's ears like, let me have it?
Now we got a player quote coming in from the assistant coach, Ozora Vecchi from Selangor Red Giants. Ducky is really smart. Falcons AP brand have strong priority picks and good understanding of the meta. He's the reason Falcons AP brand is able to stay consistent.
Yeah. Okay, they still want to pick up the Louis because, I don't like it going up against Arlet overall, and then the Claude also is a problem for the Louis.
By picking up the Louis into the Arlet, you essentially feed yourself to a 5-man final slash.
Oh, I love it.
You don't want that.
I feel
love
like
it.
It's risky.
Okay,
here's the thing. Wolf, you like it.
I love
For
it.
me,
I
feel it's risky.
It's the Fanny. We're talking about the Fanny, folks.
Let's ask the casters. This Fanny pick. Casters, give us your insight.
Here, let me just explain to you. Our reaction to it, well, at least Miracle's reaction was, oh, that's good. And I'm just like, I don't know. I agree with you, LaFell. It is quite risky.
Why is it that us
that's trauma. That's just PTSD from relations, honestly.
But we've gone through a lot.
All the more, I think I'm gonna err on the side of caution because they picked up on a Kyle Teasy, you know.
I see what you did there.
Because again, you bring out the big guns when the Fanny comes through for the first time in the series. This is Kyle Teasy's first time on a utility this series. So that means they're ready for this. It came out, what, 5 seconds after the pick?
Yeah, definitely the answer. Also, massive combo with the Arlot. But You know what? I think this is the time where it will be damage dealing hero for Flap. So it will be like dependent on like the damage. Maybe
like a pack.
Like a pack, exactly. Which is
Flap
great versus this Moscow. I think the best hero overall though is Yuzhong with the Petrify. You can actually
hunt for Innocent.
Hunt for Innocent. You can also hunt for the Fanny. So if you're SRG, if you're paying attention, ban the Yuzhong. That's gonna be a problem
What
for
about
you.
Faramis?
A Faramis.
Right? Denying the...
yeah, still no mid laner for FCAP.
No mid lane. Yep, there we go. Faramis ban.
I
play MLBB.
Yeah?
Sometimes.
Assassins generally don't like playing up against the Faramis, so...
I understand.
Very good ban. You ban... Tigreal perhaps if you want to double down.
Yeah, no, there's a lot of... All 3 heroes for FCAP are physical, so the Tigreal would be a smart ban here.
Yeah. Innate Kira. Oh, okay, of course. Cover your base.
Oh, they're not going to risk it. They'd rather deal with the implosion.
Yeah.
What does Stormy play here?
What if they... What if they pick up the Tigreal themselves?
They can on the clapback.
And then Arlott from Flap TZ, just like in M5.
Just like the other day.
Just like the other day too. So that opens up a lot. Like you already have Implosion, you have the knockup from the Tigreal, they have the Akai with infinite amounts of vengeance juggles here coming out from of the Arlott if ever they do pick up the Tigreal. However, I still feel the Yuzhong needs to be banned here for SRG.
They gotta pick their poison.
It's the Crockett.
They're covering up the roamer choices, I see.
Okay. I wonder what Yums wants to play, because again, he's the highlight maker.
Yeah.
Highlight makers, Cho, Ruby, that kind of picks. Lilia picked up again, so Falcons Heavy Brand, they're gonna have priority. So this is making me feel more worried about the Fanny pick.
Yeah, but maybe a Lolita for Yums?
Lolita's fine, yeah.
Going up against a Claude, I think...
I don't like the interaction with the Lilia, though. She just tears through you.
What else? Maybe they snatch a Tigreal, I guess.
But the thing is, Falcons Heavy Brand, they have a lot of ways to survive, right? The Purify from the Lilia as well as the Claude, the Akai with the innate Purify as well.
Disengage, yeah.
So it's kind of like... I can see the Tigreal pick, but I feel like it's gonna get countered so hard.
How about Aurora for SRG?
Yeah.
Looks to be Aurora and then Tigreal. That's a really good combo. It opens up a lot. It's
the Cho. It's the Cho Novaria.
Chovaria.
Okay, now FCAP. They are the ones who's gonna pick up Lolita.
Yeah.
Yargle.
SRG have to fight very specifically, and they have to be proactive.
Good start for SRG, but FCAP, the last two picks.
They found the answer.
They found the answer. Lilia Lolita.
I refuse to give any opinions.
BTK combo.
My job ends here. Thank you very much to the analysts, Mirko as well as Gideon. Good luck for this game.
Yeah, we're gonna need some luck on this one, because I think that Lolita pick solves a lot of the problems. Single target lockdown, big disengage, big re-engage with the flicker, the shield to say no to Innocent for once.
Also the Lilia with insane mid prio, so they can actually go for the invades a whole lot. Utilize the Arlott, utilize the Akai as well. Try to go for the purple buff with the Fanny, and if Skies doesn't get the purple buff, I think it really looks like for Falcons AP Bren, purple buff number 2, they're gonna start threatening it.
Well, hopefully it's going to be enough here. Again, a lot of factors are coming into play. Whether or not Cram is able to find that priority to contest for it, whether or not we are going to see sick guys make miracles happen once again, this time on an even more dangerous pick for the early game. It's time for game number 4. SRG now on the blue side up against Falcons AP Bren on the red.
It's the battle for match point for Falcons AP Bren. 1 game away from match point for SRG, a bit further on the climb. You know, I was talking about how, all right, on the Novaria, it's a great pick, especially considering this is the first time that we get to see Falcons AP Bren, at least in the knockout stage, on utility, back again. So Novaria provides a lot of good poke, and then obviously when the Lolita came up, it's just like, can't believe I forgot about this, right? The pick that was able to send their bitter rivals, Liquid Echo, in the semifinals out. They were able to counter Edith and carry, it was.
Yeah, and I think that the Cho pick is actually a pretty good substitute for it, right? Because again, you're fighting for that mid prio. You are going to take some damage. You need some way to kind of not only defend yourself, but clear that waves effectively. Here we go.
Good damage down. Down Flapteezy goes in still. Flapteezy still able to use the vengeance, but now the swing of the hammer skies with first blood.
Did he forget that Fanny was in play? I don't know. That was kind of weird. That was kind of weird from Flap. He definitely could have like completely disengaged, but let's see if they're gonna get. Ooh. No! Another one on top of that.
Great start for Selangor Red Giants. A kill onto Skies, a kill onto Cram. That's XP Prio and Jungle Prio.
I think that honestly solves a lot of the problems we were worried about for SRG. Now the early game is actually somewhat doable this time around. Maybe, I don't know, it could just be like blue side being the ultimate side at this point, right? Is that? I think that's what we're kind of devoting it to.
So far, that has been the case. And now, again, Yum's able to clear out the mid lane. Level 4 advantage for Falcons AP Brent. But take a look at Flapteezy. Uncharacteristically, not level 4 at the first turtle. Cram swing a hammer down. Flapteezy down to half. Yum's dealing some damage again as Cram pops in a penalty zone. Calteezy in the midst of it all right now on the neutral objective. Will be able to find this. Flap gets the shielding. Spear of Destruction. One last shot should do it. But Flap again is able to survive with just 1 HP. Skies on the chase, finds him with a push Flap. Still able to go for a lot of those shots. But the cables are inevitable.
He's mad. Flapteezy's mad. He's like, oh man, maybe Yums just didn't see like the little slight bit of green left on his health. Let's have a look at this one more time. As Skies, again, great call on this one, right? For all we know, Flapteezy, he hits level 4 just in time and tries to sustain through that damage. If he connected with that final slash, that could have bought him at least one more second of time for somebody to find the trade back, especially since Ogwin on this Lolita has single target lockdown with the charge. At this point in time, with Fanny having an EXP lead, that's a great... Wait, now they have Prio over this. Are they going to send the mid lane over to it? No, they're not.
No, it's just back and forth again for SRG. They have this lead, so no real reason to actually force a lot of these fights. And you can get to see that interaction with the Bulwark, sending it back towards the Navaria. But SRG, actually, they're holding out in the mid lane very well, too, when it comes to clear away the Dragon. Locking Ogwin down straight into the Blades of Skies. 3-0.
That was a great idea. This is a great idea. This is why I really liked the Cho pick when we see Yums play. Yes, he wants to make highlights, but at the same time, there's a lot of interesting interactions, and most importantly, he can cancel out Ogun's Numenon Blast early. He can kick him out of position, and the same can be said about Calteezy when we come down to these Lord situations. It's how do we utilize this Way of the Dragon effectively?
Good Black Shoes usage there by Few, able to evade from Skies' damage. But now he's on the purple buff, and Yums will have to buy some space. Stormy in the mid lane as well, trying to clear it out. Trying to get this prio for Skies. Calteezy already jumping onto Yums, trying to find a trade for the purple buff. But Yums is going to be caught, forced to flicker out. Super Marco on the chase, the flicker. No flicker. It's just a few recalls. Innocent with the pin down in the mid lane. What happened? Few got picked off.
I mean, everything is happening all at the same time. He's caught mid-rotation here, and now the penalty zone to look for more.
Oh, Spear of Destruction as well. Now he's going to be Innocent. Caught in the final slash, still able to evade right now, but the Numenon Blast is able to connect. He has the Purify. He baited out the Vengeance straight into the kick. Into another spear from Innocent.
Dude, talk about well-played Innocent there, right? He purposefully delays until he sees the engagement, the vengeance coming in for Flapteezy, hits that Purify so that he's stuck. Once he's on top of that Moskov, he's got nowhere else to dash because it goes on cooldown.
Skies with the cables. Oh! He's able to steal it away again! This time a level ahead.
It's not about the players anymore. It's blue side. It's something about blue side, right? It's sorcery. How is this fair? How is blue side so dominant in this game thus far? I thought the draft coming up for Falcons Apron Brand is honestly not that bad, but considering these early interactions not falling into their favor, it looks like SRG really taking advantage of every single bit here. But same like last game, that mid-game spike from Falcons AP Brand. We need to see that happen. So far, Calteezy hasn't been able to create too many opportunities just yet, but that's all due because some people are getting caught off. Other times, you just don't have the battle spells.
Man, I just keep remembering now with this kind of performance on the Assassins versus the Utility, I keep on remembering and recalling that interview with the Malaysian content creator. What is his name? I think it was DJY. He said, go Assassins. Assassins #1, he said.
Assassins is the way to play the game, right? I mean, look at that. He's already got... Oh, my goodness. At least he's building up to a 2K lead onto Calteezy 6 minutes into this game. But that's when we see Falcons AP Brand, right? Their comp really comes online once they start grouping up together.
Okay, Super Marco able to read it out, has the Purify, but now with the cables, the way the Dragon comes in, cut those skies! Wow!
Are we playing on mouse and keyboard or something? This he's literally pointing, clicking, that man must die, and they find it each and every time.
It's a target ability for Skies.
Oh, it is. And it's about to get even worse for the side of Falcons AP Brent if they keep on slipping up on these leads from SRG. And right now, the main attack dog, the initiator, Yums, he's doing so much this game.
Doesn't have the way to Dragon here, but will be able to knock him up. Perhaps easy gonna be knocked out. The penalty's all canceled by the stun. Kyle TZ caught in the Astral Echo Innocent. Now with the Abyss Walker as well, very low. No pin down with the Spear of Misery. Good cover from Ogwen. But he's forced to recall out. That's a free neutral objective to the Assassin Jungler.
Honestly, not too bad. At least Falcons AP Brent aren't giving anything over to SRG besides the turtle. Oh, penalty zone though, onto a few. Forcing him to use that black shoes, not that big of a deal. That's just an alt use. It's not like they're going to fight each other anyways, but SRG, I think they want to invade, and they're considering the options. I mean, they've got the Way of the Dragon ready. They could do it, but at the same time, the lack of purple buff from Sakai's means that SRG just have to wait.
You can see the difference in level already. This is why the Assassins have been able to find so much more value in this meta. The clear speed is ridiculous. On top of that, how fast you are, so mobile, you can go and catch a lot of these waves that most utility junglers will have to give up. It's a 2-level lead for Skies. So finally, after 3 games, he finds himself ahead in level against Kyle TZ.
Hey man, similar to SRG, Falcons AP Brent have been known to flip fights over despite having massive losses in the earlier stages of the game. They're great at their timings. Both of these teams have a lot of similarities. Look at Skies, he's again pulling a Falcons AP Brent away from each other, trying to not enable their comp.
These cables from Skies, man. Cram in the mid lane, goes for the penalty zone. Oh, the tenacity on the boots. Gets him out of the heavy spin, he flickers out of it. Meanwhile, down below, Skies!
Man.
What?
I mean, what can you really say about that, right? It's just unlucky, I guess. I mean, FlapTZ, he's just not, he doesn't have enough stacks. He just got the Thunder Belt as well. He doesn't have enough hybrid defense to survive through it. And even if he does, technically it doesn't matter because Skies has the Malefic Roar. The more hybrid stats, the better it is for me. The more I'll just cut right through it.
Man, Wolf and Leo, they were talking about, you know, FlapTZ on the Arlet. He should be able to do what he did at M5. He should be able to do what he did just 2 days ago. This is an unreal stat, 0-4-0.
Okay, we can't count them out just yet, right? But we know that the game has been accelerated to a point of no return. I think that from both sides, it could be like a quick game for SRG to move on, and Falcons AP Brent will then take blue side. Or if Falcons AP Brent really want to slow this down, we're hoping for some big plays from the initiators. Like, if not for FlapTZ, sure, maybe they can extend and guarantee a fight win, but Ogren and as well as Kyle TZ need to work with some angles here against SRG. And unless Yums is caught slacking with that Shunpo, because right now he's playing mechanically perfect.
This is a big problem, by the way, for Falcons AP Brent. Oh.
Even the hand.
Yeah, I'm not talking about Yums recalling, by the way. That's also a problem. You know, it's emotional damage that they are receiving every single tap of the recall. But really for SRG, it's how they're able to utilize the 1-3-1 formation as well. Fanny up top or Moskov up top and then someone else down below. Skies, you blink and you miss that, right? You blink and you die. Super Marco, great reaction time to evade from it. Without the Wind of Nature, he really has to respect Skies' damage. And you can see for Innocent, he's already on to the Lord. Kyle TZ to be chunked down. Penalty zone, locking him down now with the help of Yoji. Good left! He misses the final slash. Skies finds it!
Okay, they're just gonna back away at this point, right? SRG don't need to extend the lead. They've already committed. I mean, they got FlapTZ's final slash and the flicker as well. Maybe he's just looking for some sort of redemption in these fights, but it's fine, right? Falcons, they can technically lose their outer tier 1 and 2 in mid. They just need to make sure they high ground defense. Oh god,
Skies now. Oh, Skies!
He's out of there. He's out of there.
Oh my goodness!
This kid's insane!
Few now gonna be caught in. Innocent able to take him down. Penalty zone locking him down as well. Meanwhile, Way of the Dragon from Yums. Skies again looking for the assassination. Gets knocked up before he can do anything. But they will be able to take some of these turrets. Base turret up top taken down from SRG. 10-0 up against Falcons AP Brent. Ogwen forced back, forced to flicker out. Still with the Lord. This is the first Lord of the game. And they're looking for an end angle. Skies again with the cables.
Okay, finally I can breathe here. SRG, they've set up checkmate angle, and we haven't seen a checkmate angle in a long time here at the playoffs, right? A 10k gold lead for the side of SRG, a missing inhibitor from the side of Falcons AP Bren. On this next lore take, Falcons AP Bren really need to discuss how they're going to approach this. Yes, they have zone control, but so far, SRG, now that the lore dance is more of a tango than it is a waltz, this push and pull is not in Falcon AP Bren's favor.
Not at all. It really feels like they're just so far behind, and it is because they are far behind. Super Marco, super far behind, doesn't have the win of nature just yet. So even when he gets that win of nature, Stormy is going to be a constant threat. Remember, the Astral echoes straight into the almost unmissable Astral Spheres. He's going to have to build double time. Win of nature, rose gold, and he's going to have to do it quick, because this snowball is getting out of control.
Yeah, it doesn't help the fact that even if we want to see Supermarket to go for the cleanup, Innocent can almost guarantee deal with him 1v1 because he already has the Winds of Nature in his backpack. With 6 kills on the Span, 3 kills on Moskov, and 1 on Terizla, SRG are in prime position. Now, I think from SRG's side, the difference between this game and the previous is the fact that they were very honest. But now that they have mechanical heroes that really show the skill expression micro-wise, it's really forcing Falcons AP Bren to take their time, right? Their slow approach has costed them a lot, but right now SRG refusing to make too many mistakes.
Not at all. No mistakes, it seems, right now. Good bulwark there to send it back. Cram taking a whole lot of damage, half HP. Skies again threatening some of these resources. Perhaps Innocent going to be able to go for the invade. Caltese secures the purple buff, so not losing too much here. But again, Falcons AP Bren, a big problem that they're going to have to face is the fact that the base turret up top in the far lane has been taken down. And SRG were already winning out early with the 1-3-1. Caltese got pinned down. Oakwind got baited in towards the jump. Now Flicker's back, penalty zone. Cram able to find 3 into blast, canceled out by the penalty zone. Innocent in the back, finding the spear of destruction. Meanwhile though, Super Marco gets the blazing duet. Flapteezy absolutely melted down, but they are able to find a trade. Innocent very low, still able to kite back now with the Purify as well. Going back and forth, the bulwark. Trading it back, almost bouncing it away. Skies again, trying to go for the assassination. Will be able to escape with the shielding. A good shot down onto Oakwind. It was all just 1-for-1.
No purple buff diff, and oh my god, Oakwind made that work. No, they wouldn't. They can't, right?
2 seconds on Kyle, 1 second on Kyle on that retribution. Now both up. Yums looking for the play, now going to be taken very low. Still has a way to Dragon Skies on it. Retribution. Kyle Taze steals it away, recovers it for Falcons AP Brennis. Yums gets gunned down by Super Marco, who's going to go for more, but Innocent again with a spear. Now into the back, but he gets bounced back. Oakwind, the master at work.
A double kill. You know what? Let's give it to him. Innocent getting a triple kill, one being himself, dying to the bulwark. Oakwind, 2 times in a row, may have just saved them from the checkmate angle on top of a steal from Kyle Teasy. They out-sustained, and the final slash onto Cram. They get this. Well done.
Good displacement. Cram has the penalty zone, decides to use it onto Few. With a few hammer swings, almost gonna get the trade right now, but gets stunned down. That's another stun into the Vengeance, into the Brooms. But at the bottom lane, SRG are still able to get rid of the Lord.
Look at this, right? Everybody gets chunked out super low. Like, Innocent wants to stay healthy here, but he's getting chunked out as Few walks forward. Those black shoes really making it annoying. He can take as much damage here as he wants to, take the black shoes back, and now he's basically at full health. And then the steal coming in from Kyle, because the guys couldn't get the reset. What can you really do about that? And you can tell, even backstage, the rest of the members of Falcons AP Bren, they're loving it. And Yum's probably laughing at his fellow counterpart Gold laner.
I mean, that's an interaction that everybody wants to see in their ranked games, you know? Like the Moskov killing himself against the Guardian's bulwark. It's not fun as the Moskov, trust me.
Hey,
not at all.
Just wait for the Star Shatter.
If that actually happens, if you get sniped down by yourself, technically, that'll be the only interaction that tops the Moskov kill, right? Oh, good pin down. And it's not the Super Marco. He's able to react in time, but he does save the Purify. Man, the patience on Marco.
It's crazy. It's really crazy because now it's come to a point where Falcons AP Bren, even if Oakwind gets kicked out of the way, Few can start walking up and get free damage. And more importantly, Kyle TC is now tanky enough to actually push them out of the way. Oh, man, Cram is Wow, okay. Wasn't expecting that much damage to be being pumped out by Super Marco.
Me neither. Skies trying to bait out a few of these abilities. Super Marco in the back, already using the Purify right now. Scrap's going to be pinned down as he goes for the penalty zone. Skies going to play, missing the cables, getting stunned up. Still able to get the shielding. Now the Few gets the cutthroat. Unable to find for anything else. Few looking for the chase, but Cram is, oh, there you go. It almost hit.
Almost
Maybe that
hit.
could have been the one.
No, I don't think he would have died just yet, but at this point in time, it just goes to show they've hit their power spikes and finally passed the mid-game into the later stages of the game. They're eventually going to outscale Selangor Red Giants in these super prolonged fights. Every time that Guardian Bulwark comes up, SRG has to completely avoid Ogwin. And now, let's have a look at the items so far, because now I'm finally seeing somebody building some magic resist.
We got that Radiant Armor coming in from Cram, but that's the reason he hasn't really been able to soak in as much damage as possible up against Super Marco. Even with the Queen's Wings, he's still getting shredded down. So maybe go, I don't know, at this point, what does he want to go for, right? Like, do you want to go Blade Armor to try to at least push that damage back onto Marco whenever he does go for a shred? Oh, no, you hate to see it. You hate to see it, Skies. He's been perfect all game. He's 6-0. But it happens to everyone. It's not just you in a ranked game, buddy mans. All you Fanny players, it's not just you.
It happens to the best of us, even to the Prince of the Skies. Oh my goodness. All right, regardless, right, it doesn't mean too much at the end of the day, right? There's a good chance that Super Marco probably might have been able to survive that situation, but here comes the Astro Echo to reveal everybody.
Good shot. He's actually half HP, is able to sustain back up with the DHS and that QC. Back to the Lord now. Gonna be choked down. Skies in the back line trying to go for a flank angle. Cram taking a whole lot of punishment.
Oh, this is so interesting. This is so very interesting. Because now they find the angle.
Way the dragon, but it's not going to be baited in. Penalty zone locked them down. Luminat Blast as well. Stacked to be few very low. Still with the help of the damage. Super Marco blazing duet. With the Purify too, chasing onto Stormy, waiting in the back, going back, Innocent now, finding the kill on the Baptiste, as Super Marco gets taken out, SRG are winning the fight! It's Ogwin who's standing in the middle, all alone, the sole member! It's a roamer and he can't do anything, not against Cram!
And that is it! That's game! That's game number 4, 2-2 here from both of these teams. Well done! This is gonna go the full series here. I can just feel it down in my bones. Hey, wow! You can see that Stormy, he's positioning in a way so that Ogwin is forced to walk and try to cut off as many angles as possible from that Star Shatter, and that opens the backline entirely when Skies is jumping in, especially when he's targeting some of the members like Few, for an example, and forcing everybody to swing to his side of the map in towards that mid lane. I'm surprised that Stormy got away with what he did just now at a sliver of his health.
Really well played. These chaotic team fights really unfolding and being in favor of SRG. The fact that they were always able to find these ridiculous team fights. Those angles were ridiculous. Stormy, he was alone. He was playing like the Fanny, looking for flanks, shooting them from off angles. And it really made Falcons AP Brand think about all these different angles to a point where they completely forgot about the direct engage from Cram, from Yums.
I think it also comes down to just conditioning, right? Every single time Stormy shoots it, he's always making sure, hey, I'll do it off a cooldown. With that being said, analysts, please take it away.
We have a series now. It's 2-2, so what? This is now a best of 3? The first guy that wins 2 more games wins it all.
And it's mainly because we are now looking at a comfortable Yums and a comfortable Stormy, and of course a comfortable Cram. And you can see them laughing even when they just literally lost a team fight that could have gone really badly for them. They were still laughing. It's because they are comfortable in their own skin. We are seeing like Sakai is just... Oh, by the way, I'm sorry, I'm not familiar about your game. Guys, what a beast with a Fanny. However, yeah, Yums with a Cho, you know that it's you know that he is making all of the plays that's necessary for his team. I believe that the Terizla is such a great pick for Cram because it just fits perfectly what he wants to achieve as a player. So I think this should be the hero configuration.
Like the
for
priority.
SRG. Exactly.
How perfect is it that we go full circle? You start off saying, shut down Flap. Flap is one of the catalysts for FCAP success, and they did so in the first 2 minutes of the game. They put Flap at what, 0-3?
0-4 at a certain point.
Right?
Look at this, look at this.
This is
and to some level, even Few couldn't play. Even Few from mid on that Lilia, with the Purify, with the Black Shoes, couldn't survive our SRG's aggression. This is FCAP bullied into a corner. Even if they did have a comeback angle in the late game, it was just too little too late.
Yeah, I think now that you're gonna be thinking like, surely the Akai works a lot, but I think that FCAP, they're the ones that aren't comfortable in their own skin. I think they really want to play forward. They want to make sure that they have this claw to go to the late game. However, it wasn't enough in the end. Yums was phenomenal with the Cho. I believe the way that he spaced out in the early stages. And I think it was the Fanny was indeed the problem here.
Can I say I'm impressed by how the players are looking so calm and so composed because let's see here. My heart rate is 111. I don't know how they can take it.
I remember back in M5 when when there was an actual notification.
Yeah, I had a notification. It's like, bro, your heart too fast. Calm down.
You gotta relax. You gotta relax.
Last time that happened, they went 7.
Oh yeah, it could go all the way because right now they're trading blows and like our caster said, both teams like blue.
Yep, so far blue side because you get the Ling, you force your opponents to react towards you, and in this case it's going to be the Fanny, so there will be a little bit of a change up for sure. I think that Falcon's AP Brand might want to consider getting to the blue side once again, and I think the main reason why is because of the presence of the chip. It's like a
auto ban.
An auto ban.
You have 2 bans.
Yeah, a mandatory ban, I would say. So that really opened up this Fanny because the Ling was already banned out, and then they had to be forced to pick up the Fanny. You know?
Yeah. Despite the pick advantage that I'd argue FCAP had, right? Especially in that last phase when they got the Lolita finally, and then the Lilia going up against a Cho and a Novaria.
Yeah.
The play was just what put SRG over. Constant aggression, timing out wherein you're expecting to be able to hold in. Like in the early game in the XP lane, SRG said, "Nuh-uh, FCAP, you ain't playing."
I like how they dealt with it. It's like, okay, let's ignore mid lane because we are not gonna win mid lane anyways. Let's just farm. I'll clear the waves from Novaria. I'll pop second skill and first skill. I'm gonna be okay. I'll just get out of there, and then come the mid game, I'm very strong. Fanny did the heavy lifting in the early stages of the game.
Speaking of which, that's our Sony MVP. We gotta check out Sakai's on this lane. I mean, at this point, like, if they win it all, this is, I would say, a good contender for MVP of the Grand Finals.
Fanny. Playing the Fanny.
Yeah.
Yep. Sakai's the limit, as we've mentioned. I think in the he was part of the first 2 kills. I'll be honest, guys. I went to the comfort room, and then when I get back, it's a 2-0 already for the Fanny.
What happened?
What happened?
It was a 6-0 even, as bad as that. Like a few minutes later.
I was very fast.
It takes a very special kind of jungler, a very special kind of assassin player to do what Sekais did here.
Yeah.
He looked at the knob for aggression and turned it up to 11.
Can we talk about his retribution as well? I mean, like, it wasn't really on display for this game. I mean, like, he was able to steal that one, but a lot of steals, even from yesterday, coming in from Skies.
And that's most important. And look at this. They already know that they can initiate. I think Super Marco popped the Purify way too late. Could have gotten out of that, but yeah.
He looks stone cold.
He looks focused.
I think for Yums, it is more rewarding for him to be overly aggressive, and that even when he doesn't have like immediate heroes around him as his teammates, there's always that Fanny factor that is gonna be counted as almost a global hero at that point, especially when you're dominating like that. And it kind of allowed Yums to be to have easy decisions to actually go for initiations.
Yeah, I think that's another key to SRG's success. If you want to keep him winning, number one, put him on heroes that they're comfortable with, or wherein the roles that they're fulfilling are roles that allow for them to get their game plan online. Second is maybe we're of the mindset that macro is the only way to win. With SRG entering the Grand Finals picture, maybe actually just team fighting up until your opponent can't out macro you anymore is a valid strat. Because that's what happened here.
No, legit, I agree. I'm a big fan of team fighting here, but for now, we have a special bit here where Eterna and Wheezy are talking to the founders of the team, so let's check it out.
Hi Hi guys, it's Eterna here backstage at MSC 2024 with the founder AP as well as the director Jab from Falcons AP brand.
And Steph Weezy here, joined beside me. I have Simon, the co-founder for the Selangor Red Giants, and I also have Nishi, the team manager. Now, we've got some questions for you guys. The Esports World Cup is an event with multiple game titles all across the globe, and MSC 2024 for Mobile Legends Bang Bang being one of them. How does that make you feel about MLBB being a part of this event?
I feel very grateful that the Esports World Cup actually recognized MLBB and take them in part of the discipline in the Esports World Cup. So it's fantastic. It's very good for the ecosystem for Mobile Legends community in whole globally.
So we're gonna throw the exact same question. Did you guys hear it from Weezy? Okay, we're gonna start with you, AP. What do you think about MSC this year?
It's very excited because this is the first EWC. We want to show to the whole world that the AP brand, Falcons AP brand, will still the #1 MLBB in the whole world.
I mean, it's looking like it right now, obviously. But you guys have heard the chants. You guys have heard the support for Falcons AP brand, and you're not even in your home country, by the way. What do you guys think? How do you feel to be celebrated at this magnitude? We'll start with you, Jeb.
We really appreciate all the fans that came in, even our countrymen just visited from far away and just flew in to Riyadh just to support our team. Even the locals, we really like the attention and all the cheering, all that. I think you can hear it too. So we're very, very appreciative of all that.
Now, Nishi, I'm gonna extend you the same question. How does it feel to be celebrated on this magnitude? And also, in addition, what message would you have to give out there to the fans supporting the Selangor Red Giants?
Yeah, first and foremost, I feel very grateful that there are some of our players' family that come to here, support us, and also the Malaysian around Saudi Arabia that come today for us. And also, not to forget, our fans from Malaysian and our SRG fans at Malaysia. All right, thank you.
So you guys, we don't want to hold you guys too long. I know you guys are just as nervous as we are. So we had final statements for Falcons AP brand, especially the audience who really came through today, and especially for those of them who are watching online. AP, do you have a message to them?
Thank you to all the Filipino fans and the fans of Falcons AP brand. And I hope that it will be a good match, and I congratulate the SRG as our grand finalist here in EWC. Yeah.
All right, that's it from us, ladies and gentlemen. And we're going to send it back to the studio.
No final words from Simon?
I think there's Serumpun.
Okay, I would like to hear some words from him. But you know what? MLBB, let it be a mainstay here at EWC. It's been great so far, hasn't it?
Long live MLBB.
Long live MLBB. We're only a few seconds away from entering the draft. Right now, it's a 2-2. So at this point, it's a best of 5. The first team to win 2 games is going to win it all. So again, it's just reset over reset. 1-1, 2-1, 2-2. What if it's like 3-2, 3-3? Good. It's going to be insane.
I think that's key for FCAP right now. They are in a, I'd say, unfamiliar territory, but that's not true given that they did suffer a 4-0 loss in the grand finals. They did not get a chance to reset there. Now I think the reset is all the more important. It's clear that the picks have to be adjusted for. Here it is again. But also, you have to recall that the tempo has changed.
Yeah, and I also want to say, and I hate that I only remember this now, the grand finals for Falcons AP brand, or when they were brand in M2 and then in M5, they all went 7 games, so they all went the distance.
Are we cutting through multiple timelines now?
Yeah.
Are we throwing back to 3 years ago and to 6 months ago?
Let me just say, 3 years ago feels like yesterday.
Across 3 different parts of the world: Singapore, the Philippines, Riyadh.
Yeah. I think, I'll be happy to be,
take all the best parts of that.
Yeah.
Inject a new superpower in MLBB. Revitalize Malaysian MLBB.
It's the new landscape, right? It's the new competitive landscape. But again, we're jumping into the draft here. I believe even before we see the pick and bans, whoever has blue side has this innate advantage. Like when you have teams that are more or less equal in strength, whoever has the priority just has a little bit more advantage.
Is this Project Next in MLBB Esports?
Project
Yeah.
Nexter. Project Forward. Maybe that's the new one, Project Forward.
Project Nexter.
Hey, I think this is the only way to go, right? Forward. For years now, we've played in a macro-centric metagame. We've played wherein trading and cross-map plays matter. With SRG here at the grandest stage of them all, I'm glad to see that, hey, team fighting, skirmishes, and getting kill after kill after kill
Yeah.
is what pays off.
Just to update, looks like the bans have started. Falcons AP brand has banned out Angela, Teresa, and Moskov. Looks like they are going to be on blue side first pick. SRG is going to be red side second pick. SRG banned out the Chip, the Julian, as well as the Ling. Falcons AP brand and SRG. Probably Roger first pick?
Harith and Roger are both open.
Roger
it's gonna
first
be
pick.
the Roger first pick for FCAP. And that means...
Does SRG go Fanny?
What about the Harith, right?
Fanny Harith? Yeah, that works.
Harith Valen?
I think
Nobody-
I love the idea of the Fanny, actually.
Nobody cares about Louis anymore, man.
Yeah.
Louis is so last week.
Louis is so 3 days ago.
Yeah, Louis is so 3 days ago.
Yeah.
People move on, man. Like, it's a fast-paced game. You gotta adapt to the meta.
I like the odds for I really like the odds for the Fanny. I would be very happy to see another
there we go.
Sakai's Fanny.
Valentina Harith.
Okay, Harith and Valentina. Very strong combo, obviously.
Pick up the Terizla at this point, right?
Yes.
Pick up the Terizla for Falcons AP Bren. Denying it away from Cram.
Yep.
Oh, wait, no, sorry. Terizla is banned.
Oh, Teresa is
banned.
Okay, so... Oh, this is
Pick up a Farsa?
so difficult to kind of think, right? Do you want to go Farsa against Valentina? Yes, 100%. Apart from that, you pick up Arlott. Arlott is open, right?
Yep.
It's open.
But Roger Arlott not. Okay, here we go. Okay.
Or you can go crazy and just pick up a Claude and then put the Roger in jungle.
Or a
It's
Moskov.
early.
Oh, the Moskov ban.
Wait, they pick up the Fanny?
And the Phobius!
Fanny Phobius?
That's why I really thought that the Fanny should have been picked
Hayabusa.
by SRG. Do they? So they answer the Fanny with the Hayabusa? Is that how it is?
If you don't pick it up, it's gonna get banned.
Yeah.
Unless you have something like a Hellcrit in mind.
Yeah, well,
or Saber.
Again,
It's
this is
crazy
Phobius
bizarre.
that they're facing, so you need physical damage too to match up against this Fanny.
Wow, Kyle wants to show up his Fanny as well.
I think, are you forced to go Alpha this time on? Yeah.
What about Boxia?
Okay.
It's
It's
Alpha. There you go.
Yeah, you're forced to. You're really
Okay. I'm gonna take the casters here. This is quite the loop here. What do you guys think of the opener for both teams? Falcons AP Brand, they pick up the Fanny. SRG have to respond with the Alpha.
I'm not gonna lie to you, LaFell. I had a sneaking suspicion. Nobody just lets Harith go for free, but at the same time, the Alpha on top of it all, it's a little uncomfortable for me.
Yeah, I think, last game when I saw the Fanny for SRG, I was like, all right, great. But the Alpha, not doing me the same, not giving me the same feelings, definitely, especially considering the Phobius. He's gonna get so many procs. Luckily, I would say that the Valentina technically can steal away that ultimate, so there's a good response there at least.
Well, the Barats gets banned out, so that's kind of good. Like, I feel like if they're able to do something to flap TZ, like, that might be a way for them to win this one on the red side.
For those who are a little bit confused, yes, it's usually few that handles the Phobius. So this is going to be a mid lane Phobius.
I don't foresee this being in Flap's hands.
Yeah.
You still need a solid, I'd say, hunker down type of hero in Flap's hands if this is the first 3 picks for FCAP.
Yeah. I wonder if SRG are considering getting the Esmeralda for... but that means that they will be so focused on magic damage.
It's so reactive.
Yes.
It's again, the story of the Hilda all over again.
Yeah. What I do want to see is Uranus for SRG. However, I believe that the best option here, honestly, for SRG is to pick up a Yuzhong. Lapu-Lapu seems an okay pick, but I think the Yuzhong just...
Wait, what about a Grok here? Grok or Cho?
Cho is great overall for SRG.
I'm not so sure if this single-handedly blocks out the Ruby, because Ruby will also proc the Phoveus.
Yeah, that's true.
Might even go into the hands of Ogwin.
Might just go Tigreal at this point.
That too's still open here.
SRG.
You also don't want to Cho, one of Yum's favorite.
Yeah. Or, what if this is the game that they pick up Hilda? The Malaysian react.
Yeah, I was waiting for that.
Yeah, that's... For those who don't know, actually, we cannot see Lafell right now, like our line of sight. Yep, that's the Tigreal. Makes a lot of sense.
Good against the Fanny early, good against the Roger.
Thank goodness. I mean, okay, Gideon, what would you react if they pick up the Hilda?
If they picked I saw his reaction. He was shaking his head already. He was smiling uncomfortably. You called it, Wolf. It was the Malaysian reaction is not good to that Hilda.
I was about to drive my fist through a wall if that was going to be the case.
Yeah. Okay, we're looking for XP lane or maybe a FAMS perhaps for Mr. Flap. Yeah, or they pick up the Yuzhong actually. So they move forward.
But the Valentina is there too, so it's a bit of a risk. Like it's a good pick, but you know they are risk. Maybe even like Lapu or something.
Okay, Edith and Tams as predicted. Okay, now you're left with the Cram hero, right?
Yep.
Ah, that's this. I think you're stuck with the Borg.
I'm okay with the Borg.
Or if you wanna be risky, go for the CC.
I think the Borg is best. You're gonna need all the extra health you can get.
All right, they pick up the Borg indeed.
Perfect.
Got him.
Thank you very much, analysts. You guys are doing an amazing job in the drafting phase. Speaking of which, casters, you guys are doing an amazing job casting this game. So why don't you guys do that?
Thanks for allowing us to do our jobs, Lafell. The match is about to commence. The points dead even, 2-2 in a best of 5. Well, game 5 in a matter of fact, best of 7. Oh my. I don't know, I'm flabbergasted with this. I don't think anybody was expecting Malaysia to have a performance like this against the Filipino representatives of FCAP nonetheless.
It goes to show you the right side of the bracket that most people said was an easy bracket. How easy was that bracket if this is the grand finals we get to witness?
I don't know, but if SRG is able to take it all the way, it begs the question about all their competitors before them. But it's time as we head into the land of Dawn to prove the theory whether blue side is going to maintain its 100% win rate here in the grand finals with Falcons AP Bread up on blue, SRG up on red.
Let's take a look at this composition, right? The Alpha. I think it's going to be very, very good, especially in the early game. It's really all going to come down to how they can shut down the Fanny. I think it's a similar vision for SRG that Falcons AP Brand had in the previous game, which was go and invade purple buff number 2. Try to just take the purple buff away from the Fanny. And that's why the Thamus does find a lot of pressure here. But honestly, when it comes towards, you know, the later stage of the game, I don't know how the Samus will play out against, you know, the Harris, the Alphas, where they're going to be able to actually kind of burst him down. And the Vengeance won't really have the same effect as it did for Falcons AP Brand like it did back in game number 2 for SRG.
No, I can agree with the sentiment here, but I think, you know, especially when you do have the Thamus, it kind of opts to tell you, like, I want to have some form of control and dueling power. Oh, God.
This is it. The Spear of Alpha straight into under the turret skies finds first blood again. Calteezy, though, looking for the trade back. Cram under turret, able to flicker out. Skies in the bush. And Calteezy will be able to escape for now. Earth Shatter, flicker onward. Combo together. Kyle gets the response.
They should have been a little bit more decisive on that one. Do you back away or do you just hold your recall? I mean, you're basically dead anyways, but at least they got the flicker out of Ogwin. It's 1-1 in terms of kill score. Everybody's just fighting back for that lead, but this allows Flapteezy to actually try and recover in his lane. He's going to freeze it right underneath his turret, and that's just great for him because as soon as he hits level 4, he's going to be a problem.
And now for Falcons AP Bren, that level 4 power spike is going to be massive as well, by the way.
Huge.
Few, Demonic Force is all he needs, technically for Ogwen as well with the Primal Wrath, and it will create a position or a situation where it's going to be very hard for Stormy. Does he steal the Primal Wrath? Does he steal the Demonic Force? Well, that's your answer. He goes for the Primal Wrath over the Demonic Force. So let's see how that plays out.
Yeah, I think for now, especially in the earlier stages of the game, there's taking the Demonic Force, especially, the only person you can really punish is Kyle TZ, right? But even then, these cables are really good. They can cover a lot of distance at a time, and even pulling yourself away from the Demonic Force in a lot of these cases, right? So I think that taking the Primal Wrath is going to be the most optimal. It's good, it's versatile, it keeps you alive in a lot of situations as well. But in the meantime, I'm curious about the status of Innocent dealing with Super Marco. Let's have a quick look at how the state of the lane is going, because I'm guessing that both of these gold laners, they are going to play a little more passively. Oh!
Flicker Implosion, good one by Yum, straight into the shove. Cram holding on to the last Insanity. Primal Wrath used up, and now it's the last Insanity to blow him up in the back line. Kyle TZ finding the trade, and it's going to be 1-for-1 right now. X-Speed traded for Rome. Flap TZ. No vengeance on him. Good Terrify from Stormy. Forcing out a Demonic Force from Few. And just like that, SRG, they're playing their cards really, really well. Now with the cooldown on the Demonic Force, no resets, they should be able to take the turtle for free.
We do see the hand cams from these players. They're trying to increase their APM here, right? They're going in and out of their shop just to make sure that their fingers are warm for when the situation calls for it. But let's see. This turtle is going to be important for both sides here, and ideally, SRG wants to stall it out.
Again with the Earth Shadow, Kyle TZ into the back line with Flap TZ. Sky is going to be bursted down by Kyle. Picks up the killing spree straight into the turtle. That's free. But it's for Falcons AP Bren. Cram trying to kite away. Faraga armor down. Kyle TZ's looking for the assassination, but Cram was able to flicker out and space himself out properly.
And what am I telling you, all right? That's why you have Thomas on your side. You're able to kind of buy just a little bit of time, but most importantly, your damage is so applicable. If you win any single one of your trades in these side lanes, then you start calling the attack dog, Kyle TZ, to start finishing up these kills for you, similar to how SRG did it, except with Yums.
Slowly but surely for Falcons AP Bren, that's always been the way they take their games, at least the winning games, right? It's all about building the gold lead very steadily, utilizing the macro advantage, and then suddenly going for a big team fight with that power spike hitting.
Well, regardless, at this point, I think that even between Kyle TZ and as well as Sakai, if you look at the gold in favor of Kyle TZ, a slight EXP lead for Sakai, and that's going to change very quickly since there's plenty of camps up still left for Kyle.
By the way, I didn't really notice this at the start of the game, but it fused on Brave Smite on the Phoveus. So I would say it's an interesting emblem to take, right? Because usually you would maybe want to go for Impure Rage, try to get more mana, stuff like that, all about sustain. Kyle TZ wants to go for the assassination, though, finds it in the bottom lane. Xborg, usually you can sustain, usually you can get out, but Flap TZ's just munching on that Faraga armor.
I mean, when you get ganked 3 times like that, you know, how many times has he been canceled a recall? How many times has he had to sacrifice himself and trade down against Falcons AP Bren? And to answer your question, why Few decided to go for Brave Smite is because he bought first item Gleaming Gem, right? Every single time he gets a level, he's going to be able to get some mana as well as HP. Speaking of which, Ogwen.
Good shove down. Ogwen forced to use the Primal Wrath. Oh, baits out the implosion too.
Oh no. Is this a dive angle? They know that Harith doesn't have the Zaman Force.
For now, not yet.
I think, all right, at this point of time, right, if we are really thinking hard about this, I think that Falcons AP Bren are in a much better position than SRG. They know that a majority of the ults are down, so whoever's low, quickly reset, come back. We need to do this fight. We need to potentially have a fight, but at the very least, blitz down this turtle.
You can see Flap's damage there, zoning Yums away. And you can see for Selangor Red Giants, they know that there is no way they can contest for this turtle, not with their HP bars. And they'll decide to back away. Just deja vu to game 1, game 2, where they had to come back in the game. Innocent going to be engaged on, forcing the Zaman Force out. But Innocent is able to space out in a way where if you can't really go for the chase, it'll be too greedy to do so. Cram in the mid lane, just poking Ogwen down.
Well, they're going to take their time with the skin. FCAP, they've been like slowing things down a lot. Ooh, Thunderbelt first item coming in from Flap TZ just to make sure that it's like, oh no, I'm not trying to War Axe, I'm trying to get real tanky so that at least even in the late game, I have some form of relevance there. Now he's opting to build a War Axe, but he's going to take some time with this, right? At the end of the day, the most important ones are the insurance policies, and that's going to be in their gold laners. I'm seeing Super Marco and as well as Innocent both contesting pretty heavily, but it's going to be Super Marco who has the lead for now.
Sky's there, Spear of Alpha, able to catch him, but Kyle still has the energy, has the purple buff. to escape. We got a game fact. The holdout, Flapteasy going in, forcing Yums to shove back.
Well, game fact here. We were always talking about blue side being the heavily favored side. Wait, no, they're fine. Okay, blue side being the heavily favored side. But honestly, in this grand finals, 100%, but overall, 60.44% win rate overall in 91 games. And that's a lot of data that we're working with. It just goes to show, man, if Falcons AP Brent win, it's to be expected.
It's the pattern of even the MPL regions. Blue side has just been such a dominant force, and I guess with the patch, even more so. Flapteasy and Ogwin, though, again, really trying to control the enemy jungle. Flapteasy just trying to maybe even invade some of the creeps here. Cram going for the poke. Ogwin able to onward defensively. Falcons AP Brent know better than to go for the fight. They know that they have an advantage now with the Fanny to clear out the side waves, to actually shove it and force SRG to lose some XP and gold.
I totally agree with you here. I mean, look at how shoved up the waves down on that bottom side, right? And at this point, Falcons AP Brent can keep on doing this. Keep stretching Selangor Red Giants, start taking away their tier 1s, but most importantly, with the attention being pulled elsewhere, this purple buff for Kyle TZ is always free. It's not being taken away from him just yet.
Ooh, Cram! Faraga armor completely demolished there. The shove back, Flapteasy still with a vengeance. And now it's going to be Kyle TZ jumping to the back line. Stormy trying to go for the Terrify, gets absolutely obliterated. Few in the midst of it all, still able to get the Demonic Force, but Cram melts him down with the fire.
Oh, for now, good peel, but at the same time, they are still trading 1 for 1. We haven't seen a positive trade from Selangor Red Giants in the past 8 minutes or so. And until we do see that trade happen, I think that, you know, they're going to take their time once again. The scaling on Innocent especially, they need him to have that Holy Crystal have some relevant damage in this game. Because so far, Kyle TZ, he's having the time of his life, right? He's playing a completely separate game while SRG are scrambling to figure out how we close down on this 4K deficit.
It's going to be very, very hard for SRG, but really it's all about... I feel like in this game it's a bit different too, right? Because in Game 1, Game 2, the games that they were able to come back despite losing out in the early game, they had a composition that does well in the mid game. Meanwhile here with the Harith, you're not forced to get the early lead, but it'll be better. It'll be optimal for you to have that early lead, to build your own snowball. And if we do get to the later stage, Falcons AP Brent, they have a marksman. They still have a lot of these skirmish-heavy heroes that are pretty good in the late game too, man. I mean, even Flapteasy, his build on the Thamus, he can take as much damage as he can deal.
Yeah, and he doesn't mind poking, right? Because that just helps him stack up that hybrid defense regardless. And you can definitely see the difference between the two because, unfortunately, Thamus is taking a lot less damage than Cram despite the 2-level lead, right? And more importantly, it feels like Stormy is having the hardest of times. Because what ultimate do you take at this point in time? Even if you take the Demonic Force, there's not many people who proc it.
Oh, Kyle trying to go for the assassination onto Stormy. Stormy's still able to displace himself very well there. And SRG, now with the conceal, Yums looking for a play. Knows Flapteasy doesn't have a Purify, but doesn't want to go for it just yet. View, Demonic Force into the midst of it all. It's a 2v5 right now. And now it's going to be Kyle TZ looking for the backline. Primal rather Yums finds the implosion on the 2 members straight into Innocent. Now with the Demon Force, but he's going to be changed CC, still surviving. Cram finds a double. Ogwin going to be slashed by Skies. Somehow, some way, the Red Giants always find a way.
Oh my goodness, they catch 3 there, and just a sliver of health from Yums as well. That 3, those important calls from the side of SRG is what's really defining them as why they are a threat to Falcons AP Brent. Great implosion coming in from the side of Yums. Innocent, he did, I would have liked him to use that Purify just slightly earlier, but let's look at the replay here, because when it does happen, right, Few initiates. His objective is to chunk out as many people as possible. Sakai's, he probably could have held his ground just a wee bit longer, but wasn't expecting Yums to get so much there. Because Super Marco, at the end of the day, is waiting to finish off all the low members, and that's the main win con here for FCAP.
Slowly but surely, now it's SRG's turn to take it slow. They got the Lord. No real reason to go for the fights now. They can start going for the turrets. And we were talking about how for SRG, it would be great if they can somehow build their own snowball. And it happened right as their window opened. That was their power spike. Innocent getting into the mid-game, 10-minute mark. And now with the Lord in the mid lane, they're starting to get some structures down as well. Yums to the flank. The conceal spotted by Ogwin. Primal Rat stolen away. Falcons AP Brent's got to respect this. Marco dealing some damage onto the Faraga armor. Now the Holy Defense going to be procced in the mid lane. No, they keep it alive. So far for SRG, they've only managed to take mid and top, and they're actually going to lose a tier 2 down below.
Kyle Teasy this entire time just headed down to the bottom side. He knew that he's basically going to be useless if he has to take a traditional front-to-back against SRG. So he opts to take the on the opposite side of the map. At least his team doesn't have to worry about that side. Super Marco with the GDS already just knows he's going to get attacked, he's going to purify, he's going to transform, and just walk away and maybe look for a re-engage down the line. But most importantly here, I think that SRG, and especially for Sick Guys, for him to start the fight is a bold claim. I think that Falcons AP Bren, they want SRG to find these big engages more often than not so they can initiate, right? It's really that implosion that they're worried about. They don't want to repeat the same mistake twice.
Great cross-map plays here by Falcons AP Bren, able to find another tier 2 turret. And these are small wins. It won't win you the game instantly, but slowly but surely, just with the tempo shifting, and with Falcons AP Bren having so much more prio on the map later on, especially considering, you know, they can shove a bit deeper, they can start invading, they can start looking for these angles that the composition will definitely find a lot of value with, right? If they are able to attack from different angles, force SRG into a non-front-to-back, it'll be great for them. Spear of Alpha onto Ogwin, straight with the fire to Ogwin, force to flicker with the Primal Rat, now Cram! Last Insanity, straight to the skies, and now it's gonna be Cram still kiting away. Few with the Demonic Force, now with the Vengeance as well, but he gets bursted down. Now Kyle looking for some more damage. Few jumping around, but gets caught by the Spear. Skies on a killing spree. Marco keeps on going, finds a double. The turn to tides around. Innocent in the midst of it all, looking for the play. Cram has the Faraga armor back up. Super Marco forced to run away.
And that's the GDS diff. That is the GDS diff. Clean him up, Kyle. Fight. Oh, he doesn't spot him. Crab. Oh no, he walks out. He's trying to do it all over again. He ends up giving a Crab. Lost his cool at the very end, dude. He had no idea. But yes, the GDS difference there. Gets the Faraga armor, uses the last Insanity, kites away from it. And even Innocent, honestly, the placement of the Zaman Force actually mattered. The 10% slow could have been what they needed to win out that fight entirely. Let's start with the position of Yums. Just look at where he's positioning, right? He knows, he spots out Kyle and completely shuts off that zone, and Kyle quickly turns around. Now, if Kyle got his damage down in, then Super Marco has the green light.
Innocent, though, dealing a whole lot of damage. Ogwin, even with the Primal Rep, gets completely obliterated. Calteezy into the back. Eum's doing the same thing again. Stormy able to flicker out with the Primal Rat. Skies finds the Retry again, and Few is all but alone amongst the Red Giants. But even then, SRG, they say, no, we will not fight. We got the Lord.
This is becoming brutal combat. Honestly, they're putting everything on the line to make these plays work out. Let's look at the replay one more time to catch up on what exactly happened. Once again, Yum starts walking forward. Despite being a man down, right? We do see that Innocent able to outplay the situation thanks to the help. He plays literally almost on top of Yums as he flickers forward to try and catch as many people possible.
Now it's about them utilizing the Enhanced Lord. Calteezy was able to secure the orange buff. Now in the mid lane, Flapteezy to get a bit of damage. The Blood Wings already done from Innocent. Look at the burst damage onto Flap, forced to use the ultimate as the Lord charges in. Innocent still holding on to Zaman Force, knows that there are going to be more waves. Few brought back to the team, now forced to use the Demonic Force. Absolutely gunned down from the skies with the Demonic Force. It didn't even matter.
That was disgusting. That was disgusting. He literally got behind him and pushed him back into the team. This could be an end angle here.
Oh, Gwen, Earth Shatter not connecting. Now with the Spear of Alpha from Skies, unable to connect. It seems they are struggling. Calteezy gets bursted down right as he cables in. The base wide open. Selangor Red Giants take match point.
They're the first to touch it. MY, 3-game win so far in this best of 7. They need one more to get the title here. All smiles on their faces, but oh my goodness, nobody would have expected it to be in this fashion.
SRG find themselves in the lead. They were looking up the whole time, but they forgot they were giants. They could stand toe-to-toe even with the Falcons.
It feels like every moment passing for SRG, the momentum is driven behind them. They're motivated, they are young, they're hot-blooded, but most importantly, they're standing taller and taller each game. Falcons AP Bren truly have a competitor.
For the first time in this tournament, Falcons AP Bren are the ones behind.
With that being said, analysts, please break this game down.
Well, the first thing that we can say, I guess, even on red side, you can still do it. But yeah, looking at this game,
yep,
it's a roller coaster, man.
That to me was the game changer. 10 minutes in, Yums with a sliver of HP just survives long enough to pop the implosion and eventually punish the entirety of Falcons AP Bren. Again, another stumble for Falcons AP Bren. Will be a good team fight as Few will be able to pop the ultimate and then kind of sacrifice for his team Super Marco to clean up, as well as Kaltizi. But then it will be disaster after disaster. This should not have happened because Falcons AP Bren are already leading by so much. But then, because of what Yums did and what Innocent will be able to do in the next Lord fight, that is how SRG is able to come back.
It's the brutal honesty that SRG are playing with that makes this game inevitable for them. I've been watching all of these engagements, going through different angles, whether it be out in the open, near SRG turrets, in these small corridors, and I don't know, Few at this point, 15 minutes in, should be able to disperse him, but something about the way SRG just position themselves and punish Few as he lands every time makes it almost a useless ult.
Honestly, like every single time SRG wins a team fight, my head is like, how?
Exactly.
Like, where's the extra damage coming from? I mean, like, sure, we see the setup, maybe Falcon AP Brand walks into it, but still, it's like, how? Like, you know what, in terms of stats, you know what I really want to see?
Ooh.
The damage dealt. I really want to see who dealt the damage coming in from SRG.
And conversely, for FCAP, it was only Oracle as a defensive item here for Few. That's why he got burst down so easily. He went for glowing wand. He wanted to deal the damage, despite the fact that there's already a lot of damage from FCAP.
And the clock only really stacks up the longer the fight goes, but I think the call for SRG was just rain down holy fire on Phoveus, on Few, and that's why he only ever lasted like 3 seconds tops.
Ooh, interesting choice. And even the choice for the Thams coming out from Flap TZ, I did say that the Thams will be picked up. It's one of my predictions in the last weeks, and I thought that it will be because it was a tank hero with in the absence of like a Barret, of usually your tank heroes like Edith, maybe in the EXP lane. You need someone to tank for you, but instead the choice was to go for this Warcry on the Thams, which, you know, evidently it worked in the early stages. Not gonna lie, we were about to nerd out about that, but in the end, it proved to be the bane of FCOP.
One thing to like nerd out is that you were talking about there was one team fight that really wanted for SRG. Honestly, the extra damage came from Edith. It is the Valentina's.
Yeah, exactly.
So I feel like that's also a big game changer where everyone is clumped up together. And then Stormy was able to deal a lot of damage, and Innocent got to his power spike, and then the Harif was banned for a reason.
Yeah,
it was that fight that made me think, hey, that's a lot of turret hits they were taking. It wasn't turret hits. It was Stormy.
It was Stormy, yeah.
Stormy, yeah. And this time,
Stormy the Prodigy, man.
Yep. It's Harith plus the Valentina, which was the answer. I do like the idea, though, the Phoveus plus the Van. In fact, I'm looking at FCAP in this particular game. I don't think that there's any problem with their hero lineup. I think it was the execution, definitely. You see, they kind of felt very confident.
Yeah, too confident that they made decisions along the way that slowed them down, or that allowed for SRG to punish. Again, the items on Few, the loadout on the Thams, and I guess they didn't step on the clutch fast enough to say, hey, wait, this is SRG's point of no return. Like, if we can't win here and we can't end, that's it. I think there were parts of FCAP that were towards one direction, and then another that tried to, you know, save the game.
Yeah. And now we got to look at our Sony MVP, the creme de la creme. It's creme. And again, he's showing up with his X-board, giving a lot of space, giving a lot of damage, but more important is like he always makes any kind of situation feels like a kill opportunity for SRG.
Crab, the export actually is genius. We did predict that it will be the last pick, right? It made a lot of sense. Was a little bit of problem in specific points in the game, but obviously when he is needed, he turns up and made it difficult for the team fights for FCAP to happen. This was the team fight, one of the most important team fights.
The most important team fight.
Oh. KalTC will be able to get out. Oh, this is not. This is 8 minutes.
Oh, it's very similar.
Very similar.
Angle, yeah.
Exactly. Will happen in 10 minutes, and then there will be another one. First Lord Dance, which the second Lord Dance, I mean, but eventually it will be in favor of FCAP. think you will also have to give credit
that one.
Yeah, exactly. You have to give credit to Sekais as well, managing to the second Lord Dance like survive long enough and actually able to get one kill off before. Well, he did not die afterwards, but yeah, you get my point, right? Sekais was also very important and very instrumental to that victory. So is Cram with 92% kill participation.
Yeah, between Cram and Sekais, the X-Borg and the Alpha, I think they were both the antithesis to what FCAP was trying to do. Like, if you can't kill these two dudes and you can't out-damage them, basically the fight's over.
Yeah.
Stormy just being there during that turnaround was just the icing on the cake, the cherry on top. But that was all made possible by, number one, the setup by Yums, and then, again, the beta, the swings, the Spear of Alpha, and the fire missiles and the last sanity off of Cram and Sekais.
With that being said, right now, it's match point. It's a scary situation to be in, even if you're the one that is on match point, because you know at this point, if you make a mistake, then, you know, it's going to be a best of one. And that's the point. And that's a scary place to be in.
Yeah, I think for sure, SRG are feeling it. Well, not only with the way that they played, I think that they have gotten their momentum quite long enough today. Despite their losses, their 2 losses, it felt like they have gotten the momentum. But most importantly, momentum when it comes to drafting. Now they have figured out Falcon Savvy Brand. In fact, Falcon Savvy Brand were too hung up on whatever SRG is doing that they pick up the Fanny and the Focus together. While it's true, it's good. It's actually really good. But then the fact that they reacted that way meant that, yeah, SRG are getting in their heads.
The reset did not happen the way we wanted it to. Again, the fact that they're still bringing out new picks and that these are new strats that they're trying shows that they got life in them. But was it the kind of move, the needed move here to get them to match point first? Apparently no. SRG is still ahead.
A conversation that we have to have here is talking about both junglers. Because again, both junglers have proven to be one of the reasons why they've been doing so well. We got to talk about Sekais as well as Kyle TZ. We got to talk about both junglers here, where we're looking at the stats. In terms of the numbers, honestly, it does look like more towards Kyle TZ.
Yeah. 7 to 4.73. I guess this is because
it's quite even. Quite even.
Yeah, well, you gotta have to go back where Kyle TZ and FCAP themselves have dominated so much. For SRG, there were games that did not go in their favor. In fact, they had a 5-game series going up against Fireflux, so KDA will not be there. But overall, really good. I think that in this particular grand final so far, and I'm not only saying this because it's a 3-2 that favors SRG. So far, it's Sekai's getting the better off of Kyle TZ, mainly because because you remember when Kyle TZ went for the utility, he lost. But this time, game number 5, utility for Sekais, he still wins.
You know what? The comparison between these two players go as far back as their starts in MLBB Esports. Kyle TZ, Alpha Pro Esports, his amateur team in the early years. Sekais, ELX Esports in his early years. So, and they were both homegrown by these giant, all puns intended, orgs, right? They started their pro careers under SRG, under Falcons AP Bren. So now, this is all the payoff. This is their prime form now.
I gotta say, Sekais is one of those guys where I would say fans of him is like, he's good, he's okay, but he's nothing like special, you know? But now he's really grown in his career after like, what, 1 or 2 years in the scene. Now he's really developing into this Sky Prince that has to be respected, because before this, it's just like, whether he's there or not, you know he's a good player, but again, he's not going to be game-changing. Now, he's a game-changer.
SRG, the whole team, the whole franchise put the work into this young man, and now here's the payoff. I honestly haven't seen a jungler with such a killer instinct, even compared to Kyle TZ, because Kyle plays the map. Kyle is one of those few junglers that can play both sides of the coin of utility assassin. But when you see Sekais on an assassin, it just
laser focus.
It just plays right. It's laser focused. It's scalpel precise, and it's just as brutal as a machete. You know what I mean? Like he's just a katana even.
I think it also, if you're looking at SRG and specifically how they are utilizing Sakai's and how Sakai's actually plays, it kind of makes me think that they are playing so many games with different kinds of heroes. And it's actually backed up by the fact that Coach Arcadia and the entirety of SRG reveals that they are playing so much actually, even after the scrims, right? So they are playing a lot of ranked games together as a team. I think that they have extended scrims as well. So they're really just focusing on so much reps on their side, because if you're going to be comparing both the Fanny usages of Kaltis as well as Sakai's is more favored, and it kind of felt like Kaltis is more on the rusty side of things. If you look back at Sakai's play, I think he only missed 2 cables.
Sorry to cut you off there, but again, this is an intense match. Sky's only 17, that's crazy. But with that being said, we're sending it over to the stage.
Tension is hanging in the air. Heart-stopping climax. This is the clash of true titans. They're not just here to compete. They're here to dominate. They're here to become legendary.
The score is currently 3-2. And now, Selangor Red Giants are 1 win away from being crowned the MSC 2024 champions. Can Falcons AP Brand take us all the way to 7 games?
Now we want to hear from the audience. Let's hear it from the fans of Falcons AP Brand.
Okay. I see you guys. I see the Filipino crowd. I see the Falcons fans. But now I want to ask, what about the Selangor Red Giants? Are you not entertained?
The Amazon Arena is ready. Let's start game number 6.
It is time to go over to our panelists. Boys and girls, it's your time to shine. Game 6 awaits.
Dude, look at the crowd. Look at the crowd.
I'm still wondering, so which is which?
Yeah. No, honestly,
Crazy.
like I feel like the panel represents the
we're everyone.
The crowd.
We're all.
Right now it's like 2-1, right?
We're
the ratio
very
is
together.
We're very together. Now, here's the thing. In Malaysia is going wild as well. Like right now in Malaysia, the watch party, I saw like 6, 7, maybe even 9 different watch parties in Malaysia. Like, it's insane.
This is one of them.
I mean, like, here's the thing. Like, put it into context. This has never happened before. Like, being in the grand finals is a dream. Having match point. Wow.
Whoa.
Wait, why is there so many?
Whoa.
There's about 2,000 people there.
Whoa.
Wait, I didn't. Okay, this caught me by surprise. Why
This is
another few thousand in there?
Yo, I feel proud. Shout outs to Malaysia.
Yo,
Really, Asia.
F-Cup crowd looks small in comparison.
Exactly.
At least in the Amazon Arena.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure in the Philippines it's still huge, but still.
Yeah.
Dude, this grand finals is living up to the hype.
Hey, if this was a BO5, it would have been over.
Yes. To put it into perspective, you're correct. Yeah,
correct.
Just saying, that's how high the stakes are. And just one game, one more win for SRG, and we usher in a new era of MLBB Esports.
If SRG wins this one, DJY is correct?
I take it back. We already are in a new age, given how far this series has gone.
That's right.
And now we're jumping straight into the pick and bans. SRG is going to be on red once again. Falcons AP Brand is on the blue. They're banning out the Terizla. This time, respecting Stormy on the Valentina, going to get banned out. Chip has been banned out by SRG.
Okay, so that means what? Roger Harris being opened once again.
I kind of want to see the Roger go, not going to lie.
Nope.
The Julian.
Gotta hit the Julian.
So you ban Ling if you're F-Cap, right?
This feels like a very familiar.
ban Fanny.
Oh, Ben Fanny, and then they pick up the link, right?
Yeah.
This just feels like M2.
Feels like M2?
Feels like M2 just replaced SRG with the Burmese ghouls.
That's so true. That's actually so true.
That's how high the stakes are.
Yeah. So it should be...
That was my first international, man.
Yeah.
Brings back memories. But now, Ling or Roger, I'll let both of them go and ban on something like a Moskov or something.
Yeah. Or you ban Moskov.
I don't know.
So that it will be just Ling if it is picked up by FCAP, and then you answer with
the Roger jungle.
Yeah, Harith. Harith Valentine is not open this time, so maybe.
I don't envy the coaches, by the way. Like, drafting like this must be very stressful. The Ling has been banned out, so
it's just Roger or Harith at this point for FCAP.
Yep.
If you're FCAP, I mean, historically they want the Roger.
Yep.
But I think it's still a 50-50 between these two. Yep.
Roger.
So you go Roger. So you go Harith. And maybe get the Hayabusa
Arlet
as soon as possible.
I think the Arlet is a risk. As good of a hero as he is, he's one of those, you're either great or you're chocolate, you know?
Arlet's a FCAP choice. Yeah, I don't chalk it up the SRG to do that.
And then there's also the Angela, which I think will most likely be on FCAP. Unless SRG takes it, but yeah, I think it's more of an FCAP hero. SRG will want to go for the Harith, yep, together with Musa. Yep.
Harith Musa.
You it.
This early, huh?
Yeah. Harabusa. And then, in this case, you want to pick up the Minotaur as soon as possible for FCAP because that was always banned by SRG. Answers this Hayabusa for sure. At the same time, you want to secure your EXP lane. Honestly, the fact that Yu Zhong has always been let go by both teams kind of surprises me at this point, especially because there's always like Hayabusa on the other side.
Mm-hmm. All right, now we have a player quote coming in from Kyle TZ. I don't think SRG is any easier. We just want to focus on winning, not our opponent. And Wolf, like you said, Minotaur picked up as well as the Arlet. Both of you guys get a point each.
Thanks.
Connection.
The points are made up, by the way, so
yeah,
they don't do anything.
Yeah.
Do you pick up the Ruby now if you are, or the Cho for SRG?
The fact that both are available and neither are a flex means FCAP won't ban both. So I think you can still get away with either. I don't think they want to pry that pick here.
Yeah, that's also true. So
they're fine. You know, SRG is comfortable. They're uncomfortably comfortable.
Yeah.
Like they have so much left in the pocket that it's FCAP who's thinking, even if it's SRG's turn to pick.
Yeah.
I don't know what you guys are talking about.
Maybe a board.
I'm not comfortable.
Maybe you want to go board. Oh, okay. Very nice.
Okay. I need to ask the casters, what do you guys think of the opener coming in from SRG, having the Hayabusa Harith as well as the Lilia?
I don't know about you boys here, but even between me and Mirko, we were thinking like whether or not that Lilia pick should have been Yuzong.
Yeah, for sure. I thought for sure it was going to be Yuzong, right? Because for Falcons AP Brand, they rarely do this, but they actually reveal the Minotaur and the Arla instantly. No flex onto the Arla anymore. So I thought for sure SRG wanted to give Cram that winning matchup to just snowball in the game.
Hey, you know, maybe they're just like, you know what, Stormy, it's your time to shine, and maybe there's a secret EXP pick, or just go back to something like a CC, who knows.
The good thing about getting the Lilia is that it definitely challenges Fuse hero pool. So they ban the Phovius, and then what, they're gonna ban Farsa next?
I didn't think it was possible to choke off you, man. Not like this.
Well, that's also true.
That's amazing. All right, they take out the Cho. Am I getting my words? Just take out the Cho in their own because the Tigreal's still out there. Never mind.
We did say that it could be the Cho as the third pick for SRG, but it was banned out. There's also that Yu Zhong that we keep on talking about because it's a very strong pick. But then again, they can fourth pick it if ever.
Yeah, I also think they'd rather let the Ruby through.
Yes.
Than the Tigreal. So they'll ban out the Tigreal.
Yes.
Tigreal was so good last game, so I think that would be best for FCAP.
What about the Aurora ban here?
For
Moskov. Oh, forgot about Moskov.
All right.
So probably gonna pick up the Claude later.
It depends if they wanna. It depends on the fourth pick. If this is Tigreal, then I think that FCAP will just go for a utility pickup, maybe like a Baksha, for example. That's the board that I also thought will be picked up. SRG skipped on that, but yeah, I think the Lilia still is a stronger pick. That means that Yu Zhong is still available. Great hero for Cram. Apart from that, what else are you looking for? Maybe a Barrett's actually for Mr. Cram. which also negates like a potential for for a utility pickup. Also Edith. So I'm thinking Edith or Barrett's here. Grok instead.
Haven't seen Yums on this Grok for a while. It's been banned out quite a few times.
It denies the Claude. You cannot pick Claude here. It's Lilia and Grok. You don't want to pick up the Claude for FCAP. You might be forced for, what, Beatrix?
And it nullifies these 2 CC heavy picks early on.
Yeah.
SRG has a lot of prior here.
Doesn't care.
Wait, how about a Nathan for FCAP and then get a wave clear hero, like a Vexana?
Sounds good. Sounds right. Casters, what do you think?
Faramis.
Now that you see Falcons AP brand full lineup, what do you guys feel about the draft?
There you go. I mean, I just want to say that Yu Zhang will 100% come through for SRG now, right? Because we were expecting it to come out a lot sooner. I don't know if they don't go Yu Zhang, because like Yu Zhang just fits perfectly here, and they already have the Grok, they got Lilia, they got full mid prio, so even the Faramis will get punished.
How about Lapu?
I don't know. I'm even thinking about FCAP at this point. The way that they're going to be playing their comp is heavily around just like team fighting strong, right? So like good luck to both of these teams at the end of the day.
I like the Lapu shout out.
Yeah, I don't like the Faramis.
I'm feeling that maybe FCAP are taking the focus on winning and away from their opponent to their detriment. Because there's so much that SRG is presenting that FCAP here just picked up the Faramis and the Nolan.
Got it.
We were all right. They pick up the Faramis and the Nolan, just wanting to go fast and hard.
Let me just say, I really like this Lapu pickup.
Yes, so good.
Yeah.
I think SRG's got this.
I mean,
draft-wise.
Whether they do or not, it's all about the players in the game. Right now it's match point, ladies and gentlemen. And with that, we're throwing it over to our casters.
Thank you once again. Our analysts have been doing a phenomenal job breaking down these drafts and honestly giving foresight on these picks. But it's time. Match point for SRG. This is the Ascension match. We're gone beyond the skies. We're touching the heavens here with the gods of the game.
The Red Giants finally find themselves looking down upon Falcons AP Bren, and it's now or never. 3-2. Do they seal the deal?
Welcome to game number 6 here at MSC 2024 here at EWC with Falcons AP Bren on blue side, SRG match point on red.
Oh, I was talking about the Yu Zhang. We were talking about the Yu Zhang, but then they go out with the Lapu, and honestly, yeah, I mean, technically it does the same thing, just no instant petrify, right, when you go for the Furious Dive, but yeah, finishing or even dealing with the Netherrealm would be great. Sky's already rotating up top. Kalti's gonna be caught in the quad shadow. Sky's following in forward. Going for the shurikens here. She'll be able to do it. Sky's forward. Oh, Kaltizi with the help of Ogwen and Few turns it around.
And Sky's is probably thinking to himself, maybe I should have taken Lethal Ignition on this one.
Oh.
I mean, it's one of those feel bad moments, but still, it's still a 50-50. Yums doesn't get knocked up, thankfully, and now that's first blood for Falcons AP Bren, and that's what you want to see, especially if you are a world champion fan.
For Falcons AP Bren on the Nolan. See, it's very rare that we get to see this, right? When Wolf says that he doesn't like Falcon AP Bren's draft. It's very rare to see. Usually they're always able to outdraft their opponents. I think that was the case as well up against Liquid Echo. But this time around, they find themselves in a spot where they really have to get that early lead. That will definitely help them with a lot of these hero plays with the composition to make it work, to beat SRG before they get online.
I think we need to take it a step forward, right? Because now at this point, it's not only just about getting a lead, but it's also unlocking these laners, right? And Owen, he can take the damage. He doesn't mind. He opted to go for tank emblem, so he can take it for now. But at the same time, right? How do they unlock them?
Good zoning. This is a good way to do so. Falcons AP Bren already utilizing the man advantage in the bottom lane to actually stop Cram from getting that cannon in. That will actually stop him from getting level 4, which means Kaltizi should be able to steal it or actually just take it for free. No contest at all from SRG.
Yeah, a really good off-tempo play from the side of Falcons AP Bren. They decided, you know what? Hey, Owen, you're going to get 2 waves in the mid so that Few can actually start zoning out Cram for these bigger fights. With that being said, that's an early turtle for Falcons AP Bren, but Kaltizi, especially with the lead that he has EXP-wise, he's going to be able to really start threatening and burning battle spells from Selangor Red Giants.
Falcons AP Bren, it's all about that farming now. Up against Skies on the Hayabusa, Nolan does have an advantage when it comes to that clear speed. So that's definitely something that Falcons AP Bren will continue to utilize here. Kyle, also known for his amazing, phenomenal pathing. Now, a level ahead. He should be able to find another lead here because this is what I was talking about for the Yuzong at least, right? For Cram on the Alapu, you're going to be great, especially in the mid game, but in the early game, if you got that Yuzong, you would be able to force to just win out this lane.
I mean, I agree that if they want to win out this lane, but at the same time, SRG is thinking a little bit further than that, right? Because look at the nature of how these games have been going. It's, yes, you get a lead in the laning phase, but then afterwards, what happens? The big turnaround we've seen from both of these teams, somehow more consistently on SRG's side, but at the same time, with the Lapu, you're now not dependent on your battle spells anymore, right? You don't need to have that Petrified Furious Dive to make something happen. You just bravest fighter and hope for the best.
Warrior Boots first item from Cram here. He's actually going for... I wonder what he's actually going for there. If he just wants to stay on that item. It's a Thunderbelt, though. Rushed in from Flap TZ. Kyle TZ already pushing Cram, putting the pressure down on him in the bottom lane. He's already down quite a bit from, you know, all those early ganks from Few. Now he's going to be down even more. He's going to lose an entire wave, I think, with the cut.
Yeah, that's a little... Ooh. I mean, that's a little unfortunate. I think that Cram is going to first item War Axe instead of going for the traditional Hunter Strike at this point, or mainly because I think when he jumps in, Ogwin is going to stop everybody else from continuing the dive, you know, really capitalizing on it. And with that peel being said, with the extra spell vamp that you get from that War Axe, it might just buy him the precious few seconds. Ooh!
Youm's wild charge. All alone, though, now going to be taken down by Super Marco. Great read. And for Falcons AP Bren, it was just about speed. SRG weren't ready for that speed.
Exactly. Like, I'm surprised that they even wanted to contest for it in the first place. I would have think that, you know, they would have opted to just back away. You know what? Take the turtle, whatever. Maybe we can find a lane lead somewhere.
Like and ball straight into the flicker as well. Minius Fury onto Innocent. 1v3 taken down under the turret. No trades for SRG.
Oh boy. Good stuff coming out from Falcons AP Bren. Keep in mind, the Netherrealm is still up from Few. This was a guaranteed dive to happen. Oh, whoa.
Final Slash breeding out the black shoes already. Stormy kind of in a bit of trouble now, you know? He's not even able to walk up fully because he doesn't know. Where's Ogwin? Now he does, and now he rotates back towards the mid lane, wants to give that wave over towards the Harith. Yums is just holding it down.
Look at this read here coming in from Few. He's going to be able to get the Shadow Stampede off, but regardless, right, Falcons AP Bren are very aware that Skies has good opportunities to actually find the side. Oh!
Final Slash flicker into the fracture, straight into the Vengeance! Well played, Falcons AP Bren. The combination to assassinate Skies.
Beautiful, beautiful stuff here. World champions for a reason, am I right?
Innocent, Zaman Force used up, Few rotating up top, relieving some of that pressure, and Super Marco is still ahead of Innocent. Ogwin again, the pinch maneuver under the turret, forcing Innocent to walk all the way back to that bush.
SRG need to fight for priority here. At this point, like Youms, as much as he's responding, he's not helping the mid wave actually being cleared to get Stormy in a position where he can start drawing the line. By the time he gets there, it's already too late.
So far, so good for Falcons AP Bren. Kyle TZ comfortably ahead, one level this time around as we wait for the next neutral objective. And even in the bottom lane, SRG have already sent Cram towards the top side of the map to contest for the neutral objective. Then now the bottom lane, the lead grows even more, not just for Kyle, but for Flap as well.
I mean, the weirdest part is the fact that it feels like Falcons AP Bren are taking the page out of Selangor Red Giants' book. Hey, we're going to force you to keep answering our questions on our time. We're not going to give you that opportunity to regroup and find the counter engage.
And now with Kyle, that speed. Fracture used up the passive together with Super Marco's bullets. That's an easy take. 3 neutral objectives, all the Falcons AP Bren. No contest whatsoever. Skies finds a cross-map play. We'll have to see if he can escape from this one. Shadow kill used up onto Flap TZ. Kyle TZ waiting in the midst of it all right now. The stun should be able to take him down, and just like that, he didn't even use the Vengeance. Stone cold Flap.
Oh man, Sky's unable to buy enough time. I'm pretty sure he probably didn't exactly get the best quad Shadow in the world earlier. But at this point, any single advantage is great for Falcons AP Brand if they want to bring it back and force a tiebreaker between the two teams. At this point of time, SRG, if they're the only way that they're going to find a big tempo play is they've create an advantage with the wild charge, right? So far, Yums has not been able to get there at the right place at the right time because of the way that Falcons AP Brand are kind of splitting them up.
Final slash right into the knockup. Super Marco's running like in form. You can hear him. Yums able to escape for now. No flicker on Cram. Skies tries to go for the quad shadow, just revealing them. Kaltizi's 2 levels ahead. Threatening. No, the Stormy beating on the black shoes. Oh my goodness, that damage.
It's not looking good. It's not looking good. Let's look at the gold difference here because right now Super Marco is currently 1,200 gold ahead, and that's not what you want to see. But even so, even Kyle Teasy continuing to be, I mean, he's so far ahead already.
He is so far ahead, and I think the items display it very well. He doesn't even need the Sky Piercer, right? He thinks, okay, I'm gonna go for Blade of Heptases and then Hunter Strike, and then I'll go for the Sky Piercer. I already have enough damage early game, fool.
And with that being said, right, situational items are going to start coming into play, and I think it's important that they get it as soon as possible, because right now that's a 3-item Roger, and not exactly the best position to be if you're low.
Slowly, Flapteezy getting barriered in and all in, but Flapteezy able to find a final slash. Flick goes out. Ogwin now with a capitalization. Power of Nature into the wild charge. 3 members knocked up as Cram gets the bravest fighter stun. Now the Netherrealm comes down to Super Marco, deals with the back line. Shadow kill forced out. Now with the Lycan form, Sky's very low. Yum flicker, but now Sky's going back with the quad shadow. Meanwhile, Stormy forced to use the black shoes as Skies cannot go for the assassination. Will be forced back again. It's 1-for-0. Flap going in, connecting onto Yums, but will not be able to find the hit. Innocent with his Amon Force turns things around, finds a trade back, and Cram is back up.
Nice reaction time coming in from Yums. That Power of Nature saved his life from Flapteezy trying to go for that final slash. But at the end of the day, Falcons AP Brand, despite trading Flapteezy over to Innocent, doesn't matter. They got the neutral objective, and that's the most important part.
Again, now with the Lord. A big one at that, Skies. Jumps in, shadow kill. Netherrealm not up just yet. View can't escape. It's Stormy who finds it straight into the fadeaway with the black shoes. Into the turret, they find a pick. And I think this Lord, Falcons AP Bren, will still be able to utilize it. The passive was on full stacks from Few. He's back up already.
Let's look at the damage dealt so far, because right now, we're seeing that Few. Again, these fights have been really, really compact. And the closer SRG sticks together, the more the Ghost Burster is going to do even more damage. And man, you can just see how badly Flapteezy wants to catch somebody, just overextending, even by a single pixel. They'll find everything. But similar to the previous game, right, we did see that, you know, on Fanny, you want to be able to kind of split push on the side of the lane. For Hayabusa, exact same thing, right? You want to kind of alleviate the pressure.
Oh, Super Marco with the chase down. Now Sky's going back and forth. Scratch down. Super Marco wins the 1v1.
He panicked. The quad shadow, he sent it into the wall. That wasn't ideal, but hopefully they can protect mid and tier 1.
They will still be able to do so up top. Innocent sent to deal with the Lord, but he's all alone. He's used his Amon Force. Oh, Gwen. Look at this menace, Flapteezy walking forward with the Vengeance, able to find it onto Yums. Didn't get the stun. Kalteezy in the mid lane, zoning Cram away, and they are able to zone them away, at least from the tier 1 in the mid lane, getting that tier 2 up top as well. Kyle forced back, Stormy, and now Yums, great maneuvers by him with the conceal. Zone them away from this turret. Ogwen, knock up, final slash, displacing Yum, still able to find a wild charge. Kalteezy in the back, shadow kill used up. Netherrealm there to protect them. Meanwhile, Super Marco will be able to escape still. Dodges away, flicker from Cram, not able to find it just yet. And Cram, despite all the damage, he can't take anyone down. Stormy with the chase. But then the motivation roar just gets them back up.
Oh, that's a War Axe diff right there. Survive. Oh, Stormy gets hit.
Final slash, Stormy trying to run away, doesn't have the black shoes. Meanwhile, Crab gets bursted down. Kyle Teasy gets rid of Stormy.
That's a 2-for-0 trade. Falcons AP Bren has been in the driver's seat this entire game, but the lead finally extended from 5K to 6K. Again, it's starting to even out here, and worst yet, this could mean inhibitors. The next 30 seconds is going to be important. Oh, final slash.
Again, with the Vengeance, this time Innocent able to escape those Skies back and forth with the quad shadow. Now into Flapteezy again, very low. Innocent able to space out. Yums with the Power of Nature, able to escape like it. Oh! Super Marco! Again and again, finding the play. Base short number 1 in the mid lane. Boom! The Filipino cannon finds another.
Oh no, it's starting to fall apart for SRG. Falcons, AP Red, the chain deaths are happening!
Minions Fury crowned with the Brave Spider, unable to find more. Super Marco continuing it, able to flicker out to safety. Innocent back and forth, now in another realm. Final Slash not connecting, Innocent cannot survive.
Once again, they do it! They are showing you why they are the best in this game! Every single time you count them out, they just show you it's not even close! Match point for both of these teams. We couldn't have asked for anything better here, Mirko.
Falcons AP Brand flying back to eye level against the Red Giants. Back and forth, and this time round, we get to witness Game 7.
It's been so long. It's been so long. Man, it's been a while since you and me have been on the desk, and we even get the benefit of casting all 7 games. Today could not be any better.
Falcons AP Brand, they always find a way. You look at them, you think they're beatable. They bleed, and then they stomp you just after that. 12 minutes. The fastest game in the series so far.
Yep, the strongest mental we've seen. Analysts, it's your turn. Break it down for us.
We started the day with a best of 7, and now we're jumping to a best of 1. And again, tempo, the speed. Dude, Falcons AB Brand, they want to push this one, and now it's anyone's game.
This is what we asked for, game number 7. But I gotta say, like to all the fans out there, it is true that during the draft we reacted really badly about that Fairness as well as that Nolan pick.
We were skeptics.
We're
Maybe
very skeptic.
Next time, let's not do that anymore.
Yeah, maybe it is necessary so that they can win.
It's part of the show.
Part of the show.
Oh my goodness.
Man, but nevertheless, I think the thing is, what we actually forgot is how good the macro is for Falcons AP Brand, because they attack this in a macro level.
Which makes this all the more a beautiful game, match, and series.
Yeah.
Because all throughout, it was SRG who brought us first to match point. We were playing SRG's game, we were following their tempo, we were playing to their tune. And that's why the draft here made all the more sense for Falcons AP Brand, is because they broke the game down to a point where team fights aren't what we're used to. They're not the fights we knew from games 4, 3, and 2.
There is also this silent protocol amongst teams, especially for MOBAs, when you're drafting in a grand finals, where it doesn't matter if you get the perfect hero for that draft, just a hero-centric, but if it's not a meta-game hero, it will not work. For example, the Lapu-Lapu, maybe you will rank it lower in your tier list, but it makes total sense, right? It's great versus the Roger, decent versus the Nolan, stellar against the Fairness, but if you think about it, the attributes as well as the items that eventually this Lapu-Lapu will pick up, it's not that strong in the meta game. So even when Crown will play the perfect hero, it doesn't mean that they will win with that kind of hero in a grand final.
Greater than the sum of their parts.
Exactly.
That's what makes this draft by FCAP such a magnum opus.
Yeah.
I honestly was afraid, not just in the draft, which was very obvious, we were vocal about that, but also a lot of the moments in game where Super Marco, where Kyle TZ, where even Few were threading the needle, like you should have died, you should have gotten punished at this point. And again, the way that they all put it together, the calls that they made might have broken SRG's tempo well enough to end this at 12.
Didn't give them time to adjust?
Yes. That is definitely what they took away from SRG this time. SRG, I think that it's fair to assume that after watching them in the group stages and the knockouts, they're a late game team. They're a comeback kind of team. But in this game number 6, finally we see Falcons AP Brand just really, show their fangs, really have a tight grip and never letting go of the tempo, which meant that SRG couldn't find the right timing to open up. Even when you saw that Sekai tried to go for that bottom lane push, he was solo. He was actually taken out by Super Marco, who played the Roger against Hayabusa so well. He stood in the middle so that he has got like what, equal distance to travel.
He would have killed him either way.
Exactly.
Not to mention Innocent, right? Innocent was actually doing his job. He was doing his role to get to a point wherein if fights lasted a while longer, even under a Netherrealm, he would be able to dance between the Zaman Force and win the fights eventually. But FCAP was denying that. So he had to revert down to pushing the off lanes, which made the whole situation harder for SRG because you can't face a team that's 4K, 5K ahead of you with just 4 men.
Yeah.
So it was it was a double jeopardy for SRG.
Let me transition the topic here by saying Falcons AB Bren, they're in a comfortable position where they've been in the best of 7 numerous times.
Exactly.
Selangor Red Giants, even in MPLMY, it didn't go all 7 games.
Yeah.
So this is indeed the final boss test for SRG, not just against Falcons AB Bren, the final boss, but going all the way. Do you have the stamina to go up against the defending world champions? Like, if SRG wins this one and they continue their win streak, then I believe they've shut down the doubters.
Oh, well, I think up till now, the doubters should be shut down. If you're doubting SRG, still, man, you're in a different planet.
If you do just what you said, if SRG beats FCAP here and now, they have a new chapter to write. No longer are they in the 100+ days situation like that. That's just racing yourself. Now they have to carry the weight of being the strongest region, the strongest team in the world.
That's right.
Dude, like that gives me goosebumps. But now we got to look at our Sony MVP. It's going over to Super Marco. And again, the bulletproof Super Marco. I don't know. I kind of feel like you need like, what, 7 heroes to kill this guy. Pick up a Popal and Koopa or something.
My lady at home is screaming out her lungs.
That is Super Marco, the king of, the nonchalant king, as he is called in the Philippines. No emotions, just pure power.
I can imagine you pull off what he did against Sekai's and he goes, yeah.
Imagine it's like, hey, you just won $1 million. Like, thanks.
He's gonna smile, I think, a little bit.
Yeah, he might give us a smirk.
He's been working on it.
Yeah.
This is that play. Look at that.
Oh.
Look at how much damage that
I thought the guys had a chance, by the way, but that was too one-sided.
With that single step, he was next to 2 shadows.
Exactly. And then he's gonna clean up. Look, actually the kiting coming out from FCAP finally arrived, like the way that they are winning the team fights. And then Flap TZ, this time he is activated. Arla, Flap TZ has been a 50-50 during the entire grand finals. But in order for FCAP to eventually nail this win, everybody has to step up from FCAP. That is true for SRG, but I would say for SRG, come game number 7, I do hope that they just get their Yum special. You know, Yum's being confident with setup heroes, with Stormy getting the damage done, and Sekai's, of course, with an assassin. I do hope that will be the case.
And here I was thinking the Grok was that Yum's hero we were looking for. You said it has been a while.
Of course, and the thing is, we have a lot more to talk about, but going to Game 7, we have to go to a break first. We'll see you guys right after this.
fans, as we are about to jump in our 7th and final game in this best-of-7 grand finals for the MSC title. Now, boys and girls, are you ready? I say GG, you say SRG. Are you ready? GG, SRG, GG, 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 GG. As you can see, the fans are ready and the game is ready. But before that, I think we have Mara with the Falcons AP Brent fans. Show me what you got.
Oh, we're here to show you that we have the best fans. All right, everybody, let me hear it from you. Lock on! Peanuts long! We're about to show you Game 7. Analysts, take it away.
As amazing as the crowd is, I just want to take this moment and just say, this is going to be our final panel.
That's right. No turning back.
We've been in Riyadh for how many weeks now, and it's all come to this. There'll be no more games after this one.
I wouldn't have it any other way. It's an honor of serving you, gentlemen.
Yes, I feel emotional right now.
You feel emotional?
Yeah, I do. It's weird, right? Like, I've been in many grand finals before, but it's
something about this one.
Something about this one. Yeah.
I mean,
something special.
It's history in the making, anyways, right? Falcons CP Brand having all the championships. Selangor Giants bringing a new era for Malaysia. Like, whoever wins this one, they deserve it. But with that being said, why do I keep saying that? We're jumping into the draft here. SRG is gonna be blue side. Falcons AB Brand, red side, batting the Julian, batting the Faramis. Few, you're not going to be having fun.
By the way, just the fact that we have changed sides all matters so much.
SRG can get Roger here.
They can get Roger, indeed, and they have already banned up. Maybe the Valentina will be next. That should be the ban. I gotta say.
I would encourage it.
Encourage. What other heroes do they ban? Oh, because they're in the red side. That's why.
Yeah.
They can now afford to ban the Faramis because they don't have to ban the chip.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Falcons CP Brand, they ban out the Fanny, so either let SRG have the Ling, have the Roger, or open both of them up.
I think you open both of them. Just ban the Ling at this point if you are FCAP. But for SRG, I think I would have said Valentina, but yeah, Moscow also works.
So in that case, do they first pick the Ling, regardless if it doesn't get banned?
Yeah. Yes, 100%. Especially because you already have the counters taken out. Like most importantly, this Julian and also the Moskov. In fact, even the Faramis is considerable against the Ling. So yeah, you're now comfortable.
Do it, Treb.
Do it, Treb.
They got the Ling, man.
Yeah, just out the Ling.
I mean, again, it's like they ban out the Angela, so they want to let SRG pick up the Ling so that Falcons AP Brand they can pick up. I believe Roger Terizla.
Roger Valen.
Roger Valen.
Yep. But okay, so what is top one between Roger Valen and Roger Terizla? I think it's, for me personally, I think number one Roger Valen and then second is Roger Terizla. If the Link gets picked up, I mean, this could be totally different. Maybe SRJ picks up Terizla.
Or the Valen.
Or the Valen.
Put it in Stormy. In Stormy we trust.
Wow, what an intense first pick, huh?
I mean, again, it's the final match of MSC.
The biggest power pick trade we've seen in a while.
Yes.
Comes down to this.
Comes down.
I've never been so nervous about
exactly. And honestly, could have just okay. So it's Roger.
Roger. It's their turn. This is an FCAP signature move.
Yeah.
So that's SRG taking the Roger route. You go Ling and you go Terizla. I think that is the MO for FCAP. There it is. So if you're SRG, you definitely don't want to give the Valentina, right?
The nail on the head.
Yeah. You pick up Valentina if you're SRG. What else do they pick up to?
Do they have to consider picking up the X-Borg? Like, how many EXP leaders is Cram comfortable going up against the Terizla?
Arlet, maybe?
Is there a world where this Roger becomes the jungler?
There is.
There is.
This is Sekai's we're talking about.
Minotaur Valent, yeah. Very good pickup. Very good opening for SRG.
Almost taking FCAP's draft here.
Yes. So you're gonna be left with Edith perhaps on the Ogwen in this case.
The problem is we've seen Stormy on the Valentina taking away.
Of course,
and then Harith picks up.
How come we forgot about the Harith? But yeah, it makes a lot of sense. I think eventually the Claude should be banned by FCAP, right?
Agreed.
Ooh.
And at that point, if all the gold laners are banned out, Roger goes gold lane. Innocent special, that's where he gets the name Innocent the Beast.
Innocent, yeah. Oh, wait, I think the Hayabusa actually is still pickable for SRG, right? That's still a good hero versus the Ling, and also in a way against the Harith.
So they're forcing Sekai's on the Haya.
Yeah, they're like indulging SRG to the point where let's have an assassin versus assassin battle in the last game of MSC, where everything is meta.
Their fight will be legendary.
Their fight will indeed be legendary. It
already is.
Okay, I think you banned few heroes, right? Lilia also. Lilia is actually a really good ban for SRG because that has great synergy.
With... You let the Farsa through?
Yep.
What about the Phoveus? Maybe you can let the Phoveus go. Oh, all right, Tigro ban.
That is interesting, especially because they have the Valentina.
They can steal the Edith's ult.
Yeah, that's right. I think you can still ban Hayabusa here if you're FCAP.
Look at the dichotomy. Look at how polar different Coach Duck and Coach Treb are. You see the smiles on Coach Treb and Coach Duck is just honed in.
Yep. And Mr. Robert is just prodding. Oh, they are indeed forcing the Hayabusa. X-Borg being banned. I think that's actually an amazing ban here coming out from FCAP, knowing that it will be the last hero to really make it difficult for the Trilza to kind of work.
What else are the options? Cram is good on the CC, but I don't know about CC in this lineup.
CC versus Ling has worked before. I'm not entirely sure if that's good versus the Harith.
Talking about CC, is Arlott on Ogwen a thing?
Ooh.
Yeah, it is.
Absolutely.
Absolutely.
That might be a better alternative to the Edith, right? Because the Edith just stings.
Yeah.
With a Valentina.
Yeah. If you're up against the Valentina, do you want to go like maybe Kadita or actually the Farsa is still open. Yeah, the Farsa is great. Unless they want to go all in for the damage, which they go Kagura. That's the Arlott.
You called it, Leo.
Well done.
You called it.
And you also take it away from the potential of Cram picking it up.
So
that's one of the few Cram heroes left.
Yeah.
Ooh. Are you gonna be left with CC? I think CC, they might not have a choice.
Or the Zhong.
Oh, you're right.
The Zhong.
Finally, please. Give us the Yu Zhong.
Yu Zhong Claude?
Yep. Yu Zhong Claude.
Like, don't pick up the Hayabusa or risk it, pick up the Hayabusa, let Innocent have his time with the Roger. Like, this Roger gave Innocent the MVP back in Malaysia.
Yep.
Alpha. Oh, they just go back to Alpha.
Alpha Ruby.
Okay, this is the part where you actually go for the Lilia. Is Louis still open?
Yes.
That might be it. That might be the closer.
What kind of world is this?
Louis is perfect versus Alpha.
I feel like at this point, it's just that everyone just picking what I don't know.
Where are you going with this?
No, I'm just saying it's like
okay.
Go big or go home. Just pick whatever you want. And gentlemen, I want to say thank you very much for your services, not just for today, not just for this draft. Try the entire MSC. We'll talk again later. But for now, we're passing it over to the casters, where for you guys is your final cast as well. See you guys.
Once again, thank you to our beloved analysts calling the shots every single time, being as accurate as they possibly can and breaking down all of the action for you guys. With that being said, Mirko, this is it. One team are going to be crowned champions here of the Mid-Season Cup 2024. The real question, is it going to be Selangor Red Giants or is it going to be Falcons AP Bren?
Well, we'll just have to see, Gideon. As the door, or the window rather, opens up for the final game. Ladies and gentlemen, it's time for Game 7 MSC 2024 Grand Finals.
Welcome to the land of dawn. One last time, Selangor Red Giants on the blue side up against Falcons AP Bren on the red side. And already we're seeing the trades being very effective here from Ogwin, now having access to the Arlet. And honestly, I don't know, man. This Arlet is a dangerous pick on Ogwin.
Really is. I think back in the day, for me especially, looking at Master Ogwin, every time he picks up the Arlet, he would have the most kills on the team. That's how ridiculous he is on the Arlet. So it really does feel like the analysts also, kind of said it. It's all comfort picks. They're going back to what makes them so special, I would say, individually. And it's perfect to see a Game 7 go like this.
Yep, and it's looking phenomenal as well, right? Because once again, from every single lane, they've got a tough job, right? Few, especially on this eve, will be able to try and poke out Stormy, but the same can be said for Stormy, right? If he just dodges a couple of abilities. At the same time, right, you can see that the motions across the map are very hesitant, knowing that there could be a counter response on the opposite end.
Kyle Teasy on the Finch poise. Yum's trying to read that maneuver from Kyle, but he stays on the wall, now going back. Both teams, obviously, I don't know, what would you be looking for here? Flap, though, going for some damage. Kyle Teasy with rotation as well. Cram going to be taken very low. Flickers out to safety, doesn't get knocked up. Going for the Wolf King, and doesn't connect it, so Kyle gets a little bit more damage in.
Okay, I think that's totally fine here, because again, Selangor Red Giants are going to be stronger once they have their big ultimates, right? Especially for Yums. Once he has them in No Fury, then maybe they can open up a couple of options. But in the meantime, right, this first turtle is going to be a little tough to contest, considering that Ogwin is giving them very good information. Okay, they know for a fact that, especially in the mid lane, is going to get shoved in, but they know that Alpha is already on his orange buff, so Falcons AP Bren can take their time with this, go to the opposite side, farm back up, get that level lead to come back for this fight.
This is what's great about Falcons AP Bren whenever they use the Assassins, because they will go back and forth with the turtle, and they won't go for it. They'll utilize the clear speed. But it seems like for SRG, they've read that. They've rotated over. Now they are the ones punishing Falcons AP Bren for the clear that they want to go over the neutral objective.
Good stuff here. That's why SRG are, when they are rotating together, more importantly, they are focusing on can they get Sakai's into a position where he is able to actually out-level his opponent, especially when you're up against a Ling, right? We're hoping that Sakai's gets roughly around 11 to 12, no, specifically level 12, so that he's going to have a really short cooldown on that ultimate in these long extended fights. It's going to be dangerous having multiple, if not 2 rotations of Spear of Alphas if he survives.
Again, now it's coming down to a point where for both these teams, they're really just scouting ahead. They're really just waiting for the power spikes. Ogwin flickers out of the mid is Fury, placed down by Yomes. That could have been scary. Super Marco, Zaman Force onto Innocent, looking for a trade back. Sky's doing some damage back onto Ogwin, and Marco will have to respect Innocent's damage on the Roger. Him on a signature pick, by the way.
Yeah, and I'm curious to see what Innocent is going to be building, right? Because previously in these types of matchups, especially against the Harith, we've seen here at MSC, he likes to go first item Thunderbelt first before he goes for the traditional build. I mean, the fact of the matter, he likes to go Quantum Charge as well. He likes the extra kiting capability. Oh, wow. Windtalker first. Okay, so he's going to be fighting for he's not just mobility, but fighting for priority, because Roger is not great at clearing waves, but with the Windtalker, he can at least go toe-to-toe.
Yep. You get that additional damage coming down. You get that, I would say, what is it? An additional strike. But
the gust of wind.
A gust of wind. That's a perfect way to put it. Skies also with a War Axe here. Are they very, very early on able to secure his first item of the game? And that's really going to be good for him, because I think on the Alpha, when he used it in Game 3, I believe, it was a bit shaky when it comes to the early game. He was taken down quite a bit. So the fact that now he is able to get to his item power spike without any real hurdles is great. This mid game is going to be great for SRG.
I think the best part about it all is because the laners are so even, it's going to be difficult for Kyle Teasy to find these freebies in the side, right? So the main time where they actually clash is during these fights of neutral objectives, these POIs. Even, I would even make an argument for River Crabs as well.
Oh, Owen all alone up there, knocked up now. Midas Fury Yums finding 3 on the board, another knockup. It's a Tempest of Blade by Calteezy, but he can only just escape the real world ablation. Gets placed down, but Cram is swinging the sight now on the Stormy, who finds it. Finch poised by Calteezy, finding a trade back, and it is Skies that gets taken down. So at least for Falcons AP Bren, they deny the turtle, but Stormy terrified. Don't run, Wolf King isn't ready. Cram gonna go in for the dive. Now with a dash forward, Cram takes him down.
Nicely done. At least Stormy didn't have to use the IMU, and Innocent off of this double wave goes and takes down mid-tier 1. The tempo is strong from SRG's side. Falcons AP Bread, they gotta recover from the economical damage!
Final slash and the flicker, Cram is still able to survive! Now baits him in onto Yums! Cram with one last hit at the site. The Don't Run Wolf King outplays Falcons AP Bren. Penalty zone from Flapteezy, straight into Calteezy, now with a Tempest of Blades, knocking him up. Innocent finding the kill, now onto Kyle, he goes! You try to catch him, you think he's guilty.
No!
He's innocent!
He does it time and time again. He's not allowed to get away with this. The law can't stop him now, man. But now, this is an insane amount of momentum that we are seeing from Selangor Red Giants. They want more!
RWM, Innocent again, Lycan Pounce. Not gonna be used up just yet. Oakwen with a vengeance, the final slash, shutting him down. Yums, Minions Fury early to try to disengage, and he gets Stormy out, but it's just Stormy. He's gonna have to die for it.
Oh man, might have been an overheat coming in for Innocent. Talk about Caster's Cursed here. As we pull it back, let's look at the items. What have they built so far? Looks like the Endless Battle is almost complete by Innocent's side, but the Starlium side then also going to be a quick Feather of Heaven, almost complete for the side of Super Marco.
For Falcons AP Bren, even though they've lost out on the neutral objectives, they're still able to fight. And seriously, this composition is really built for those hero moments. You got so many big plays that can happen. Flapteezy penalty zone is a bond force. Owen obviously with the final slash, and they can all, if they are able to get the combo, it's gonna be ridiculous. I'm offended by Cram into the Don't Run Wolf King. No follow-up though. SRG not in the position to really all in, not on a Terizla.
Yeah. Hopefully Falcons AP Bren don't make that same mistake where they kind of, especially in the earlier stages, nobody has anti-heal at this point of time, right? So Cram is pretty dangerous if there's a lot of people, B, an entire wave in front of him. I think they got to play it a little bit slower, right? Because again, if we're talking about tempo, that's kind of died out for the side of SRG, right? At least from Falcons AP Bren, they've kind of evened out the score in terms of who makes that first move first. And until we see Super Marco get the Holy Crystal, I think that Falcons AP Bren understand that it's pretty difficult to fight cleanly.
It is. It's going to be very, very hard, considering SRG, how mobile they are. That Wind Talker that we were talking about for the Prio, it now works even more for SRG because technically they can attack from different angles, and Falcons AP Bren, they really have to rely on that front to back to be organized, to be coordinated. If SRG displaces them, it's going to be tough, and they know right now they're in no position to actually force out a clean fight. That's why they're giving away these neutral objectives, but it will only build SRG to be even stronger here. Come the 8th minute, come the 10th minute.
Well, I don't know. The Turtle, a lot of people are like, oh yeah, Turtle's such an important neutral objective, but we gotta calm down because again, Turtle really just benefits, like, slightly benefits the team, but honestly just benefits one person who has that Turtle buff, right? We've seen time and time again that Falcons AP Bren can push back, and it really boils down to that very first Lord to see the big economical swing that benefits the entirety of the team.
That's Vengeance. Oh, final slash displacing Yums into the Synchro Fission, but it's just poke. It's just poke that they're dealing with now. For Falcons AP Bren, let's talk about win cons here, because technically, late game, they've got it too. A few Ice Queen Wand, the utility as well, to slow down the mobility that SRG have been utilizing all the way from the early game to this point to actually get an advantage.
Yeah, and that's going to be very effective for those who kind of like to stick on you a lot. People like Cramp, people like even Sakai's to a certain degree. Even if he does decide to go for a Brute Force Breastplate, the raw slow from the kit on top of the Ice Queen's Wand from Few is going to make it really, really difficult for him to stand tall. At the same time, it does open up opportunities for Falcons AP Bren to actually go for the counter engage, right? But that's on the assumption that SRG make the first move.
Now in the bottom lane, it's a shove again for Falcons AP Bren. This is what they can utilize. I think for the most part, this is why Lings have been so ferocious in MSC 2024. You're able to farm up so fast. You get places real fast as well. Obviously, you have that Finch poise, but it's all about just being a threat in the side lane. And technically, do SRG have someone that they can actually like send towards this Ling to match him at all times? Because even if you can 1v1 him, you can't get to the rest of the team faster than the Ling.
Yeah, and there's also the secondary problem, right? Because if Ling is able to split push very effectively, then it boils down to how much wave clear do you have? And wait a minute, if Falcons AP Brand get the Lord, do they have enough wave clear to protect from high ground? That's just not the case for SRG's side. So this very first Lord might just be a make it or break it for them.
Definitely is going to be, especially considering, you know, they got a Harith here. They need to find these big team fights. They need to be able to force these big team fights. They're committing on the Lord. Retribution on point for Skies. SRG take it away, and Falcons AP Bren, they concede.
I think they don't mind. They know that they have the high ground defense. Worst comes to worst, Tier 2 start falling. As long as they maintain all of their inhibitors, they can actually push back. They're not at like a wave disadvantage for the upcoming Lord push. Sorry, not Lord push, but the upcoming Lord spawn. At the same time, it begs the question, right? What's going on through Falcons AP Bren's head? Did they not want to 50-50 it? Are they more worried about Yums' prime positioning?
I don't know about going on to Yums. Able to find a Ministry on the two straight, and I'm offended. And on another lockup, Stormy deals some damage. Innocent in the back line, gonna be Kai able to flicker out from the Tempest of Blades. Tram again finding View. They're going for another Stormy with a flicker forward. Ogre gonna be taken down. Super Marco.
Oh, no.
He's bulletproof, but not anymore. Not to the claws.
Oh my goodness, this is on the Lord push as well. This was such a risky maneuver. Falcons AP Brand, they needed to trade up here. This could be an inhibitor pretty quickly, but we'll see. The Lord's still knocking on the tier 2s. Falcons AP Brand, they could diverge, they could divert.
A big Lord in the bottom lane. Holy defense used up, and the Lord is still full HP.
Oh my god, no way.
Now, I'm offended onto Flap, still going with a hammer, stolen real-world manipulation, format penalty zone into Calteezy's damage, but Cram deals with him. It's a killing spree as Calteezy picks up the blades. Now in the midst of it all, caught again, the glowing wanted, takes him down! Stormy finds the kill, it's another 2-for-1.
This is not like this, not like this. It was supposed to be an epic battle, it was supposed to be legendary, but now Selangor Red Giants have an insane economic lead onto Falcons AP Brand. 6,000 gold on match point with an inhibitor missing on the bottom side for Falcons AP Bren. I believe that Falcons can do it. They can bounce back, but we need to see a good final slash from Ogwin. He really needs to make it happen.
We're gonna have to see a perfect final slash. We're gonna have to see a magical one. All the words in the dictionary that means miracle or something of the sorts. That's what Falcons AP Bren have to do. When did you last see Falcons AP Bren having to rely on something like that?
It's been too long. It's been too long, but you can definitely tell that the pressure is getting there. It's building up. The momentum is here, and Selangor Red Giants now hit their next item power spike. 41, by the time this Lord spawns, it's going to be 42. Let's have a look at the items real quick. Oracle, on top of the fact that Yums is about to purchase that Dominance Ice, making sure that, hey, Ogwin, you can't get away with anything anymore. Same goes for Super Marco, but then again, he's bulletproof. His positioning has been, honestly, pitch perfect until his front line crumbles.
It's very tough if your front line crumbles for a Harith to really look for anything in these skirmishes, because you're not really long range, you're in the fight. When you're in a fight, you are literally in it. You are in the midst of battle. And again, Ogwin gets caught in the final slash, but it's not his. It's Stormy's! He stole it away from him!
Stormy is doing everything he possibly can to make SRG cross the finish line to create history. I'm gonna hold my breath here. I don't want to jump too far ahead of myself, but that is going to be a Luminous Lord for the side of SRG.
13-5. 13 minutes in Game 7 of the Grand Finals of MSC 2024. The region, the server that was once called Easy Skies, finds the Spear of Alpha, forces Calteezy back again, but take a look at the chase down now. He only used the Finch Poise. They tried to bait out the Tempest of Blades, but they didn't get him.
That's fine, that's fine. Good patience coming in from Calteezy. Selangor Red Giants, though, they're gonna have to crack open. This might be their one opportunity to actually set this up for a base crack. But we'll see. They can't overextend here.
Definitely not. I'm offended again on the Flapteezy now. With the Spear of Alpha, able to bring him back all the way. Yums in the midst of it all, finding the motivation roar to stay alive for so long. Few deals some damage still. Skies goes with a Flapteezy! helping Ogwin there, finding the final stacks as a stun as well out the skies. And again, it's Caltizi who jumps over to Innocent. Crab buys the immortality. He fights all the way. Stormy trying to survive. Crab in the base. Few doing it as well, trying to go for the clear.
No, he's gonna try, but now Stormy's getting in the mix. Salmon Force has been dropped down.
Super Marco jumping forward now with the help of Few. Crab in the base, still looking for the play. Super Marco running away, Crab chasing him. He does still have the dash. He gets out of the I'm offended, kiting him away. Few helping him with the Ice Queen wand, ever slightly just slowing him for Falcons AP Brent to survive.
I don't know, Cram had an opportunity to keep smacking the base just a little bit more, but if you look at his build tells you everything you need to know. He knows he doesn't have enough damage. He knows that the minion is a little too low to make it work, but on top of it all, he's just making sure he can live. Don't lose your resources just yet. He still has an active immortality. We'll wait. We're gonna re-engage later.
4,000 gold deficit. 2 base turrets down. Falcons AP Brand, if there's a time for them to make the miracle play, it's now.
Brother, man, they nearly lost the game there. They nearly lost the game. It's 16-8 right now. And in terms of damage taken, both Yums and as well as Cram at the top of the charts, but finally we are seeing that Falcons AP Brent are scaling, and if the fight drags out too far, especially with Caltizi, he can easily clean up that backline, even if you have iframes.
Again, it all comes down to one fight, despite this massive advantage. You can take a look at the turrets, you can take a look at the stats all you want, but it really comes down to one fight. Falcons AP Brent, how were they even able to make that fight close?
I don't know. SRG, I mean, they missed their opportunity, unfortunately, to close out this game now. You got to give props where props is due. Falcons AP Brand, they may be the final boss, but they won't make it easy for SRG. They're going to have to fight for every inch of space.
And that space is being utilized by Falcons AP Brand. Again, despite these base turrets, luckily for Falcons AP Brand, it sides with them. Despite that advantage for Selangor Red Giants, it's not in the far lane, that base turret. So for Falcons AP Brent, they can constantly send the Ling up top, but they have to try to make a decision as well, because now SRG are forcing them.
Oh, SRG need to take their time. They can honestly reset this, right? Just wait for the waves to start crashing closer towards the enemy crystal, and then maybe consider your options at this point, right? They're holding it hostage once again. Look at this, and even Falcons AP Brent, they know it. They're like, man, we gotta send somebody up there.
That's risky, though, for SRG if they continue to... Oh, they send the Hereth up top. Super Marco has been spotted up. Now with the sun on the crowd. It's going to be a spear of outbound the Batizi, but it all falls into the real Roman inflation. Yums still in the midst of it all, getting the knock of Few. Trying his best with the flinker backwards. Sky chases him down and gets the kill. Meanwhile, Super Marco dashing back and forth, trying to survive, trying to save the game. But Kyle, now he falls. It's just Master Ogwen, and he will lose his immortality. Another life, another chance, but not to Stormy.
They've done it! They've done it! For the first time ever, Malaysia is on top!
It's over!
They have failed as individuals again and again, but together, mortals turn giants are invincible!
The Giants, who slew Titans, unbeatable, they said, invincible, they said. SRG are truly special.
This is an unimaginable moment for the region of MY. What a beautiful game that we got to witness here today. The full 7 games and a new champion here for the Mid-Season Cup 2024.
A region that many believe to be an easy server, an easy region, a region with no accolades. They prove to the world that it starts today. Today is the day that you see Malaysia on top of the world. That you see Malaysia reach the horizons to see the world.
I'm at such a loss of words. I'm holding back tears at this point. This has been everything that we've been waiting for the longest times to show that we are competitive. But man, Mirko, This has been an absolute blast. Once again, to all of our viewers out there, enjoy this moment, savor it, live it alongside these professionals you see here on stage.
Phenomenal performance as well from Falcons AP Bren. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for SRG and Falcons AP Bren for a phenomenal grand finals.
They've achieved the final key that they were looking for. They thank the fans as the confetti falls. This is unthinkable, some may say. This was unbelievable. Even looking at all they have done, they've achieved, some might say, the impossible.
They played like champions, and they'll celebrate like champions as well. Now the trophy, the last piece of the celebration.
Selangor Red Giants are your new champions of the mid-season cup.
Your champions for MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup.
Selangor Red Giants!
So guys, congratulations. You have stood taller than the defending, than the reigning MSC champions and the world champions. You are the new MSC champions at the Esports World Cup. How do you feel right now?
I feel I'm not wake up yet. I feel like I'm dreaming right now because this is my first time to join international tournament and I champion. Wow!
Honestly, indescribable emotions and feelings. And Innocent, I have to ask you, you stood taller. You are now the MSC 2024 champion, and you've won $1 million. What's the first thing that you want to buy?
It feels like a dream because, you know, we didn't expect it that we will get the champion. We just want to play and we will show to the world that we can fight against strong teams.
You definitely proved that. Incredible performance from you, Innocent. Absolutely fantastic. And I have to say thank you to everyone that's been here. Guys, one more time, come on, give it up. Selangor Red Giants!
Now to further commemorate your victory, we will now proceed to the medal awarding ceremony.
Boys, join alongside me over here to get ourselves ready for the medal ceremony. And now, I would like to welcome on the stage Mr. Ray Ang of Monsoon Games, the head of the esports ecosystem, to present the champions of MSC 2024 with their golden medals.
MSC 2024. And now, it's time to announce the finals MVP. Who do you think it is?
Who do you think it is, boys? Please give it up for none other than Sekai!
Congratulations!
Sekais, you are the finals MVP. You are the MSC 2024 champion. Tell us, how does it feel to be crowned the best player in the tournament here on the Amazon Arena?
Alhamdulillah, first of all, Alhamdulillah. I don't have word to say, but I just really want to say thank you for all the Malaysians fans and who are support us, and until we champion, and I never expect to unbeatable until 100. I don't know. Seven. Yeah. Yeah, it's unbeatable.
What's your message right now to everybody watching here who stood by you, regardless what anyone else said, and to everybody back home that's cheering for your name, that's cheering for Selangor Red Giants?
To me, I just want to say I already proved to the netizen that say Malaysia gonna 4-0 against Brand, and we made it wrong. We are the champion, bro!
And they are the champions! And now to immortalize this victory, it's now time for a photo op.
So boys, strike a pose worthy of the champions of MSC 2024. Show off your golden medals. And don't forget, show off your trophy for MSC 2024. For you have gone on a 107-day win streak, undefeated, unscathed on your journey to see the world.
Remarkable performance. Outstanding victory. You are now the best in the world here at MSC 2024 at the Esports World Cup.
One more time, ladies and gentlemen, in the Amazon Arena, give it up for your champions, Selangor Red Giants! On behalf of the 23 participating teams, talents from across the globe, and everyone who has made this possible, thank you for joining us on this incredible journey.
Once again, my name is Mara Aquino.
And my name is Dawood Sandstorm.
Now we're gonna go back to our panel to discuss this history-making right now. Casters, back to you.
It's your time to shine.
Well, it's gonna be our last time to shine as we break down this game. And what do we even want to break down?
I think we can take this from here, Lafel. I know that you have a lot of emotions, and I would say much deserving for SRG. I think this is a culmination of what they have done for the past few months. I was very happy and lucky to be able to talk to Coach Arcadian. It was a very long story. Basically, this is a trust the process kind of thing where, again, the players that were selected for SRG, if you're a fan from Malaysia, and even if you're a fan from Philippines, something it was innocent as well as Cram, you would honestly totally doubt this. And I wouldn't be surprised if somebody doubts this team because of the people that they got. But man, they proved us all wrong.
Yeah, doubt all you can, doubt all you want. SRG is walking away with a major bag, and of course the inaugural mid-season cup and the Esports World Cup in 2024. Yeah. The team just put on showcase team fighting, tempo breaks, god level micro, and more importantly, I think now coming into this new age, this new era of MLBB, what I dub the Age of Giants. Macro control. They forced Falcons AP Brent to play their game. Sure, Game 6, they were able to slip. They were able to duck the punch. Yeah. But Game 7, even with a solid draft, and maybe a questionable Eve, which we'll talk about more later, SRG got their tempo back. SRG found their flow and forced Falcons AP Brent into submission.
I mean, the win streak continues, man. Now comes to the question, who is going to break that streak? Like, people would thought this would be the end, but dude.
Think about the words just came out of your mouth, right? They just extended their win streak. They just won what many people would say would be impossible to do.
Yeah.
But now we're already questioning when will it end, right? Again, I told y'all, they now carry a new legacy, a new chapter is written. Not only are they looking to extend that streak, they're carrying now the mantle of the world's strongest team.
Dude, this reminds me of Onyx Kage days.
Oh yeah, especially because of how they play. And I wouldn't label them aggressive easily. I think that they can play aggressive if they're needed to. Their team fight, I think the best part of this is that they look really good at team fights. This is what we can say about SRG, and the fact that they were challenged so much by Falcon Sapie Bren as well. It's like what you saw literally in that game was the best team in the world right now, and it's SRG.
As a Malaysian, the only thing I can say is Alhamdulillah, man. Like, this is real. Like, I'm gonna echo what Sakai says. I feel like I'm still dreaming. Like,
this is a dreamlike state, even speaking as a Filipino, right? Again, it's so easy to say, oh, we're gonna continue the status quo. Our teams are the strongest. Our macro, our play style is the best. But SRG here proved that, hey, that's not all there is to MLBB.
You know what makes me happy, despite being from the Philippines, is that because I know the story of how Coach Ark did it. This is not just a team or an organization spending all of their money getting the best players around and thinking like, hey, do something, come on, win something. No, this is not. This is process. This went through a lot of scouting, a lot of a systematic approach to the game. Even the way that they handled their opponents, like when they won against Fireflux, when they won against NIP Flash, and now how they won against the formerly the best team in the world, and now best drafters as well. It was systematic, great for the community for sure.
Wolf, on social media, we got it right. We both said SRG is going to be champion.
I did.
I called it 4-7. Bring it up.
All right. Oh,
sorry, 4-3. 4-3. I called it.
At some point in the series, I accepted the fact that I could be wrong.
Yeah.
And then we went past the threshold of Wolf being wrong.
Yeah.
And then eventually, it came down to destiny.
So, Caster Lafell, cursed.
Yes.
Panel host Lafell, blessed.
Different beast.
Different beast. Blessed.
I don't want to talk too much, man. I'm holding in tears. Like,
yeah. Just so you know.
I understand how this is odd for you. Because again, for years now.
Yeah.
Actually, no, not just for years. In the history of MLBB Esports.
This is the biggest one.
Yeah.
Malaysia has never stood so tall.
Yeah.
Now, this is a bit special, but with them winning, I heard that there's a clip where gonna throw it over to them singing the national anthem. I mean, I don't know, like, it's something special to sing your national anthem on a different country.
History begets history.
Hey.
This has never happened.
And the thing is, when we go to M6, where they will be hosting it, they have a title to kind of defend.
They have to defend, yeah.
And no longer are we holding on.
Wow.
To the heavy angle of no hometown country can defend. All the more now is it possible.
Yes. This is great. I mean, this is great for esports. It's great for MLBB esports. I'm very happy that this happened. Of course, I'm gonna be even more happy if Falcon Sapie Bren won, but it is what it is. We have to be really, I don't know. We have to acknowledge how good SRG was and how important this win, not only for Malaysia but also for MLBB esports. It's such a great moment. It's a touching moment, in fact.
This day will be remembered for years to come. This is already etched in MLBB history. So, how many other Esports World Cups we're part of, how many other mid-season cups there are.
Yeah.
Come the M Series, this event alone changed the tides of what M6 looks like. And we thought we knew a good chunk of what M6 was going to be like. We thought it was going to be, oh, it's just PH, Indo, whatever.
Yeah.
Akshata Arena all over again. But no, this is... It's like we're part of a brand new esport.
Exactly.
This is not just a new chapter. This is not just a new page. This is a brand new novel.
Yeah, top 1 Malaysia, top 2 Philippines, top 3 Singapore slash. Well, they're technically top 3, right?
Yeah.
Singapore is top 3.
Top 3 region, if you want to say it like that.
Now we got to look at the PlayStation top MVP, like tournament MVP, and it's Sakai's, the Sky King. Like he said it. This is his first international tournament, becoming the champion.
Yeah, man.
Becoming the MVP.
Prodigy for sure. And I love the fact that he's very humble about it. He said,
Oh, yeah.
we only wanted to prove that we will not be 0-4'd by, if I could say, that's my understanding of what he said.
No, yeah.
And that he's dreaming.
And now we're champion. Oh.
No, legit, the guy, he's 17.
Yeah.
He's just 17.
What were you doing when you were 17? Do you have what? Do you have $1 million USD when you were 17?
Let's not talk about it. What I was doing in 17
6 years ago
is my own business. 5.
5. All right, that was me 6 years ago.
Okay.
6 years ago, I wouldn't have dreamt of $1 million US.
At 17.
At 17.
All right, here's the thing. I don't want to be jumping the gun, and I don't want to be, counting my eggs before they've hatched. But Sikais, the Sky Prince, a native of Terengganu in Malaysia, is he not now what could be the face of MLBB? Is he not the prime of what a lot of MLBB players want to be? Just playing a game I love, working through the ranks,
Play assassins,
playing assassins, all the flashy heroes, and winning $1 million.
As the PlayStation tournament MVP, I feel like at least regionally, at least for the face of Malaysia, there you go, Sakai. He's the guy.
That's it.
All right, I don't want to put the pressure on him, but I'd even dare say up there when you're just naming MLBB around the world. Currently, this is the biggest event in our esports calendar. And by winning MVP, by winning champion, by dethroning the Philippines, I think in my book he's earned it.
Yeah.
Honestly, here's the thing. MSC has been so grand, M6 might have a difficult time topping this. With that being said, let's look at the STC play predictions. 86.
Wow. Wow.
Can someone take a picture of this? Like, I don't know. It's just like 14%.
Can you do this and then, 14%. Screenshot, please.
Yeah. Do the Andrew Garfield.
86% of y'all wrong.
We're gonna cry. There you go.
Screenshot.
There you go. Do the Andrew Garfield. Do the Andrew Garfield. No.
What is the Andrew? All right.
Yeah, you know the meme. There you go.
There you go. I went from almost crying to memeing. That's great. Thank you very much, guys.
It's a roller coaster.
You guys are helping me out a lot here.
Of course.
I'm still in disbelief, so you know.
What else are we here for?
We are actually like, and I've said this before, Gideon as well as Lafel. No matter how much I hype SRG, these guys won't accept it. It's because they're coping with trauma. Well,
yeah.
I guess now, for all of the Malaysian fans out there, including both of you, you now have to best believe that we live in the world where it's Malaysia.
Wait. The world just turned upside down. You're right.
Yeah.
Not only did we flip the predictions, but also this is Wolf full on analyzing 7 games worth
of Malaysian games?
Of a Malaysian game, and they won. This is, again, truly a change in the winds.
Yeah, it's a change.
Dude, at this point, we gotta celebrate one more Malaysian play because we are looking at the PlayStation Player Bounty, where this is the craziest Lord steal. And it's actually Zorn on the Grok, stealing the Lord with the wall.
Yep.
Guardian's Barrier.
Guardian's Barrier.
Look at this.
So, where is...
It's a full dance.
Eyes on Zorn. Eyes on Zorn.
After this, he's gonna get a kill too.
And yep, he's already controlling it. Yep.
With the wall.
Actually, at the edge of the wall, indeed.
Right as it manifests.
And flicker, boom.
Yep, that's...
Killed the guy that should have secured it.
That's a beautiful...
That's serendipity. That's just...
Yep.
There you go.
Also
Zorn.
another icon in the Malaysian scene, right? And also internationally.
He's the few of Malaysia. Been playing
the what?
Since the few.
Oh, okay.
He's been playing since season 1.
He's my Malaysian Jordan.
Yeah, he is.
I hope this was not his last dance. Again, we've been hinting at it. There were rumors down the grapevine about 6-7 months ago.
Yeah.
I hope not. I hope if he's gonna keep doing that, please stay Zorn, please.
Yeah.
For you guys at home, your opinion matters, man. Let us know how you guys have been enjoying the MSC, because again, for us as talents, it has been a crazy ride. Scan the QR code and hopefully we entertained you guys.
Yeah. Oh, wonderful ending to MSC. I'm happy that we ended this way. Best of 7 and a new champion being crowned. Good. I think that MLBB Esports will just continue to grow. A
All
new
is
spotlight.
well.
All is well. All is well. Yeah. What a way to end it.
Honestly, at this point, I'm just hungry.
Yeah.
Feeling a dinner?
I have actually not eaten a meal since we got in.
We are already full just by watching the games.
Well, let's actually see the updated club championship.
Oh yeah.
See now how everything is shaping up. Team Falcons is still number 1 with 1,600, but Selangor Red Giants.
Selangor equals T1.
Times
SRG equals T1.
What an age we live in.
Wow, dude. Simon should take a picture of this. Say like Selangor Red Giants T1, potato, tomato. Same thing.
Selangor Red Giants over Team Liquid, Fnatic, and
Over G2.
NIP. Oh.
NIP has been here since the very start.
Wow. Here we are. We live in this era.
We live in a new era. At this point, I don't know what's gonna happen in M6, man. Like, I'm worried because those that win MSC afterwards don't have a good time.
Yeah.
All right, you know what? Even if we did make
Look at him still not
already doubting and ever the pessimist.
This is PTSD. Come on, live in this moment. Indulge in it, LaFell.
Listen,
this is your era.
We've lived to the point where it's like when one good thing happens, something bad's gotta follow up. You know, it's like PTSD, man.
I know.
Although he is not wrong.
I need friends at this point.
What are we?
But here's the thing. For you guys at home, you guys got to catch the MLBB Women's Invitational 2024 starting on July 24th. The only all-female tournament at the Esports World Cup features 12 teams from 11 regions, breaking barriers and redefining esports. And the thing is, for all of this, I need a phone to capture the moment. So capture moments like a pro with the 6-axis hybrid gimbal stabilizer equipped camera. Asus ROG is the official gaming phone of the MSC 2024.
Are we gonna pretend like you just did not call us your friends?
You guys are my friends. You know who else are my friends?
Who else?
Amon as well as Hanabi, where the Soul Vessel Skin Series, Amon, Vessel of Deceit, and Hanabi, Vessel of Rage, are now available. You guys have up until the 5th of August to get these awesome skins. If you're looking to get them, the first draw is 50% off every single day, and a permanent Soul Vessel Series skin or item is guaranteed in the first 10 times draws. It's item, not skin. My bad. I'm sorry. But speaking of which, we gotta look to the future now. We got to see what's next. Speaking of next, MSC Next, the Project Next update is live. Discover the fresh excitement of equipment evolution and enjoy a revitalized, thrilling gameplay. Jump in now for a more dynamic and fun battle experience. I gotta say, after this whole ordeal, I feel like I'm aging in reverse. I'm going back in time. Just like the Youth Fair. The Youth Fair is here with an incredible bonuses and exciting events. Grab multiple permanent skins for free, just like Sylvana's Classroom Charm and his painted skin, Classroom Glam. More exciting events will be revealed, so make sure you guys watch out. Let me just say, I can barely see. I need my glasses.
It's getting to you. I get it. I think I would be the same if suddenly, you know, the unexpected.
That's right.
You know what? It's not even the unexpected. Again, I think a lot of people saw this coming.
Apparently 2 people in the panel.
Wait, what?
Apparently 2 people from the talents that actually voted for SRG.
Okay, Wolf, like, we've been hitting these predictions, man. Like, no wonder we're here every single day.
Yeah.
We do our job well.
Yeah.
You know, well, the trophy's there is like,
yeah,
good job, man.
Hey, thanks.
Good job. You know, good job for you too. But we predicted it.
Yeah, yep. And here I quote.
That was awkward.
Yep. And here I quote the great band that, you know, they wrote a good song. They're called Blackpink.
Oh, okay.
As if it's your last. Always think that way.
Oh, I have a different quote. It's like, drop that money. Drop it like, I don't know. But here's the thing. For you guys at home, we're just waiting for a visual of the players walking towards the totem. You know how you have that key and then you're placing your key amongst all those champions?
Yeah.
it's something that I want to see. Like after that happens, it's like it dawns on me. It's like, yeah, SRG champions.
This is the first time in history it's gonna happen.
Yeah. Oh wait, now that I think about it, which keys are they gonna get?
Ooh.
Of course, they're gonna take F caps.
Of course, they're gonna take C9.
They did say it. Gojas actually said.
Yeah, so F cap C9.
JLPH.
Yeah.
Although if it were me,
Fnatic.
No. If it were me, I would put Fireflux just because
they gave him one hell of a match.
Technically speaking, it should be like Fireflux, NAP Flash, and then FCAP, right?
The road to their win.
I mean, but of course, it is their choice. Gojas did say that will be C9, so I don't think that we're...
It's up to them, yeah.
I don't think we're going to change Gojas' mind, you know?
Think about this. Fireflux legit almost defeated SRG. So, what if they defeated SRG? What if they went to the grand finals?
How different would it be?
Exactly, like how different?
Why are you asking these questions?
No,
this is reality.
This is reality. You're here.
No, I'm just preparing myself because this means that M6 Fireflux could be a threat. Like
that goes without saying. That goes without saying. And I think that the reason why Fireflux, we're not seeing a lot of more Fireflux, mainly it's because of the format. Imagine if the format was different, right? But again, Lafel, don't.
Okay,
well, in what
for you guys at home, scan the EWC broadcast survey, which is here. All right, let us know what you think. What are your thoughts about the Esports World Cup? We like to hear from you guys. Scan the QR code and tell them how awesome MLBB is and how you guys want to keep seeing more MLBB and etc. etc.
Do that.
But yeah, do that. Say MLBB is great.
Yeah, you're great.
I'm in love with the situation we have. This is great.
It's rare that I'm speechless, by the way.
Yeah, usually.
Likewise.
It's I think this is a great opportunity to feature like how much drama Gideon and Lafel
it just
had to go
keeps
through.
resurfacing.
For whatever topic that we're bringing up, it's always like going back.
Oh, it's Humes.
There's a totem
with their key. They're walking. I want to be walking with the man. Oh man. But either way,
look at the medal.
2 million viewers.
Thank you.
Thank you everyone for watching. Woo! Many people saw.
Imbasa Melayu. Terima kasih.
Terima kasih.
In Tagalog, maraming salamat.
Look at that medal. It's as big as their face.
That's pretty big.
Or a fist, which means it's big as their heart.
It is as big as their heart.
That's scientific.
Yeah. So we can see Yums are they're gonna be going to the totem place, right? Where we're gonna collect some of the other keys and put it on their own trophy, which is actually separate from the. This is exclusive from the actual trophy of MSC, which is right now being held by their
Simon, the owner.
Yeah.
Simon must be proud.
Oh,
words do not do justice.
Man.
Give me a vocabulary and I can't find a word to express how I'm feeling right now. Yes, Coach Arcada, just put it there.
They're giving the honor to Coach.
Wow.
I mean, he deserved it, man. Like he turned the team around. There we go! SRG MLBB! We're just on the T1.
Immortality for SRG.
That's Argus. Argus said that. Immortality or death.
I mean, he's not wrong.
Yeah,
congratulations.
There are only two things.
Immortality.
Look
or
at this.
Death.
Every single member of SRG has played a monumental role.
Yes.
Like everyone did their part.
Including the coaching staff too, of course.
Especially the coaching staff, man. The management. Like I've been able to talk to Simon and he really like created an amazing culture, an amazing environment for everyone to be the best that they can be. And right, they're choosing. I hope we can see. Like it's nice to see the process. Like, okay, which one?
All right, Cram made his choice. Who are these? This one, please.
Please let us know somehow, some way.
Okay, predictions. I think FCAP C9.
FCAP has to be there.
FCAP C9 Fireflux. Oh, these are the other.
Oh, right.
These are the ones they let go.
Yeah.
These just go into oblivion.
Yeah.
Which ones are they eternalizing into theirs?
There's okay. We have to have laser eyes for this.
You know what? Let's check out the Qiddiya highlights to see what happened throughout the entire day. I don't know about you, gentlemen, but if I were you, I would take this moment to kind of give my final farewell to everyone watching.
It's been an honor to serve on this stand, on the desk. It's historic to be a part of the mid-season Cup 2024 in the Esports World Cup. I just look forward to being at your service once more.
Thank you, Esports. Thank you, MLBB, to all the fans of the professional casting of MLBB. I'm very happy to have served you for quite a long time. And thank you so much. And yeah, good game and good night.
For me, again, I feel like words doesn't express it. It has been a very long journey for this MSC. It didn't start from the wildcard. It started from every region's MPL, every region's qualifier, and then eventually getting champions over champions over champions, where teams go to the wildcard. Homeboys made through it. They gone through the group stages, the knockout stages. They themselves didn't do well, but this is the new landscape of MLBB. Like, I didn't thought MSC would be the one to change things up. This update is definitely something special, Wolf. It changes.
Yeah.
It changes the logic of MLBB.
And we're all thankful for it. This is a breath of fresh air. I think that overall, all of the fans all over the world are very happy about the result, and I'm just so blessed to be part of this, you know?
And if you're not, and I understand, you have every right to feel the way you do about the results.
That's right.
Give it time.
Give it time.
I think in the long run, this should be the best outcome for our beloved esport.
My name is Safel. That's Wolf. That's Leo. On behalf of all the casters as well as the production, we'd like to say thank you very much. Hope you guys enjoyed the show. Until next time, bye-bye.
This is the fight of a lifetime, so don't need nobody here telling me. Don't need nobody here telling me how to be, what to be, who to become. Eating it too, I ain't giving you some. Better believe I be getting it done. Getting in your head and I do it for fun. Taking me to the one destination. Going to battle and I will confirm. I'll be looking for the domination. This is the fight of a lifetime. Eating it too, I ain't giving you some. This is the fight of a lifetime. Better believe I be getting it done. This is the fight of a lifetime. Taking me to the one destination. This is the fight of a lifetime. I'll be looking for the domination. Knock, knock, it's my destiny. Drip, drip, it's a remedy. Throw it all at the enemy. If I don't do it, it's the enemy. Chop, chop, yeah, I'm moving in. Let's go, let the game begin. This is the fight of a lifetime. So don't need nobody here telling me. Don't need nobody here telling me how to be, what to be, who to become. Eating it too, I ain't giving you some. Better believe I be getting it done. Getting in your head and I do it for fun. Taking me to the one destination. Going to battle and I will confirm. I'll be looking for the domination. This is the fight of a lifetime. Chop, chop, yeah, I'm moving in. Let's go, let the game begin. Yeah, I'm going in for the win. This is the fight. Knock, knock, it's my destiny. Drip, drip, it's a remedy. Throw it all at the enemy. If I don't do it, it's the enemy. Chop, chop, yeah, I'm moving in. Let's go, let the game begin. This is the fight of a lifetime. So don't need nobody here telling me. Don't need nobody here telling me how to be, what to be, who to become. Eating it too, I ain't giving you some. Better believe I be getting it done. Getting in your head and I do it for fun. Taking me to the one destination. Going to battle and I will confirm. I'll be looking for the domination. This is the fight of a lifetime. 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 Yeah, this is the fight of a lifetime. Yeah, this is the fight of a lifetime. Eating it too, I ain't giving you some. This is the fight of a lifetime. Better believe I be getting it done. This is the fight of a lifetime. Taking me to the one destination. This is the fight of a lifetime.
the remedy. Throw it all at the enemy. If I don't do it, it's the enemy. Chop, chop, yeah, I'm moving in. Let's go, let the game begin. This is the fight of a lifetime. So don't need nobody here telling me. Don't need nobody here telling me how to be, what to be, who to become. Eating it too, I ain't giving you some. Better believe I be getting it done. Getting your head and I do it for fun. Taking me to the one destination. Going to battle and I will confirm. I'll be looking for the domination.
If it didn't break me, it only made me stronger. If it didn't break me, it only made me stronger. Can't phase me, I'm a legend when I'm locked in. What's passion? What's pain? Gotta lose before you gain, that's the game. No shame, unfazed, you just gotta keep going, that's the game. Can't break. What's passion? What's pain? Gotta lose before you gain, that's the game. No shame, unfazed, you just gotta keep going, that's the game, that's the game.
rise up and don't quit. Chasing the same dream, we all are on the same team. Let's go! It's our time to shine, the clouds far behind. It's our time to show how far we can go. Though they may not see, we show what we can be. It's on you and for me, just wait and you'll see. It's our time to show the world who we are. It's our time to shine, we are the rising stars. Our time to shine it. Yeah!